Preface to 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam, published in 1894. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in August 2023. Proem. Freethought, Past, Present, and Future. The Past, Bruno. Fair Bruno, looking forth with eyes of fire upon the world's broad scene. Beyond the sun thy undimmed glance seems to behold the stars, countless and rushing through the endless space, with opulence of life as on earth's breast. Thyself a star from out the past didst burn, wakening the darkness with resplendent course athwart the centuries of gloom and fear. Herald of morning, of the happy days, with freedom breathing in the peaceful skies, with science in the kingly garb of toil, the green earth paradised with loving hearts. O brave immortal, glorious in the robe which burned thy body into fruitful dust! They knew not, that wild horde about thy pyre, who knelt and trembled to a god of hate, and crouched to earth, nor saw its wealth of life. They knew not what was in thy dauntless gaze, outsweeping the rude throng and torturing heat, the winged thoughts that all the despot's power could fetter not, nor blast with fiercest zeal. They saw that shuddering and relentless crowd the frail flesh sink in unconfining tomb, and vainly triumphed o'er that murdered form. For from that blackened spot went forth a word of wonder, joy, and beauty to all time, and millions greet its power and hope unscathed. O martyred Bruno, science's fearless path through regions numberless of earth and sky makes laurels for thee, and man's brightest days flow from the moment of thy bitter death. In thee the past turns from its darkened course, bursts from the gyves of ignorance and fear, smites down the tyrant from his bloody throne, and as the earth wheels round the golden sun, and as the sun speeds through unmeasured realms, so doth the mind of man, unchained and vast, from thy red dawn of death, move radiant on, in paths of glory, broadening to the noon. The present, Ingersoll. And now the present answers to the past, genius to genius, through the wondrous years. Bruno and Ingersoll, and on time's arch what shining names adorn the pregnant space from Nolan's silent ashes to the lips that drop the sweetest words that charm the ear. The eloquence that ceases not with speech, but is immortal music to the mind. Beloved master of the art supreme, to language forth the spirit world within, to make words flow with new melodious grace, like waves that beaming break on shores of sense. From the vast ocean of unbodied thought, thy brain hath caught all feeling, all the light of imageries that fill the poet's eye. The subtlest thoughts of man, the dim desires that warm the savage breast, the dreams that haunt and thrill and glorify the toiler's task, till beauty springs from labor as the sheen of lily from the sunless water spreads. Thou readst the past, not as the bookworm reads, with words and facts strung on a leaden thread, but with imagination's golden power, so that the finest effluence of its life, its heroes, martyrs, songs, philosophies, resurgent in the living present, breathe, translated in thy miracle of speech to heavens of thought, enriching life today. Thus past and present in one glory join to make the marvel of our future hope. From Bruno's stake to Voltaire's radiant star, to Paine's clear lustre in the storms of war, to grace and charm of him who gems this hour with reason wedded to the poet's strain, what light has gathered on man's toilsome way, what joy and promise as new births bloom on. The future, the child. Oh, babe, so beautiful, love's gracious gift, the sweetest jewel of our mortal life, the happy dawn upon our sorrow's path, the only tyrant that our hearts enthrone, the only monarch we obey and bless. O heir of ages, and the future's glass in which we see the splendors yet to be, the tiny prophet of untraveled years, the royal messenger of new domains, embosomed in the unborn wealth of time. Tomorrow's king, sceptred in weakness dear, we bring to thee the treasures of the past. Thou bringst to us 1,000 treasures more, for all the boundless future is thy realm. Thine eyes are gates into the deeps of time, far shining in their clear and wondering gaze. In thee are all the imprints of the past, the million years of man's evolving life. 1,000 generations toiled for thee, poets have sung, and nations have marched on, heroes have died, and martyrs starred the heavens. The lone discoverer hath watched the night, or toiled across the ocean's heaving breast, or pierced the chambers of the sea and land, to make more splendid thy delightful hour, to make thy birth the richest of all time. In thee the past and present find their goal, the fountain of the hope which jewels life. Oh, what were life without thy helpless grace, the soft entreaty of thy smiles and tears, the beauty exquisite of dainty flesh, flushed with the rose tints of thy joyous pulse. O crown of all our toils and all our gains, bear on the song of life to future years. Oh, take the blessing of the mighty past. Oh, take the love, the glory of today, whose face is o'er thee tender as thy look, which holds the flower of promise o'er thy brow. Grow strong and beautiful and brave and free, fair child, inheritor of sweet renown. Make thy bright harvest in the fields of time. Enrich with reason's light thy mingling path with those which front with thine the golden dawn. The great hereafter in thy beams we hail. End of Proem, the past, Bruno, the present, Ingersoll, and the future, the child. Chapter 1 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1, Introduction. 400 Years of Freethought from 1492 to 1892 present the most alluring and brilliant pages of human history. Only those who stand at the end of these crowded centuries can realize the advancing greatness of humanity. Never was the picture of Shakespeare so glowingly demonstrated. Quote, "What a piece of work is man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god." What lofty intellects adorn that way? What pomp of music is poured forth? What radiant discoveries on earth and in heaven are there? What vast inventions, what gigantic powers! It is like looking upon the splendors of the dawn, ever accumulating as the day advances. Through darkness and struggle, through bloody war, through torture and terror, through superstition, ignorance, and tyranny, Freethought has steadily pushed onward with true Promethean fire, with the torch of reason, with undaunted face, with unreceding step, until now it leads the world with victorious colors. But in tracing and unfolding the harmonious grandeur of these spacious centuries, it is necessary first of all that we understand what free thought is. Not a vague and indeterminate coruscation, but a distinct radiance, a manifold power, an intelligence looking before and after, a destroyer and a builder. Free thought is a spirit, a method, and a result. The eternal spirit of free thought is the spirit of doubt. Free thought never ceases to inquire, to question, and to deny. It utterly abhors faith. It makes no terms with a submissive mind. Doubt, says Aristotle, is the beginning of wisdom. It is indeed. Doubt is the first step to knowledge. It is only through doubt that we can analyze, judge, and select. Unless we deny, we cannot search. Belief is ignorance. Unbelief is attainment. Doubt is sanity. Faith is insanity. The supreme virtue of orthodoxy is credulity. The supreme virtue of free thought is skepticism. This has been the eternal battle. Faith on one side, doubt against it, and doubt has won and gemmed the earth with civilization. Free thought doubts, but free thought builds. Truth is its object, but there is only one way to reach truth, through facts. The scientific method is the one universal method. There is no a priori royal road to truth. There is only the common road, the toilsome common sense path of observation and induction. Inexperience alone are the beginnings of knowledge. He who starts with ideas and labors to accommodate facts to the ideas is no free thinker, for he is bound to come to a certain conclusion, not by the force of truth, but by the fiat of an assumption. The truth for authority, and not authority for truth, is the axiom of free thought. And by truth is meant not an image of the mind, but a fact of the universe. Free thought is observation, experiment, demonstration. Beyond that, nothing. It therefore rejects all authority, the authority of a book, of a church, of a pope, of a philosophy, of a scientific congress even. Science in itself is not authority, but influence, the constant association of facts with reason, not to command, but to prove. Free thought, furthermore, is a result. It is an intellectual attitude. It is agnosticism, as the term is scientifically understood, and also secularism. As all experience is finite, so all knowledge is finite and relative. The infinite, the absolute, are negations of thought, not thought itself. Free thought rejects intuitions, revelations, and high-sounding words which have no meaning. It rejects God and immortality as entirely outside of attainable truth. Free thought confesses the limitations of the human mind. To go outside of those limits is to become the slave of imperious desire. We are not free when we think in obedience to an emotion. We are free only when we stick to facts. It is folly to assert that free thought means that we can believe as we are a mind to. We can believe only according to evidence. It is not slavery to conform to reality, but it is slavery to believe a lie merely because it is attractive. Free thought is not an intellectual result only, but a practical result. It is the application of truth. It is a selection of facts and a rearrangement of facts. It is the conquest of nature. It is human happiness and human improvement by law and not by caprice. With free thought there is no such thing as chance. It takes nothing on trust. It is open-eyed and always on the lookout. It believes in work and is therefore an industrial power. It is action. It is forethought, skill, and invention. It is not only the illuminated brain, but the deft hand. Free thought is also liberty, equality, and fraternity in the domain of politics. These are not assumptions, but verities. As free thought recognizes the unity of existence, it must also recognize the equality of rights. If the king on the throne has any rights at all, the peasant in the hut has exactly the same rights. This is not a glittering generality, but a scientific induction, for rights are not a condition dependent on circumstance and therefore variable, but a quality of life itself. The moment there is an individual, there are rights. As the moment there is form, there is relation. As well talk of form without relation as to talk of an individual without rights. Annihilation is preferable to a personality without liberty and equality. The doctrine of human rights has been of slow growth. It was scarcely recognized in ancient times. It is the result of many experiences, many conflicts, and many evolutions. It has gradually come to the front. It is the chief glory of modern times. Its greatest luster has shone since the birth of our republic. In the days of Columbus it was remote, almost as the islands of the South Pacific. Modern science affirms fraternity, not as a sentiment, but as a fact. This is an immense gain upon the Christian theory. We do not inculcate fraternity as a feeling merely, but we recognize it as a part of human knowledge. The race is actually one. The same life is in it in every age, in every clime. There are no chasms in universal existence, no duality, but unity. When, therefore, I use the word free thought, I use it in the most comprehensive sense as an intellectual, moral, industrial, political, and social power. I mean scientific freedom, not a mere capricious freedom. I mean a freedom devoted to high ends. I mean doubt for the truth's sake. I mean facts correlated into a vast and splendid system of noble philosophy. I mean liberty, whose expression is law, whose spirit is universal equality and universal brotherhood. It is this large sense I would picture the triumphs of free thought for the last 400 years. In philosophy, in science, in literature, in education, and in government. I cannot minutely detail the progress of humanity throughout these vast domains of activity. It is a mighty maze, and volumes would be required to elucidate every current of thought. I can only touch upon the main features. I can only ascend a few mountain heights, and from there record the extensive prospects. In passing through a vast country, we cannot look upon every scene. We cannot wander through every grove, or by every shining rivulet. Many a hill and dale must be neglected. We must hurry on, and from sublime eminences here and there behold the limitless expanse, and connect the whole by these radiant glimpses. Or, like the World's Fair, day after day we might haunt its treasured halls, and if we noted every beautiful exhibit, it would take years to exhaust the marvelous display. We must take a few central points of observation, and from these witness what we can of its multitudinous scenes. So must we study the 400 years of free thought by the representative geniuses, the lofty minds that in themselves contain and express supreme tendencies. I shall try and interpret history by personalities rather than by events, for it is in personalities that we see the heights and depths of human life, that we witness the trend of civilization. I am not giving the daily history of man, but the record of his highest moments, of his transcendent altitudes, whence flow the 1,000 common streams of human advancement. Many a philosopher, poet, hero, martyr, discoverer, and inventor I shall not mention, because, however shining and immortal their work, there is some superior mind who is the one grand interpreter of themselves and the age in which they live. I shall not follow a strictly chronological course, for, entering upon some great domain of the world's progress, I must outline its history for centuries, to the neglect for the time being of other parallel and equally important departments of man's growth. Theologians, in endeavoring to reconcile Moses with geology, declare that in regard to creation's dawn and its wonderful events, he did not receive a verbally inspired account of the exact process, but that the phantasmagoria of those primeval occurrences passed before his mind's eye, and he relates things not with objective accuracy, but as they subjectively appeared to him in his entranced state. He describes great pictures of the world beginnings as they roll upon his imagination. He is therefore right in his record from his position. What actually occurred would appear to him as he wrote it. But if his position had been changed, and he had been actually present at the creative period, his delineations would have been more scientifically correct. However true this supposition may be about Moses, it exactly illustrates the method of my history of free thought. I shall not write it as if I were present at the unfolding of each event, so that I could photograph it and reproduce it exactly, but standing at the end of the centuries on the gleaming heights of the World's Fair, these snowy Alps, not cold, but warm and effulgent as the golden bosom of the valleys where harvests shine, from these ample scenes and this central brightness, I look back upon the morning and the shadows of the night, and paint the pictures as they pass before my mental vision, as Moses might have painted the panorama of creation. The misfortune of the theologians is that Moses failed to record his method, and it was not discovered until 3,500 years after his death, and as a consequence many glorious intellects have suffered martyrdom who otherwise might have been honored and rewarded by the Church. I take warning from the tragedy of the mistakes of Moses, and state my method and ask for criticisms on that basis. I propose to give a pictorial representation rather than a narrative, interpretations and not reports. Somebody playfully and yet keenly remarked of Macaulay's history that it was indeed his story. This might be true and not altogether destroy the worth of Macaulay's labors, for a man's thoughts about history are sometimes as valuable as history itself, for truth may be in the thoughts as well as in the events themselves. End of Chapter 1, Introduction. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in August 2023.
Chapter 2 of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 2. The Three Voyages. Columbus, Vasco da Gama, and Magellan. Everybody knows the history of Columbus, that he set sail from Palos with 3 small ships, etc. But what was the influence of that bold, adventurous, successful, and pathetic life upon man's advancement? It was a fateful moment when Columbus placed foot upon the soil of the New World. Not even he could imagine the wonder that would be, the magnificence of the future, whose golden doors he was opening to eager millions. Think of the broad continent that lay before him, glittering in the setting sun. Think of the amazing riches of that unknown land, stretching for 1,000 leagues from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Gold and silver were there in the heart of the mighty mountains. Virgin soil was there ribboned with many a shining stream. Vast lakes were there, blue as the sea itself, and boundless to the vision. Mile-wide rivers flowed from northern zones to tropic splendors. Untrodden prairies spread in flowery billows over spaces more expanded than Europe itself. Gigantic forests, whose secrets it has taken centuries to unfold, extended in verdant gloom their stately ranks. Innumerable hills and valleys were waiting to bloom and harvest. Rich with the records of an illimitable past, 1,000 heights fling challenge to man's daring step. Here are buried civilizations, and civilizations still living, and beautiful as the civilizations of the white invader's own home, and over which shall now fall the black pall of slavery and death. A whole race roaming over the happy hunting grounds is doomed to destruction. Freighted with desolation and glory was the landing of Columbus. 15 millions of human beings perished beneath the cross that waved in his silken banner, and even though liberty on this soil was to win its most dazzling triumphs, the church which he represented with drawn sword, darkening to a terrible tyranny, was now to be strengthened by the acquisition of millions of adherents and uncounted wealth. It was to own the fairest portions of this new world. Vastness and grandeur of physical scenery, a wide and universal theater on which to act, conduces to freedom of thought, and in this respect America has added to man's hopes and progress. But superstition wins as well as freedom. The vastness and grandeur that inspire the lofty mind subdue and crush the weaker. The very amplitude of action in a new world prevents fineness of art, delicacy of genius, depth of insight, and nicety of achievement. These things must grow, they must be the result of age. The most superb of physical environments must be associated with centuries of national life before it can produce the most perfect flower. Action is apt to banish thought. I have met with thousands of shrewd businessmen who are still the slaves of the church. They have not time for reflection. I have noticed that amidst the grandest forms of nature, there is oftentimes the greatest mental weakness and cowardice. I have struck miners, bold, resolute, adventurous, who obeyed the priest. It does not always follow that sublimity of natural aspect or opportunity for action conduce to liberty or intellectual power. As a matter of fact, in America today, there is more petty interference with personal liberty than in almost any other portion of the civilized globe. And this is because Americans are so taken up with the vastness of outward affairs that they will not concern themselves with fine yet all-important intellectual and moral distinctions. It does not happen because we are on a big continent and have immense physical vitality, that therefore we are doing and thinking the best things. We are not, and the very greatness of our physical opportunities does prevent intellectual acumen. Not until Americans are crowded together and material advantages are lessened, and there is not so much chance for muscle, and one must stop and think before he acts, will there be in our country the greatest poetry, the greatest philosophy, and the greatest art. There is such a thing as having too much room. To make the best of a little is of surpassing educational value. In compact Greece was produced the brightest civilization of ancient times. The vast countries never did give the world a genius. What did imperial Rome contribute to universal literature, compared to what one of its little provinces, Germany, France, Britain, has contributed? And would Rome, if she had retained her enormous dominion, have rivaled the glories of modern civilization, which seem to be the result of concentration rather than of expansion? It is not extent of territory that gives the only or greatest element of man's progress. It has its dangers as well as its opportunities. The tyrant avails himself of the unlimited chances, and the very immensity of the continent gives him advantages that he would not otherwise possess. The Roman Church is acquiring more power in America than in any other country. The Vatican, paling before the luster of Bruno's statue at Rome, is enthroned in the metropolis of the New World. Universal suffrage, greater than any king, is becoming the ally of this rapacious despotism. But Rome is not the only tyranny that flourishes in this republic through its very vastness. Upon our soil today we will find ignorance as dense as that of Africa, persecution as bitter as that of Siberia, and superstition as rank as that of the South Sea Islands. And it is the abundance of territory that makes these things possible. If all our millions were crammed into 1/10 the space they now occupy, ignorance and superstition and tyranny would vastly decrease. Extent of territory is a blessing so far as the bread and butter question is concerned, but this very facility of acquiring a living diminishes thought. And while populations are so widely scattered, so little in contact, and ever moving, it is impossible to reach the highest point of human genius and excellence. Therefore, while Columbus opened a new world to freedom, he also opened a new world to tyranny, and it may be that the greatest and bloodiest conflict of all time will yet take place upon this continent, even as the greatest civil war has already taken place, which would not have occurred but for the immense area over which our population extended. If the people had been in closer contact, the sword would not have been necessary. The magnitude, therefore, of the discovery of Columbus makes it an uncertain benefit to the human race. Organized ignorance and superstition entered upon its conquest in opposition to freedom, which as yet, in 1492, scarcely recognized its powers. Justice, for the time being, was completely overthrown. The discovery of Columbus was followed by destruction and cruelty unparalleled in the history of the world. Slavery, the most pitiless, flung its black shadow over these fair regions. Bloody wars annihilated a happy people. The cross which Columbus bore, and in whose name he took possession of this continent, gilded the blackest flag of piracy and murder that ever cursed humanity. Says Draper, those who died not under the lash in a tropical sun died in the darkness of the mine, from sequestered sandbanks where the red flamingo fishes in the gray of morning, from fever-stricken mangrove thickets and the gloom of impenetrable forests, from hiding places in the clefts of rocks and the solitude of invisible caves, from the eternal snows of the Andes, where there was no witness but the all-seeing sun, there went up a cry of human despair. By millions and millions, whole nations and races were remorselessly cut off. From Mexico and Peru, a civilization that might have instructed Europe was crushed out. Columbus was no freethinker. He was a true child of the Church, though he struck one of the keenest blows at the authority of the Church ever inflicted by any skeptic. He gave almost undeniable proof that the earth was not flat, as it was declared to be by the standard theology of the Church. For centuries the dark and passionate spirit of Augustine had ruled the theologians. On the question of the Antipodes, this great man had declared, "It is impossible there should be inhabitants on the opposite side of the earth, since no such race is recorded by Scripture among the descendants of Adam." This unanswerable argument was also made against the sphericity of the earth, that in the day of judgment men on the other side of the globe could not see the Lord descending through the air. Columbus demolished a cardinal doctrine when he stepped upon these shores. It was not so much the discovery of America as what the discovery declared as to the form of the earth that gave such immense significance to the voyage of Columbus. His persistent courage compelled the recognition of a new truth. Every wind that wafted him westward rolled back the clouds of a dark theology. If Columbus was not a heretic in thought, he was certainly a heretic in action. He could not have done a greater service for free thought. Devout Catholic as he was, his banners were the brightest signals in the broadening dawn of science. It certainly must have taken a man of superior genius to plunge into the unknown waste of waters, not only against night and storm, but the almost universal tradition of the Church, to which he gave allegiance. I wonder sometimes if in the lone watches beneath the stars, straining his eyes to the westward to discover some sign of land after days of hope deferred, the words of the Christian Father Lactantius did not come to his mind and almost make him repent of his audacity. Is it possible, says this voice of the Church, that men can be so absurd as to believe that the crops and the trees on the other side of the earth hang downward, and that men have their feet higher than their heads? I am really at a loss what to say of those who, when they have once gone wrong, steadily persevere in their folly. Nevertheless, Columbus did persevere, and he did discover trees that hang downward, and men with feet higher than their heads, and in so doing he set reason above faith and toppled over theology. And although the same ecclesiastical authorities declared that if the earth were round, its rotundity would present a kind of mountain up which it was impossible for him to sail, even with the fairest wind, and so he could never come back, yet Columbus did come back, not only revealing America, but the possibility of the vast earth, with its continents and seas and peoples swinging through the immensities of space. It was no longer flat, a quadrangular plain, enclosed by mountains on which rests the crystalline dome of the sky. Though confuted by the Pentateuch, the Psalms, the prophecies, the Gospels, the epistles, and the writings of the Fathers, St. Chrysostom, St. Augustine, St. Jerome, St. Gregory, St. Basil, and St. Ambrose, the sturdy sailor knocked over the proudest superstructure of the religion which he himself professed. I wonder if Columbus was at heart a freethinker. Perhaps he belonged to that wise company of which Disraeli relates, men of sense have but one religion. What is that, is the inquiry. Men of sense never tell. The Church, however, as the final arbitress of all scientific questions, had committed itself against the globular form of the earth. Rome the infallible never retracts anything, never recedes, unless absolutely compelled to by overwhelming evidence. And even the voyage of Columbus was not sufficient to convince the theologian of the error of the ancient geography, constructed out of the texts of the Bible. Possibly the world might still be flat, only of larger extent than hitherto supposed. The 4 pillars might still be at the 4 corners of the earth. Columbus did not settle the question beyond the possibility of dispute. Other voyages must be made over still unknown seas. Columbus failed in his attempt to reach India by sailing to the west. Vasco da Gama succeeded by sailing to the south. He doubled the Cape of Good Hope and retraced the track of the ships of Pharaoh Necho, which had accomplished the same undertaking 2,000 years ago. He set sail July 9, 1497. On May 19, 1498, he reached Calicut on the Malabar coast. The consequences of this voyage were to the last degree important. The commercial arrangements of Europe were completely dislocated. The front of Europe was changed. Britain was put in the van of the new movement. And now, in consequence of the rivalry between Spain and Portugal, the greatest voyage of all time was undertaken. August 10, 1519, Magellan sailed from Seville. He struck boldly for the southwest. He lost sight of the North Star, but held courageously on. A mutiny broke out. One ship deserted and stole back to Spain. His perseverance and resolution were at last rewarded by the discovery of the strait, named by him San Vittoria, in honor of his ship, but named ever after Strait of Magellan. November 20th, 1520, he issued from its western portals into the great South Sea. Admiring its illimitable and placid surface, he gave it the name Pacific Ocean. Having burst through this barrier, he steered for the northwest. For 3 months and 20 days he never saw inhabited land. He was compelled by famine to eat the sweepings of the ship. Yet he resolutely held on his course, though his men were dying daily. He estimated that he sailed over this unfathomable sea not less than 12,000 miles. In the whole history of human undertakings, says Draper, there is nothing that exceeds, if there is anything that equals, this voyage of Magellan's. That of Columbus's dwindles away. But though the Church hath evermore, from Holy Writ, affirmed that the earth should be a widespread plain, bordered by waters, yet he comforted himself when he considered that in the eclipses of the moon the shadow cast of the earth is round, and as is the shadow, such in like manner is the substance. It was a stout heart, a heart of triple brass, which could thus, against such authority, extract unyielding faith from a shadow. Magellan reached the Ladrones. He thus grandly accomplished his object. But it was not given him to complete the circumnavigation of the globe. At an island called Zebu he was killed. The general, his men said, was a very brave man, and received his death wound in his front. Magellan's lieutenant, Sebastian del Cano, directed his course to the Cape of Good Hope, encountering the most fearful hardships. He doubled the cape, and on September 7th, 1522, in the port of St. Luca, near Seville, the good ship San Vittoria came safely to anchor. She had accomplished the greatest achievement in the history of the human race. She had circumnavigated the globe. Doubly immortal and thrice happy is Magellan, says the historian, for he impressed his name indelibly on the earth and the sky, on the strait that connects the two great oceans, and on those clouds of starry worlds seen in the southern heavens. He also imposed a designation on the largest portion of the globe. It was now altogether useless for the Church to bring forward the authority of Holy Writ that the earth was flat. It remained only to permit the dispute to pass into oblivion. But this could not be done without discovering the fact that science was beginning to display a vast advantage over Bible theology, and unmistakable tokens that ere long she would destroy her tyrannical antagonist. End of Chapter 2. The Three Voyages, Columbus, Vasco da Gama, and Magellan. Chapter 3 of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 3. Before Columbus. Draper places these three great voyages as immediately preceding the Age of Reason in Europe. They were the destroyers of ancient faith. They were the illuminators of the morning. Before the time of Columbus were the Dark Ages, but they were not altogether the Dark Ages, and anterior to the discovery of America, there were wonderful streaks of light in those obscure times. Let us try and understand the condition. Christianity, as it ruled the world in the time of Constantine, was indeed a blasting power. It was the greatest curse that ever came upon humanity. It destroyed life, it destroyed science, it destroyed civilization. The murder of Hypatia was the logical result both of the teachings of Jesus and St. Paul. He who preaches any other gospel, let him be accursed. Those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither, and slay them before me. In its inception and progress, Christianity is the most cruel religion that has ever blackened the pages of history. In the pathetic death of Hypatia, we behold its immortal infamy. The fate of Hypatia was a warning to all who would cultivate knowledge. Henceforth there was to be no freedom of human thought if Christianity prevailed. In the 6th century Mohammed appeared, more wonderful and more successful than Jesus himself, for today he is the religious guide of 1/3 of the human race. Mohammed overthrew and absolutely annihilated the old idolatry. The essential dogma of the new faith, there is but one God, spread without any adulteration. The doctrine of the unity of God is ever an advance upon the doctrine of the Trinity of God. It is a step toward the destruction of God. In fact, as Bishop Huntington shows, the Trinitarian philosophy is absolutely necessary to the permanency of the God idea, for only a triune God is of any possible service to humanity, or is comprehensible by humanity. The doctrine of the Trinity is not to satisfy the head, but the heart. Cold as it seems to be, it is the outcome of a passionate religious sentiment, which desires to make God real, tangible, and accessible, which he cannot be under the bare idea of unity. The doctrine of the unity of God logically tends to pantheism, as it did in the philosophy of Averroes, and pantheism eventually becomes atheism. Both in philosophy and science, Mohammedanism surpassed the Christianity of the Middle Ages. Whately views it as a corruption of Christianity. It is rather a reformation, and superior in many respects to Luther's Reformation. The triumph of the Saracen army was marvelous. Jerusalem, Alexandria, Carthage fell before its victorious colors. Mohammedanism dominated from the Altai Mountains to the Atlantic Ocean, and from the center of Asia to the western verge of Africa. Of its advance in Europe, Gibbon says, "A victorious line of march had been prolonged above 1,000 miles, from the Rock of Gibraltar to the banks of the Loire. A repetition of an equal space would have carried the Saracens to the confines of Poland and the highlands of Scotland." The most powerful religious empire that the world had ever seen thus suddenly came into existence. It surpassed in extent the dominions of imperial Rome. Christianity found its safeguard not in the sword of Charles Martel or in the prayers of the Pope, but in the quarrels of the Amiades, the Fatimites, and the Abbasides. The Nestorians, who were the ancient Unitarians, and the Jews exerted great influence in the development of Mohammedanism. The fanaticism of the Saracens abated. Their manners became polished, their thoughts elevated. They abandoned the fallacies of vulgar Mohammedanism, and accepted in their stead scientific truth. Al-Manun, on the shores of the Red Sea, in the plains of Shinar, established the truth of the sphericity of the earth. Translations of Greek philosophical authors were made into Arabic. Schools of medicine and law were established. Great libraries were collected. It was the boast of the Saracens that they produced more poets than all other nations combined. They perceived that science can never be advanced by mere speculation, but only by the practical interrogation of nature. The characteristics of their method are observation and experiment. They were the originators of chemistry and the inventors of algebra, and adopted the Indian enumeration in arithmetic. The 1001 Arabian Nights entertainment bears testimony to the creative fancy of the Saracens. Besides these, there were works on history, jurisprudence, politics, and philosophy. They taught Europe the game of chess. The empire was dotted all over with colleges. The modern philosophy of evolution was taught. The beautiful doctrines of Averroes prevailed, and even invaded Christendom. Doctrines which affirmed the indestructibility of matter and force, and that the spirit of man was an emanation of the universal intellect. However, before the time of Columbus, the brilliancy of Arabian scholarship had declined. Science and philosophy were retarded, and orthodox theology began to reign. The religion of Mohammed returned to the old anthropomorphic conception of God, and of heaven as a mansion of carnal pleasures. Mohammedanism was a tremendous agitator and wide enlightenment, but it did not usher in the age of reason, though for a time it flamed with the colors of free thought. Averroes, in his old age, 1198, was expelled from Spain and declared a traitor to religion. Other philosophers were put to death, and the consequence was that Islam, like Europe, was full of hypocrites. In 1243 the Inquisition was introduced. Its first duty was that of dealing with the Jews. Under the Saracen rule, the Jews were treated with the utmost consideration. They became distinguished for wealth and learning. Their mercantile interests led them to travel all over the world. They were the physicians and bankers of Europe. They were proficient in mathematics and astronomy. They were the cause of the voyage of Gama. The orthodox clergy excited popular prejudice against them. A bull was issued in 1478 for the suppression of heresy. In 1481, 2,000 victims were burnt at Andalusia. 17,000 were fined or imprisoned. Torture was relied upon for conviction. The families of the condemned were plunged into irretrievable ruin. Torquemada destroyed Hebrew Bibles wherever he could find them, and burnt 6,000 volumes of Oriental literature. Then came the banishment of the Jews. March 30th, 1492, about 6 months before the voyage of Columbus, the Edict of Expulsion was signed. All unbaptized Jews were ordered to leave Spain by the end of the following July. If they revisited the realm, they would suffer death. The Spanish clergy occupied themselves by preaching in the public squares sermons filled with denunciations against their victims, who swarmed the roads and filled the air with cries of despair. Even the onlookers wept at the scene of agony, and this was in the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella. The edict against the Jews was soon followed by one against the Moors. In 1502, all unbaptized Moors in the kingdoms of Castile and Leon were ordered to leave the country by the end of April. They were forbidden to emigrate to the Mohammedan dominions. Such was the fiendish intolerance of the Spanish government. No faith was kept with the victims. After a residence of 8 centuries, they were driven from the land. These instances show what a black night of bigotry and tyranny was over the world in the days of Columbus, and yet there were bright and beautiful signs of the coming age. Roger Bacon was born in England in 1214, and was one of the greatest geniuses of his age, or of any age. He was familiar with Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and Arabic. Of mathematics he truly says, "It is the first of all the sciences. It precedes all others, and disposes us to them." He affirmed the principles of inductive philosophy. In him, as Hallam says, were many prophetic gleams of the future course of science. His life was one of the most pathetic and sublime ever lived upon this planet. He struggled against tremendous odds. He was in an age of ignorance, and his glorious discoveries were little regarded. He was hundreds of years in advance of his times. How significant was his famous expression, "The ignorant mind cannot sustain the truth." In his letter to Pope Clement he wrote, "It is on account of the ignorance of those by whom I am surrounded that I cannot accomplish more." After a life of noble devotion to knowledge, he was rewarded in old age with 10 years' imprisonment, and when he died, he uttered the melancholy complaint, "I repent now that I have given myself so much trouble for the love of science." Of him it might be more fitly sung than of Milton, "Thy soul was like a star, and dwelt apart." His lofty genius, indeed, shone in isolated grandeur, blazing with a light that it took centuries to appreciate. Brave, glorious old man, the brightest star upon the forehead of that dawn, which opened to a boundless day, thou shouldst have lived to enjoy the fruits of thy desolate toil. To-day thou wouldst have worn the crown. Too late for thy bruised and martyred spirit hath star-eyed science poured its glory upon man's path. But thou shalt not be forgotten, though centuries pass before the flowers bloom on thy unlaureled grave. The regeneration of Italy began with the exile of the popes to Avignon, 1309. Dante sang his song in that century, and had the courage to put some of the popes in hell, and damn them with melodious verse. The illustrious Petrarch, 1304 to 1374, not only poured forth his own passionate music, but endeavored to make his countrymen appreciate Homer. According to his own confession, the number who read Homer at that time did not exceed 10. Boccaccio, 1313 to 1375, joined in the same effort. He did more, however, by his own immortal productions, which will be a part of universal literature as long as the world stands. Shelley writes of Boccaccio, "How much do I admire Boccaccio! What descriptions of nature are there in his little introductions to every new day! Boccaccio seems to me to have possessed a deep sense of the fair ideal of human life. He often expresses things lightly, too, which have serious meanings of a very beautiful kind. His is the opposite of the Christian, stoical, ready-made, and worldly system of morals." This is the tribute of one Freethought poet to another across the centuries. In Petrarch and Boccaccio we see much sweetness and light, notwithstanding the darkness of their surroundings and the hideous theology that ruined the world. It is in literature that we see the life of a people, rather than in any series of events, however imposing. And the tales of Boccaccio, so graceful, so fanciful, so agreeable even to the imagination and culture of today, and sparkling with the effluence of the breaking free thought of his own time, demonstrate that the spiritual bonds of Rome did not very strictly enclose the wit and genius of man, that there was a vast undercurrent of intelligence sweeping far beyond the doctrines of orthodoxy. The tender and solemn enthusiasm, as Shelley calls it, of Petrarch, the great representative of Italian humanism, ranks him also among the skeptics of the Renaissance, using the word skeptic in its philosophical meaning to denote thinkers of an analytic mind, who search for truth constantly, and are opposed to dogmatism. Dante was also among the skeptics, in spite of his cruel Christianity, which is an indelible blot upon his otherwise magnificent poem, the greatest of Italian literature, and the most musical epic ever poured forth from the brain of man. In writing his poem in the exquisite Italian language, the great Dante revolted against the supremacy of the Church, for, as Draper points out, the universal use of the Latin tongue was necessary to the absolute dominion of Rome. So long as this was the sole language of the educated classes, the Church possessed an inestimable advantage. The growth of modern languages, the Italian, German, French, and English especially, with their wealth of native literature, has not only been a vast civilizing and free-thought agency, but an enduring and insuperable obstacle to the unity of the Church and its universal sway. Language is a most powerful instrumentality either for progress or retrogression, and the establishment of the Latin language as the one language of learning and literature did more perhaps than anything else to make Rome supreme. Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio, by their ennoblement of their native speech, were the forerunners of the new Italy of today. Another indication of the ocean currents of the human mind was the extraordinary popularity of a work ascribed to Thomas à Kempis, Imitation of Christ. It is said to have had more readers than any other book except the Bible. Its essential intention was to enable the pious to cultivate devotional feeling without the intervention of the clergy. As Draper says, such a work written at the present day would find an apt and popular title in Every Man His Own Priest. The celebrity of the book displays a profound distrust of the ecclesiastics, both in morals and in intellect. This book was a favorite of George Eliot, one of the greatest free-thought writers of this age, and therefore there must be something in it of permanent value to one religiously inclined, as George Eliot undoubtedly was, but whose vigorous and untrammeled genius would accept only the best of human thought. In a sense, The Imitation of Christ was a revolutionary book, in that it cultivated self-reliance in religion instead of dependence upon a priesthood. In The Imitation of Christ we find the breath of the Reformation. Thomas à Kempis was the John the Baptist of Luther. But the two greatest free-thought forces anterior to Columbus was the restoration of Greek to Italy, 1395, and the invention of printing, 1440. Greek genius worked wonders in religion, in philosophy, in literature. Think of these mighty treasures of the incomparable past poured upon a people who had already been stirred by the songs of Dante, of Petrarch, and Boccaccio, who had imbibed the sublime and beautiful ideas of Averroes, and now discovered their fountainhead. Gibbon, in one of his most splendid passages, thus describes the Greek tongue. In their lowest depths of servitude and depression, the subjects of the Byzantine throne were still possessed of a golden key that could unlock the treasures of antiquity, of a musical and prolific language that gives a soul to the objects of sense, and a body to the abstractions of philosophy. Coleridge also, with exquisite eloquence, says, "Greek, the shrine of the genius of the old world, as universal as our race, as individual as ourselves, of infinite flexibility, of indefatigable strength, with the complication and the distinctness of nature herself, to which nothing was vulgar, from which nothing was excluded. Speaking to the ear like Italian, speaking to the mind like English, with words like pictures, with words like the gossamer film of the summer. At once the variety and picturesqueness of Homer, the gloom and intensity of Aeschylus, not compressed to the closest by Thucydides, not fathomed to the bottom by Plato, not sounding with all its thunder, nor lit up with all its ardors, even under the Promethean touch of Demosthenes. There never was, there never will be, anything like the Greek world of thought again. It shines with peculiar and immortal loveliness, the child of the sweetest clime that ever invigorated and expanded the genius of man. But not only the Greek thought, but the Greek language, is unequaled in its varied and marvelous potency, and so long as civilization endures, it will be one of the noblest educators of human speech. And the Church dreaded this illustrious innovator, more ancient in its glory than its own hoary creeds, a living power before Rome was born. No wonder that its influence upon men's minds was a terror to the priest. With a quick and jealous suspicion, he learned to detect a heretic, from his knowledge of Greek, and of Hebrew too, for the study at that time of Hebrew assailed the foundations of the Church's faith. The discovery of America was not so great a boon to the race as the discovery of intellectual Greece. The one was the revelation of physical grandeur and boundless material opportunity, the other of the sublimity of the mind, the splendor of art, of poetry, the beauty and the grace that must ever inspire humanity to its greatest deeds. But mightier than Greek genius or the voyages of Columbus, de Gama, and Magellan was the art of printing, without which the civilization of today would be impossible. Society in its highest state depends upon its means of communication and records of the past. Without memory, it is impossible to know or to advance. With memory is the first step of progress. Printing has increased 1,000-fold the memory of man, and so his possibilities of improvement. For one thing, it has made insignificant the pulpit, which was once the sole means of communication with the people, and which thundered its anathemas, from which there was no appeal. The newspaper now is far more potent than the pulpit, and will not enslave the race, for from its very nature it must ever be the battlefield of opinions. The monopoly of the Church was destroyed by the press. But the printing press would be of little value without paper. It would be like a chained giant. There were methods of printing in Rome, Babylon, and Egypt, but no paper. Books could not be multiplied. Fortunately, with the modern printing press came the manufacture of paper in illimitable quantities, and the first manufacture of paper in Europe was by the Moors, and the art of printing came from China. So it seems that modern civilization is indebted to the disciples of Confucius and Mahomet for its most fruitful instruments, the press and paper, as also the mariner's compass and gunpowder. What honor is there for Christianity? It is interesting to notice the activity of the press at the close of the 15th century. In all Europe, between 1470 and 1500, more than 10,000 editions of books and pamphlets were printed, a majority in Italy. In Venice there were 2,835, in Rome 925, in Paris 751, and in London only 130, at Oxford 7, and St. Albans 4. As late as 1550, but 7 works had been printed in Scotland, and among them not a single classic. Italy was nearly as far advanced in 1400 as England was in 1500, says Draper. I have thus endeavored to give some idea of the state of the world at the time of Columbus. It was by no means a stagnant world. It was a world of energy, of which Columbus, de Gama, and Magellan are brilliant representatives. For centuries in the Dark Ages, amidst the glooms of theology, the awful tyrannies of the Church, the dense ignorance of the masses, the immorality of the clergy, and their hatred and terror of Greek and science, still were there mighty intellectual movements. The great Mohammedan empire sprang up, and temporarily allied itself with learning, philosophy, and science, and its vast pathway was adorned with the light of poetry, of romance, of glorious discovery and invention, though now the fiat of orthodoxy was upon it. Dante and Petrarch had sung. Boccaccio had made the shadow of death sunny with his immortal fancies. The radiant oriental philosophy of Averroes had invaded even the courts of Rome. The ancient treasures of Greece were filling the world with unexpected light, and the art of printing had scattered millions of books from Italy to England. End of Chapter 3. Before Columbus.
Chapter 4 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. Astronomy. After the three great voyages of Columbus, de Gama, and Magellan, with their immense results, changing the whole face of human history, came the still vaster voyages of the mind of man through the infinite heavens. The earth was round. Still, it might be stationary in the center of the universe. But a more amazing discovery was yet to be made. The ponderous earth itself was to be let loose, and flying swifter than the ships of Columbus, travel space around the distant sun, and the sun itself, with its retinue of planets, was launched forth upon an endless journey. It was a staggering blow to the Church, and no wonder it took centuries for the infallible Pope to accommodate himself to this stupendous discovery. What an enormous battlefield was now opening upon the range of man for the conflict between intellect and superstition. Not simply the solar system itself, but vast spaces wherein millions of orbs, millions of times larger than the earth itself, were sweeping with illimitable splendors. Slowly and timidly began the battle in behalf of the heliocentric theory. It was a daring speculation, a tremendous and fearful blow against the authority of the Church, to be most bitterly resented. No wonder that Copernicus waited 36 years before he dared to give his discovery to the world. No wonder that he waited until his dying hour before publishing his heretical book that was to change the face of the heavens and give the lie to all the teachings of the Christian fathers. Copernicus died in 1543. On the day of his death, a few hours before he expired, a copy of his book was placed in his hands. He touched it and seemed conscious of what it was, and then relapsed into a state of insensibility and passed away. He could only thus be safe from the hands of the Christian Church, for publishing the greatest truth yet made known to mankind, namely, that the earth was not stationary, but was moving around the sun and whirling upon its axis. The doctrine of Copernicus was taken up by the indomitable Bruno, and urged with extraordinary force upon the attention of Europe. Bruno was born in 1548 and died 1600, a martyr to science. Bruno was an enthusiast, a fiery spirit, marvelously gifted with a vast imagination, and his work on the plurality of worlds was a most startling production. How insignificant it made the earth appear, how insignificant the Church, with its pompous ceremonies, its popes and its cardinals, its scheme of redemption, its mother of God, St. Peter, and the cross. No wonder that bigotry uttered a cry of horror and crushed the knight-errant of philosophy, who found no refuge anywhere in the civilized world. He was tried, excommunicated, and delivered over to the secular authorities to be punished as mercifully as possible and without the shedding of blood, the indomitable formula for burning a man alive. With prophetic truth he nobly responded when the sentence was passed upon him. "Perhaps it is with greater fear that ye pass this sentence upon me than I receive it." His illustrious monument now confronts the Vatican at Rome. The solemn pathos of his death scene is eloquently commemorated by a Freethought poet of America. In the smiling land where the Tiber flows, on its winding way from the mountains down, the sun of a far-off day arose, on a seven-hilled city of past renown. It shone on pillar and tower and arch, on church and temple and statue fair, on a mob of black-robed priests who march to a chosen spot in a public square. It sees the man they have brought and bound, it sees them driving the martyr's stake, and while they are piling the faggots round, their curses and maledictions break. We look, and the cowled and howling crowd of Roman ruffians and Romish priests scowl dark on their victim, angry-browed, with the brutal passions of savage beasts. No friend is present to take his part. nor venture the protest of groan or sob, save that some woman of tender heart weeps low at the outskirts of the mob. The hands of assassins have lit the fire, but the martyr, erect, unawed, unbowed, looks out from the smoke of his funeral pyre, serene as the stars look through a cloud. The deed is done, and the crowds disperse, and Bruno the noble once more is free. For the waves of the Tiber, a sombre hearse, flow down with his ashes toward the sea. Ah, this was Rome when the Church had power, and owned the soil that the patriot trod. This was the bloom of the papal flower. Yea, this was Italy under God. But the sun shines still, round goes the world, and another era has dawned on Rome. The vicar of Christ from the throne is hurled, and the land of the popes is the free man's home. On the spot where Bruno died that day, a marble statue confronts the eye, while the priests in their cloister curse or pray, and bemoan the worth of a time gone by. And Italy's sun, while the Tiber flows, will guard that statue from break or fall, and Bruno's lovers shall fame disclose, as the noblest Romans among them all. Ah, this is Italy, free at last, from the curse of the sacerdotal clan, undoing the crimes of a brutal past. Lo, this is Italy under man. George E. MacDonald. Less than a decade after his death, a great and fortunate event occurred, which, by increasing the vision of man, destroyed the last hopes of the ecclesiastical party. This was the invention of the telescope, by Lippershey, a Dutchman, in 1608. Galileo, hearing of the circumstance in the following year, invented a form for himself. He applied it to celestial objects. On turning it to the moon, he found that she had mountains and valleys like those of the earth. He discovered innumerable fixed stars, hitherto unseen by man, an insuperable objection to the fallacy that they were made to illuminate the earth by night. He discovered the phases of Venus, which indubitably established for her a motion around the sun, and removed one of the weightiest objections to the Copernican theory. In 1611 he wrote a letter for the purpose of showing that the Bible was not intended to be a scientific authority. He thus repeated Bruno's offense. He was summoned to Rome. His sentence was that he must renounce his heretical opinions and pledge himself that he would neither publish nor defend them for the future. He assented to the required recantation. The Inquisition then proceeded to denounce the new system of the universe as that false Pythagorean doctrine utterly contrary to the Holy Scriptures. This was in 1616. In 1632, the irrepressible spirit of Galileo burst forth again, and he ventured on the publication of his work, The System of the World, its object being to establish more fully the Copernican doctrine. He was again summoned before the Inquisition. He was put into solitary confinement, an old man in ill health. His trial completed, in penitential garment, he received judgment. He was made to fall upon his knees before the assembled cardinals, and with his hand on the Gospels, abjure his heresies. He was then committed to prison. After 5 years' confinement, he was permitted to remove to Florence for his health. His infirmities and misfortunes now increased. In 1637, he became totally blind. Shortly after, he became totally deaf. He died in 1642, a prisoner of the Inquisition. He was denied burial in consecrated ground. But the Church could not quench the immortal thought of Galileo, any more than it could stop the stars upon their courses. It could not make the earth to stand still and the sun to roll about it. It could not make 1 iota less the interminable spaces through which sparkled uncounted suns. The thumbscrew could not vie with the telescope. Suffering might make Galileo blind, but naught could close that mighty eye, increasing in brightness, until 200 million suns glittered in its enormous circuit. The sublime Kepler, with marvelous patience, with somewhat mystic insight, unfolded still further the harmonies and grandeurs of the solar system. The mind of Kepler seemed akin to the motions of the planets. He was a splendid guesser, but every guess was submitted to inexorable computations. He himself said, "I considered and reflected until I was almost mad." But he held on with philosophical determination to the grand idea that there must be some physical interconnection among the parts of the solar system. At length he hit upon the three great laws. He demonstrated them. It was an important step to the establishment of the doctrine of the government of all the world by law. In the movement of the planets around the sun, there was correlation and harmony. But what was the cause of these exquisite and beautiful mathematical movements? It would not do any longer to guess. There must be a slow and toilsome advance from the mechanics of the earth to the mechanics of the heavens. In the fall of a coin of golden feather were to be traced the mighty laws of the movements of remotest worlds. Leonardo da Vinci, born 1452, was one of the most radiantly gifted minds of his century. He was well acquainted with the earth's annual motion. He knew the law of friction. He described the camera obscura, the nature of colored shadows, the use of the iris. He occupied himself with the fall of bodies on the hypothesis of the earth's rotation. He treated of the times of descent along inclined planes and circular arcs, and foreshadowed one of the great discoveries of geology, the elevation of continents. Leonardo da Vinci is certainly the man whose genius has the best right to be called universal of any that ever lived. He was the most accomplished painter of his generation. He was sculptor, architect, musician, critic. He was mechanician, anatomist, botanist, physiologist, astronomer, chemist, geologist, and geographer. He set himself to perform tasks and solve problems too arduous and too manifold for the strength of any single life. With his labors, however, was the beginning of natural philosophy, and his name will always shine in the annals of scientific progress. He made possible the Principia of Newton. Along with Copernicus, Bruno, Galileo, Tycho Brahe, and Kepler, he helped to reveal the immensities of the starry regions and to place them under law. Galileo in 1638 states the true law of the uniformity and perpetuity of motion, the knowledge of which lies at the basis of physical astronomy. Through the labors of Torricelli and others, the principles of mechanics were solidly established, and everyone had become ready to admit that the motion of planetary bodies would find an explanation on these principles. But it wanted the mastermind to demonstrate the theory. In April 1686, the Principia of Newton was presented to the Royal Society. As a purely intellectual work, it is the greatest that has ever appeared in the world's history, and it probably will never be surpassed as an exhibition of the gigantic powers of the human mind. Newton not only laid the foundation of physical astronomy, but carried the structure very far toward its completion. He unfolded the theory of universal gravitation. Newton was led to his discovery by reflecting that at all altitudes gravity appears to be undiminished. Might not gravity extend to the moon? In his first calculations, Newton found that the moon is deflected from the tangent 13 feet every minute. But if the theory of gravitation were true, the deflection should be 15 feet. He put aside the subject for several years. At length, the new and more accurate measures, of a degree which affected the estimate of the magnitude of the earth and the distance of the sun, he repeated the calculations. As they drew to a close, he became so agitated that he desired a friend to finish them. It was demonstrated that the moon revolved around the earth by the force of terrestrial gravity, and that its orbit was elliptical, and so also must be the orbits of the planets around the sun, and the cause of Kepler's laws was thus made plain. Thus ended the greatest conflict in history between the Church and science. It had been most bitterly contested. The Church disputed every inch of ground. It imprisoned, it tortured, and it burned at the stake. The Ptolemaic system of astronomy was established in the 2nd century, and it maintained its ground for nearly 1,500 years. It was the Principia of Newton that destroyed it forever. That ancient system was necessary to the prestige of the Church. It would not do to declare the infinity of worlds. It would not do for the earth to be a mere speck of light in the midst of numberless constellations. It would not do to declare that law pervaded the universe, and that there was no room for any miracle. It would not do for the telescope to penetrate space until the sun itself was but a mist upon the boundless expanse, and no God, no heaven anywhere, not a scintilla of angel or golden throne. It was a tremendous conflict. Hoary ages and hoary superstition, the Pope with his thunders of excommunication, the Church with its everlasting hell, the dungeon and the faggot and the sword, the Inquisition with its awful horrors, all these were mustered against the rising glories of science. Copernicus died before he dared to blazon forth the truth he had, through laborious years, silently accumulated. Galileo bent the knee. Bruno imperiously perished in the flames. Yet the mind of man was unconquerable. It would not be chained. It would be free. It would scale the heavens. And how magnificent has been the result. What an elevation, what a splendor has been given to human life. Though the earth itself shrinks into insignificance, for man finds himself part of an infinite universe, of infinite power, of infinite light, of infinite law. There is no end. Night after night the amazing spectacle passes before his eyes. Night after night 1,000 telescopes sweep the glittering plains. Vast systems extend before the gaze, some in perfect order, some in the nebular glow of formation, and some in the throes of destruction. Stars, comets, asteroids, planets, suns, in inconceivable and measureless pomp, overwhelming imagination with suggestions of still grander spaces and vaster orbs. What a battleground this has been, and what an ennobling victory has been won. The flag of Freethought is gemmed with stars, and it floats from an impregnable height. End of Chapter 4, Astronomy.
Chapter 5 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Reformation. The Reformation, lurid and destructive, marks an epoch in human progress. It soon reached its culmination and ceased to be of any benefit. It was a furious protest backed by the sword and cruel persecutions of its own, but it was a stroke for liberty. Millions of men were struggling for their own rights, though careless of the rights of others. It is something, however, for one to have the courage to defend himself rather than to submit. The Reformation was as relentless as Rome in its own way, but still it was better, and also by its opposition made Rome better. I doubt if science could have so grandly won its way if the despotic unity of Rome had not been destroyed and its very existence involved in a life and death struggle for political power. Luther himself was opposed to science. He had no use for Copernicus. He said of this astronomer, "People gave ear to an upstart astrologer who strove to show that the earth revolves not the heavens or the firmament, the sun and the moon. Whoever wishes to appear clever must devise some new system, which of all systems is, of course, the very best. This fool wishes to reverse the entire science of astronomy. But sacred Scripture tells us that Joshua commanded the sun and moon to stand still, and not the earth." Calvin burnt Servetus with a refinement of cruelty that would have rejoiced the heart of the Inquisitor General. The gain of the Reformation for science was not in any direct help that it afforded, but by precipitating the world of Europe into a mortal struggle on theological questions. For the time being it withdrew the attention of authority to a certain extent from the transactions of science, which pursued its way, as in the case of Newton, somewhat unobtrusively, and won its splendid victories without the Church apparently realizing their vast significance. And when the Church did have a chance to turn its attention to these fields and supervise them as of old, it was too late. The Principia had been published. The Reformation was an enormous help to the literary activity of the people. The printing press was used as an engine of war. Luther invoked its aid, and was thus enabled to strike a terrific blow at Rome, from which it has never recovered. Rome would have burned every printing press if it had had the power. Rome wanted no means of communication with the people except the pulpit, and through an accredited priest. The power of the pulpit was the bulwark of Rome. On the other hand, the printing press was the salvation of Luther. He could not have won without it. It enabled him to arouse vast masses of people and to give them an opportunity to judge for themselves. His translation of the Bible into the common language was a masterstroke. To give the Bible to the people was an immense advance for liberty. No matter what the Bible is in itself, its distribution by hundreds of thousands of copies, in the time of Luther, with an appeal to private judgment, was the source of a tremendous agitation. It brought into play forces of revolution that Luther and his princes could not control. Besides, Luther made the German language a literary power. It took the place of Latin as a vehicle for song and philosophy. Luther's translation was the fountainhead of the glorious poetry of Schiller and Goethe. It showed what the language was capable of doing. It was the beginning of a national literature. And also, as Luther dissented from Rome, and Zwingli dissented from Luther, it was inevitable that there should be dissent and protest everywhere. The era of individuality had set in, and Luther could not make its currents move according to his wishes. It swept beyond him. It swept beyond the power of any man or any church to regulate. There were numberless sects, divisions, separations, strifes, quarrels, and these indicated that there were plenty of private judgments, more than Luther ever bargained for. But it was the logic of the situation. Luther himself might retreat, but the tide went on, and the waves of controversy multiplied, and there was no knowing when the ocean of human thought would end in tumultuous course. In fact, there is no end, no finality, as we have found out in these latter days. The separation from Rome, once begun, has no bounds. It goes on infinitely in every direction. There is an everlasting break-up, not only away from the Pope, but away from Christianity, away from the Bible, away from all religions. Luther put man upon a vaster voyage of discovery than Columbus or Magellan. One can circumnavigate the globe, but who can circumnavigate the truth, or map out the intellectual reaches of inquiry? So swift was the progress of the Reformation, that at the close of Luther's life it seemed as if the papacy must end in total ruin. Yet it recovered itself, and is now stronger every way than before. The Reformation did not have in it any universal power. It did not represent any universal principle. Its chief value was in its destructive tendencies. The Reformation was simply a fight for an opinion. It was not a battle for worldwide freedom. Hence it was limited in its action, and must soon reach the acme of its success. After the colossal political struggle was over, when the 30 Years' War closed with the Peace of Westphalia, and the great potentates laid down their arms, came the era of construction on other bases than mere force, and in this the Papal Church had superior advantages to that of the Protestant. It had age, culture, art, letters, the elegance of the day. It was logically the true conservative power, and kings naturally allied themselves with it rather than with the disintegrations of Protestantism, that must some day to the far-seeing mind end in democracy. And then when the Reformation became crystallized, when it ceased to be dynamic and became static, no longer a flowing energy, but an institution, what was there to choose between it and Rome, which had learned lessons from the struggle, was purged on its outward immoralities, and through the mighty spirit of Loyola consecrated itself as never before to a spiritual dominion over mankind? The churches of the Reformation kindled the flames of persecution. They were opposed to science and progress. They would blind people by the superstitions of the past. They would make a slave of the human mind, and they, equally with Rome, were the instruments of oppression. As a result, there was nothing to choose between the Reformation and the new papacy, as we might call it. I do not wonder that scholars and thinkers like Erasmus and Grotius accepted Romanism in the place of Protestantism. Intellectually there was no gain in the latter, and for a mind that delighted in beauty, order, and learning, Rome offered the greater advantages. The spirit of Protestantism was what made its chief value. But that spirit, after the Peace of Westphalia, was soon banished from the churches of the new faith. If there had not been something in the world to reform the Reformation itself would have been as great a curse as Rome. Fortunately, the logic of the Reformation is the irresistible power that will eventually destroy both it and Rome. End of Chapter 5. The Reformation. Chapter 6, Part 1, of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Philosophy, Bruno. We are now to consider philosophical advance, represented by Bruno and Spinoza in one direction, and Descartes, Locke, Hume, Kant, Hamilton, and Comte in another. What is a philosophy? Bruno defined it to be the search after unity. This certainly was the sense in which Bruno and Spinoza were philosophers. This was the goal of their ceaseless effort, the unity of the universe, the one in the many, the harmony of all worlds, all life, matter and spirit, God and man. If they did not solve the problem aright, they certainly adorned their age with the brightest productions of human genius. They have given a noble impulse to free thought. They have been the source of many a golden stream of poesy over the fields of time. The world will never cease to be a debtor to these immortal dreamers. Bruno was not a man of science like Galileo or Darwin. He was not a plodder, infinitely painstaking, slow, patient, wary, advancing step by step. He assimilated the discoveries of his time with wonderful accuracy, but rather by genius than by investigation, and he leaped to conclusions far beyond even the daring speculations of Galileo and Kepler. Philosophy was his domain, not science. He was not analytic, but synthetic. He was a creator, a builder out of the facts furnished by others. A more active or richly gifted man never was on this planet. He was like a flame. He was born for agitation, for controversy. He called himself the awakener of sleeping minds. He was indeed that. He was an intellectual athlete. He was armed and equipped for battle at every point. His learning was prodigious, and it was wrought together like chained lightning. No wonder the Church dreaded this imperious knight, whose armor was always shining, whose blows were always telling. And what a glorious philosophy he proclaimed, beautiful and enchanting as the sweet poetry of Shelley. Indeed, Shelley is the modern Bruno, and the magnificence of the poet's genius is the twin glory of the 16th century martyr. If we desire to realize the spirit of Bruno and the splendor of his powers, we must read Shelley. The one interprets the other. On the firmament of time they shine with the same intensity. One might think that the poet was singing of the philosopher in this glowing music. He is made one with nature. There is heard his voice in all her music, from the moan of thunder to the song of night's sweet bird. He is a presence to be felt and known in darkness and in light, from herb and stone, spreading itself where that power may move, which has withdrawn his being to its own, which wields the world with never wearied love, sustains it from below, and kindles it above. Bruno proclaimed the immanence of God, that nature at no point was separate from God, but everywhere was his flowing divinity. Nature is the universal mother. There was no real discord. There was no creation, but constant emanation. As Goethe sings, nature is the garment we see him by. God is not on a throne, but is an eternal presence. There is no need of any priest, only the open soul. Bruno infuses matter with the noblest qualities. Spirit is not degraded by any association with it. As I understand Bruno, he makes matter and spirit co-eternal, both unbeginning and unending. They are two different expressions of the same being, which being is incomprehensible in itself. But matter and spirit, however different their expression, are one in God, the universal soul. The word God to Bruno was simply the term for the unity of existence. He did not define God or give him any character or personality, or any attribute except simply to make him the totality of existence, all-embracing. As Goethe sings, the all-enfolding, the all-upholding, to head and heart the force, still weaving its eternal secret, invisible, visible round our life. And Pope declares the same. See through this air, this ocean, and this earth, all matter quick and bursting into birth. Above, how high progressive life may go. Around, how wide, how deep extend below from nature's chain, whichever link you strike, 10th or 10,000th breaks the chains alike. And modern science still echoes the thought of Tyndall. I prolong the vision backward across the boundary of the experimental evidence, and discern in that matter which we, in our ignorance, have hitherto covered with opprobrium, the promise and potency of every form and quality of life. Bruno does not identify the universe with God. It is the expression of God, but not God himself. Withdraw God, and the universe would cease to be. But Bruno seems to affirm that so long as God is, so long must he constantly express himself in the universe. That is, God must in his very nature be action, eternal action. He cannot be merely a thought or a dream or a sleep. Therefore the universe is co-eternal with God. The relation of the universe to God is not one of identity, but of expression or revealing. The universe is the constant revealing of God, and is one with God in the sense that language is one with the thought it expresses. The universe is the language or the word of God. It is best, however, to give Bruno's own words, so that we may most clearly understand his pantheistic philosophy. He says, "There is only one absolute possibility, one only reality, one only activity. Whether it be form or soul, matter or body, it is but one. One only being, one sole existence. Unity is, therefore, perfection. Its character is impossibility of being comprehended. In other words, it possesses neither limit, bound, nor definitive determination. The one is infinite and immense, and therefore immovable. It cannot change its place, because outside of it there is no space. It is not engendered, because all existence is only its own existence. It cannot perish, because it can neither pass into nor transform itself into anything else. It cannot increase nor diminish, because the infinite is susceptible neither of augmentation nor of diminution. It is liable to alteration neither from without, because nothing exists outside of it, nor from within, because it is at once and at the same time everything it can become. Its harmony is an eternal harmony, since it is unity itself. Because it is self-identical, it cannot form two beings. It has not two kinds of existence, because it has not two modes of being. It has not different parts, for it is not composite. It is in the same manner the whole and parts, all in one, limited and unlimited, formal and informal, matter and void, animate and inanimate. In the universe, solid body does not differ from a mathematical point, nor the center from the circumference, nor the finite from the infinite, nor the infinitely great from the infinitely little. The universe is only a center, or rather its center is everywhere, its circumference nowhere. Again, he explains, the Supreme Being is the substance of the universe, the pure essence of all life and reality, the source of all being, the forces of all forces, the virtue of all virtues. If nature is the outward originating cause of all existence, divinity is its deeper foundation, and the more profound basis both of nature and of each individual. God being the cause of all causes, the ruling principle of all existence, may become everything. Being also perfect, he is everything. In him existence and power, reality and activity are inseparably united. Indeed, they cannot be conceived separately and apart from him. Not only is he alone the external cause of all things, he is also the inherent principle which maintains them in life. By means of his omnipresence and his boundless activity, The existence and motion of all things constitute but one sole life, one immense and inexhaustible reality. The cause of all creation, the Supreme Being, is at once the formal, material, efficient, and final cause of all that exists. He is the nature of all nature, being the universal cause and in perpetual action. He is the universal reason, in other words, the intelligence which conceives all and produces all, being also the universal power, that which determines and differentiates everything the world contains. The Supreme Being is the soul of the world, the spirit of the universe, the hidden life of every form of existence. The infinity of God, His presence and activity in every part of creation, as well as its immeasurable totality. His omnipresence and persistent energy constitute the most wonderful character of His being. Bruno, notwithstanding his mysticism, was a born skeptic. Doubt with him was the starting point of all philosophy and all reasoning. This is affirmed again and again in various parts of his works, and is exemplified in his own career. However much the abstractions of the infinite and the One satisfied for the time his intellect and soothed his emotional needs, there was a prior stage of doubt of a sweeping and comprehensive character. He who wishes to philosophize, says Bruno, must begin by doubting all things. Bruno affirms that the human mind is made for knowledge and freedom. He lays it down that thought by its own nature cannot be the subject of punitive justice, for if sincere, it can be no offense to God or human law. Thus political freedom is the outcome of his doctrines. Our opinions, he says, do not depend upon ourselves. Evidence, the force of circumstance, the reason impose them upon us. If no man therefore thinks what he wishes, nor as he wishes, no one has the right of compelling another to think as he does. Every man ought to tolerate with patience, nay with indulgence, the beliefs of his neighbor. Toleration, that natural faith graven upon all well-born hearts, the fruit of the enlightened reason, is an indispensable requirement of logic, as well as a precept of morality. Bruno was an ardent worshipper of nature, because in nature he saw the ever-flowing divinity of the Supreme Being. He describes the charms of nature in the passionate language of a lover. Nature, moving, fluctuating, changing, instinct with life and energy. Bruno was something like Milton, rather furious against personal enemies. One of his opponents he calls a pig. There was a kind of grim, elephantine humor in him, a fierce, cynical mockery, which gives a sort of grotesque light to his otherwise magnificently earnest spirit. Neither Bruno nor Milton was born to be a wit, but their efforts at comedy are worthy of preservation. Bruno erects Asininity into a goddess and sings her praises thus: O sainted Asininity, ignorance most holy, stupidity most sacred, devotion most profound, thou alone canst make us learned, good, and sound, while human thought and study are void of value wholly. Little availeth the search that men so fully employ by every art of science operation. Little availeth their skyward contemplation to gain the heavenly seat which is thy object solely. What boots then, ye curious, your persistent exploration, the wish to learn the secret of nature's laws and ways? If the stars be water, earth, or fiery exhalation, holy Asininity despises wisdom's rays. Folded hands and knees form her sole occupation, expecting from Providence the luck of better days. All passes, nothing stays, save the fruition of that eternal peace which God will give her after her decease. In another strain, more befitting his royal nature, he afterwards sings: Away from the prison cell, narrow and gloomy, where so many years' error closely hath bound me, leaving the fetters and chains which around me my foe's cruel hand hath entwined to entomb me. Securely to the air my pinions I extend, fearless of all barriers, feigned by men of old. The heavens I freely cleave, to the infinite I tend. So leaving this, to other worlds my upward flight I wend, ethereal fields I penetrate with dauntless heart and bold, and leave behind what others deem a prospect without end. And then wonderfully he seems to predict his own immortal martyrdom. Since I my wings to sweet desire do lend, the more the air uprises 'neath my feet, the swifter on the gale my pinions beat, and earth despising toward heaven I tend. Nor from the son of Daedalus guilty end feel I dismay, nay rather buoyant heat. His deadly fall I joyfully would meet. Peer to such death, what life could mortal spend? Soaring I hear my trembling heart's refrain, Where bearest me, O rash one? The fell steep too arduous is not climbed without much pain. Fear not, I answer, for the fatal leap serene I cleave the clouds and death disdain, if death so glorious heaven will that I reap. Such was the magnanimous soul of Bruno, a mighty light indeed shining at the beginning of the era of man. Maurice says of him, "Grace and beauty of every kind speak to his soul, and exercise a dominion over him which one would fear must have often been too much for his judgment and loftier aspirations. His countenance testifies how mightily he must have been attracted, and how he must have attracted." Professor Berti gives this description of Bruno: "Short in stature, agile in frame, of meagre body, a thin and pallid face, thoughtful expression, a glance both piercing and melancholy, hair and beard between black and chestnut, a ready, rapid, imaginative tongue, accompanied by vivacious gestures, a manner courteous and gentle, sociable, amiable, and pleasant in conversation, like the Italians of the South, adapting himself without difficulty to the tastes, usages, and habits of another, open and candid, both with friends and foes, and as far from rancor and revenge as he was quickly moved to anger." After 15 years wandering over Europe, Bruno arrived at Venice about 1591. He paid occasional visits to Padua, and gave private lessons to some German students. The chronology of Bruno's life shows that he could have had no personal acquaintance with Galileo, who did not commence lecturing at Padua until some months after Bruno's long incarceration had begun. On Friday, May 22, 1592, Mocenigo of infamous memory, his former pupil and patron, and now his betrayer, forcibly entered the bedchamber where Bruno was asleep, accompanied by his servant and 5 or 6 gondoliers of the neighbourhood, and on the pretext of wishing to converse with him, conducted him to a garret, and then locked him in. He was removed on Saturday, the 23rd of May, into the prison of the Inquisition. With this ends the free life of Bruno. Before him was a cruel captivity of 8 long years, terminating with the stake. He was sent to Rome, January 1593. "Never did malignant destiny," says the historian, "provide a fate so atrocious and pitiless as that which befell Bruno. His whole life had been a warfare with restriction. The limits of earth itself were too narrow for his soaring intellect. Incarceration in a dark and loathsome dungeon, for a man whose every breath was an aspiration for freedom, whose every thought centered in her divine attributes, and whose every act was part of a lifelong struggle to possess her, imparts to his lot a peculiar aspect of intense harshness and grim irony. What Bruno's trials were, how often his limbs were stretched on the rack, what other tortures, mental and physical, he was compelled to endure, what cunning and ruthless efforts were made by his jailers to break down his indomitable spirit, to crush fully and finally his irrepressible yearnings after freedom, to transform the freethinker into a religious slave, we shall never know. The long duration of his imprisonment seems to imply that unusual pains were taken to convert a heresiarch whose fame was European. In 1599, Bruno was the only prisoner in charge of the Roman Inquisition whose incarceration commenced in 1593. On Thursday, January 14, 1599, Bruno was brought before the Congregation of the Holy Office, when 8 heretical propositions extracted from his works were placed before him for recantation. Another summer and autumn rolled slowly over his head, and on Tuesday, December 21st, he is again brought before the congregation. On this occasion Bruno said, he neither ought nor wished to recant. He had nothing to recant. Thus passed 1599. 3 weeks till the new year had gone by, and Bruno again stood before his inquisitors. Once more Bruno refused to recant. The resolution was thereupon made that Bruno be delivered over to the secular arm. This was done on Tuesday, the 8th of February. He was brought forth to die on Thursday, the 17th of February. The scene must have been remarkable, says the historian. The year 1600 was a jubilee year. There were then in Rome not less than 50 cardinals. The streets were crowded with pilgrims. In every direction might be seen troops of strangers dressed in the different costumes of their own country, wending their way from one church to another, imploring pardon for their sins. There was ringing of bells, marching of processions, singing of penitential psalms, offering of vows and prayers at different shrines from morning till night. While it might have seemed, says Berti, that all hearts ought to have been inclined to mercy and attracted lovingly to the gentle Redeemer of humanity, the poor philosopher of Nola, preceded and followed by crowds of people, accompanied by priests carrying crucifixes, and escorted by soldiers, was wending his way to the Campo di Fiora to die for freedom and the rights of conscience. As the lonely thinker, the disciple and worshipper of the Infinite, passed through the streets clothed in the San Benito, but with head erect and haughty, fearless glance, what thoughts must have passed through his mind? The feeling of utter isolation could not have been felt by him. He must have found it was the conclusion of his intellectual career, the inevitable destiny, too often of the single-hearted truth-seeker, that he was alone in his researches, in his passionate quest for truth. At length he comes to the fatal spot where the stake had been erected. He submits himself to be bound, and in a few minutes the fire blazes round the martyr. But not a word or moan escapes the firm set lips. No expression of suffering or weakness passes across the wan and pale but still handsome features. One single gesture of impatience he gives way to when his tormentors thrust the crucifix before his dying gaze. Then he averted his eyes with a threatening glance. Bruno died. His impassioned words were like thunderbolts and lightning shafts, and his course like that of a comet. Prometheus-like, he brought the vital flame not only from the single sun of our own system, but from the numberless orbs scattered through space. His perpetual warfare was with darkness and voluntary blindness. The eagles and birds of daylight were glad in his presence. The owls and bats detested him. He disappears from earth in a flame of fire, giving him new birth and eternal freedom. Bruno was one of those gigantic intellects, those myriad-minded men, whose multifarious erudition, eclectic methods, and many-sided sympathies render a summary of their operations very difficult, if not impossible. Like a survey of a widely extended landscape, or an enormous building, the conspectus will only be a piecing, more or less rude and imperfect, of separate and fragmentary points of view. Employing his own illustrations of the infinite powers and feelings of the human mind, we might also say of his own intellect that its centre is everywhere, its circumference nowhere. A child of the 16th century, his speculations comprehend and his sympathies embrace methods of thought, current in ancient times on the one hand, and in our own day on the other. The immense range of his studies is proved by the fact that there is hardly an author, certainly not a subject known in his day, to which he does not seem to have paid attention, and on which he has not thrown some light. Bruno did not reach the unqualified pantheism of Spinoza. Spinoza affirmed the absolute identity of the universe with God. The universe was God, and God was the universe. The universe was not the expression, but the very being of God himself. Draper says, Bruno may be considered among philosophical writers as intermediate between Averroes and Spinoza. The latter held that God and the universe are the same, that all events happen by an immutable law of nature, by an unconquerable necessity, that God is the universe, producing a series of necessary movements or acts in consequence of intrinsic, unchangeable, and irresistible energy. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Philosophy, Bruno. Chapter 6, Part 2, of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Chapter 6, Part 2, Philosophy, Spinoza. Spinoza was born at Amsterdam, November 24, 1632. At an early age he was denounced to the heads of the Jewish synagogue as an apostate from the true faith. He withdrew from the synagogue. Dreading the force of his example, the synagogue offered him an annual pension of 1,000 florins, if he would only consent to be silent and assist from time to time in the ceremonies. He refused. Excommunication was pronounced. "Let him be accursed by day and accursed by night," read the malediction. "Let none hold converse with him, or do him any service, or abide under the same roof with him." It will be seen that the Jewish synagogue could damn as well as the Pope. Notwithstanding all their own sufferings, the Orthodox Jews were no more tolerant than their enemies. Matthew Arnold says the excommunication made Spinoza a child of Europe and not of Israel. When he heard of it, he said, "Well and good, but this shall force me to nothing I should not have been ready to do without it." He left his home and native city. He devoted himself entirely to philosophy. He endured a hard and griping kind of poverty. The heritage which at his father's death fell to him, he resigned to his sisters. The pension offered him if he would dedicate a work to Louis XIV. He also declined. He desired to be absolutely independent. His ordinary daily diet consisted of a basin of milk porridge, with a little butter, costing about 3 halfpence, and a draught of beer costing an additional penny. He died in his 45th year in the full vigor and maturity of his intellect. Says Schleiermacher, "The great spirit of the world penetrated him. The infinite was his beginning and his end. The universe his only and eternal love. He was filled with religion and religious feeling, and therefore it is that he stands alone, unapproachable, the master in his art without adherents, and without even citizenship." To the common mind there is practically little difference between pantheism and atheism. Whether one says all God or no God, the distinction is intellectual and not moral. Both are absolutely anti-orthodox. Spinoza, Bruno, and Averroes were called atheists, although they were pantheists, and Spinoza has been called the God-intoxicated one. Buddhism has been called an atheistic religion, although it is pantheistic. Modern pantheism, like atheism, is the bitter foe of church and priest. It utterly abolishes heaven and hell, total depravity, vicarious atonement, a personal God, a personal devil, and a personal immortality. If all the universe is God, then there is no need of any special means of communication with him. Pantheism is democratic. There is neither high nor low in pantheism. All are equally divine, all on the same level, whatever that level may be. Tennyson has beautifully expressed the idea of pantheism. "Flower in the crannied wall, I pluck you out of the crannies, hold you here, root and all, in my hand. Little flower, but if I could understand what you are, root and all in all, I should know what God and man is." Pantheism, in its spirit, is certainly free thought. It declares for human worth and human freedom. The question is not, is it beautiful, for it is exceedingly beautiful, but is it true? Is the universe God? The only difference between pantheism and atheism is the use of the word God. The atheist affirms that all existence is one. He affirms the universality of law. He affirms natural morality equally with the pantheist. Does pantheism mean anything but the use of the word God? And if so, what does it mean? The God idea is not simple but complex, and in the ordinary conception there are included many human qualities. But throwing away, as far as possible, all anthropomorphic conceptions, we must, as the ultimate, accept Swedenborg's definition of God, namely infinite wisdom and infinite love. It seems to me that you can no more throw out the element of love from the God idea than the element of intelligence. Therefore, when one calls the universe God, he not only gives it the attribute of thought, but also of love. But the idea of love brings in the idea of purpose. It is teleological, and pantheism naturally sings with Tennyson of some far-off divine event to which the whole creation moves. I can conceive of pure thought without a purpose, pure intelligence expressing itself spontaneously, recklessly, without a regard of consequences. But it cannot be so with love. If this universe is infinite goodness, then there must be a plan in it, a choice, a desire, a hope, an effort, a final goal. If there are gods, they must be as Keats describes them, with godlike exercise of influence benign on planets pale, of admonitions to the winds and seas, of peaceful sway above men's harvesting, and all those acts which Deity Supreme doth ease its heart of love in. While atheism affirms law, it does not affirm plan, or final purpose, or teleology, and that is why it does not use the word God. Science does not use the word God. It is a term which expresses a desire, but not a truth. We may hope that all things will be well, but we do not know it, and we never can know it. Spinoza, however, excluded the attribute of love from the universe. He affirmed only two attributes of God, infinite thought and infinite extension. But we cannot conceive of infinite extension, of infinite time, or infinite space. We say infinite time, infinite space, but these are mere words. They do not represent ideas. Try to conceive infinite space. You cannot do it. You can add conception to conception, but every conception is a finite conception. If in one mental act you could conceive infinite space, you could neither add to nor diminish that conception, but you can add to or diminish every conception of space possible to the human mind. You cannot conceive of any space so large but what you can conceive of a larger. We have not, therefore, and cannot have, any idea of infinite space, and cannot affirm it of the universe. We can only affirm finite space. How much less can we affirm thought to be an infinite and eternal attribute of the universe, or God? We must admit that space is everywhere in our experience, but not thought. The telescope reveals 200 million suns in enormous realms of space, but it discovers no thought. The spectroscope reveals the same colors, the same elements, the same fire in these millions of stars as in Earth, but it reveals no thought. We can conceive of matter without thought, but not of matter without space. It is pure assumption to affirm that in the universe is infinite thought. It may be so, but experience declares that thought only exists in certain conditions. It is simply a particular process, and not the universal energy. Spinoza originated a splendid but vanishing system of philosophy, a system, however, which has exerted a prodigious influence upon the human mind. He has reared one of the most dazzling intellectual structures in the whole history of human thought, and for a time it seemed as if it would command the world. However, the majestic struggle with the mysteries of existence failed, as it always must fail. But the struggle demands our warmest approbation, and the man our ardent sympathy. Spinoza stands out from the dim past like a tall beacon, whose shadow is thrown athwart the sea, and whose light will serve to warn the wanderers from the shoals and rocks on which hundreds of their brethren have perished. A braver, a nobler, a grander man than Spinoza never lived. He was absolutely unselfish. He was thoroughly devoted to the truth, and while the world does not accept the whole of his magnificent system, it does accept many a priceless treasure of wisdom. Spinoza did not pursue a mere phantom. In the elaboration of his philosophy, he has unfolded a knowledge of nature and man which is of priceless value. In 1670 he put forth anonymously a treatise on theology and politics, in which he examined and criticized the Hebrew Scriptures. He is called the father of biblical criticism. From his learned, investigating, and critical spirit has flowed those scholarly interpretations of the Bible and its inspiration which today are shaking the Church to its very center. The biblical researches into the depths of history, thus begun by Spinoza, have been a vast influence in modern development. As Matthew Arnold has well stated it, the Bible is no longer dogma, it is literature. Spinoza gives these reasons for writing the book. I am now engaged in the composition of my treatise on the Scriptures, moved to undertake the work, first by the prejudices of theologians, which I feel satisfied are the grand obstacles to the general study of philosophy. These prejudices I therefore expose, and do what I can to lessen their influence on the minds of people accessible to reason. Second, by my desire to disabuse the world of the false estimate formed of me when I am charged with atheism. Third, by the wish I have to assert our title of free philosophical discussion, and to say openly what we think. This I maintain in every possible way, for here is too much interfered with by the authority and abusiveness of the vulgar. The Ethics of the great work of Spinoza was not published until after his death. It has swayed and illuminated the minds of Lessing, Jacobi, Herder, Goethe, Fichte, Schelling, Schiller, Schleiermacher, Feuerbach, Auerbach, and a host of other philosophers, poets, and novelists in modern Germany and throughout Europe. In Spinoza's philosophy, the conception of God is fundamental. In the first part of the Ethics, he gives a definition of God as the absolutely infinite being or substance, infinite in extension as well as infinite in thought, eternal without beginning or end, self-existent, uncaused, or to use the expression of Spinoza, causa sui, its own cause or cause of itself. This conception is admirably and clearly set forth. In the second part, the philosopher treats of the origin and nature of the human mind. In the third, fourth, and fifth parts, the source and nature of the human passions are investigated, their power defined, and the way pointed out whereby their excessive and therefore hurtful action may be controlled so that man may be enabled to live in accordance with the dictates of reason and enjoy that supreme felicity which the practice of virtue and the intellectual love of God will surely give. Spinoza is almost Shakespearean in his knowledge of human nature, and in this lies the chief value of his wonderful work, its description of man, not his conception of God. Says J. A. Froude, after masterly analysis of the tastes, tendencies, and inclinations of our mental composition, the most complete by far which has been made by any moral philosopher, Spinoza arrives at those principles under which unity and consistency can be obtained, as the condition upon which a being so composed can look for any sort of happiness. Says Dr. Maudsley, Spinoza's admirable account of the passions has never yet been surpassed, and certainly will not easily be surpassed. The identity of Spinoza's philosophy with modern scientific atheism and agnosticism, and his opposition to theology, is seen in his definition of good and evil. He says, perfection and imperfection are, in fact, merely modes of thought, that is, notions which are accustomed to form by comparing individual things of the same genus or species with one another, and it is for this reason that I have said that by reality and perfection I understand one and the same thing. The terms good and evil, as applied to things considered in themselves, do not indicate anything positive in their nature, for one and the same thing may be, at the same time, both good and evil, or it may be indifferent. Lively music, for example, may be good to a melancholy person, and to one who mourns, and neither good nor bad to one who is deaf. By good, therefore, I shall understand that which we know for certain is a means of approaching, more and more closely, to the exemplar we wish to hold up, and by evil, that which we know for certain to be a hindrance to the attainment of our exemplar. Furthermore, we shall speak of men as being more or less perfect and imperfect in the degree that they approach more or less to our exemplar. Lastly, as I have said, I shall understand by perfection reality in general. In other words, the essence of each particular thing insofar as it exists and acts in certain ways, and without reference to its duration. For no particular thing can be said to be more perfect by reason of its continuing a longer time in existence than another. By good, I understand that which we know for certain to be useful to us. By evil, I understand that which we know for certain to be a hindrance to our enjoying something good. A passion is hurtful only insofar as it prevents the mind from thinking. We can sometimes understand a philosopher's ideas better through the attacks of his enemies than by any elucidation of our own, and the following dogmatic decrees of the Vatican Council in 1870, directed mainly against the doctrines of Spinoza, together with the teachings of modern science, will give a fair idea of the pantheism which has dominated modern thought, and of which the Church is in fear. Canon 1:3. If anyone shall say that the substance and essence of God and of all things is one and the same, let him be anathema. 4. If anyone shall say that finite things, both corporeal and spiritual, have emanated from the divine substance, or that the divine essence, by the manifestation and evolution of itself, becomes all things. Or lastly, that God is a universal or indefinite being, which, by determining itself, constitutes the universality of things, distinct according to general species and individuals, let him be anathema. 5. If anyone confess not that the world, and all things which are contained in it, both spiritual and material, have been in their whole substance created out of nothing, or shall say that God created, not by his will free from all necessity, but by a necessity equal to the necessity whereby he loves himself, or shall deny that the world was made for the glory of God, let him be anathema. Canon 4:2. If anyone shall say that human sciences are to be so freely treated that their assertions, although opposed to revealed religion, are to be held as true, and cannot be condemned by the Church, let him be anathema. 3. If anyone shall assert it to be possible that sometimes, according to the progress of science, a sense be given to doctrines propounded by the Church different from that which the Church has understood and understands, let him be anathema. It will thus be seen that the God-intoxicated philosopher is as much under the maledictions of the Church as the modern agnostic and atheist. The Church knows that the triumphant pantheism of Bruno and Spinoza would sweep its towers and steeples and pulpits forever from existence. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Philosophy, Spinoza.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Minor Philosophers, Pomponazzi. Pomponazzi is the philosopher of the Italian Renaissance, a movement that must be considered as both philosophical and literary. It was not simply an age of freer and nobler expression of man's imaginative being. It was also an opening into new vistas of thought. It was not simply the beginning of modern poetry, but the beginning of modern science. And to understand the vastness of that movement, we must not only peruse the works of Dante, Petrarch, Boccaccio, Pulci, and Ariosto, but Machiavelli in politics, Guicciardini in history, and Pomponazzi in philosophy. Pomponazzi takes us back before Columbus, and by a consideration of his fervid and active life, we discover the immense agitations of that age, of which Columbus is but the fruit. It is an unworthy conception of those times to regard Columbus as an exceptional man, that he did what he did by the force of an extraordinary genius. Columbus did not lift himself above his age pushed him on, and if Columbus had not obeyed the impulse, somebody else certainly would. The discovery of America was in the air, for the mind of man at that time and anteriorly was volcanically active. The discussions of Abelard in the 13th century were tremendous mind awakeners. They were like the surges of the sea. They stirred people profoundly, and set them to thinking in new channels. What vigor and animation is there displayed! The whole scene is instinct with full, fresh, and free intellectual life. Even the turbulence of the students is only an expression of mental excitation. There never was such a brilliant school of philosophy. It was like a play. It was a battle royale between knights armed with syllogisms and spears of logic. It was an encounter of wit, of sarcasm, and the spectators cheered to the echo. A certain writer says, "Compare such a scene with the dull routine of an English or American university lecture room in our own days, and who would not prefer the life and freedom of Paris in the 13th century to the staid and respectable but hopelessly apathetic proceedings of a college lecture of our own day?" Moreover, what a reflection upon our boasted advance in liberty and civilization! The remark, I may say, does not apply to German universities, which have never given up their prerogative of free trade in teaching. That if a modern Abelard or Pomponazzi were to appear in one of our great seats of learning, he could not find a room in which to deliver his lectures. Pomponazzi at Padua in the 14th century was the successor of Abelard as a great philosophical debater and agitator, and one who dared to dispute accepted authorities. Pomponazzi was born in 1462 in the town of Mantua. He was a student of philosophy and medicine in the University of Padua. In the year 1487 he took his degree. When only 26 years of age, he was established as extraordinary professor in the university, a sufficient testimony to the precocity of his intellect. It was the custom in the Italian universities at that time to have public disputations between professors holding different views, and these tournaments excited great interest among the people. They were popular and fashionable in spite of ecclesiastical frowns. They seem to have been connected with the municipal rights and privileges of the free town, and were not, and perhaps could not be, legally forbidden by the theological inquisitor. To understand the ferment, the curiosity, the interest of the populace in these debates, and as a picture of that restless age in which Columbus lived, it is well to epitomize the vivid description of one of these scenes by the historian. We may imagine ourselves in Padua on a summer's day of the year 1488, time 8 a.m. The narrow streets of the old town are crowded with citizens and students, who not only fill the arcades, but to a considerable extent the middle of the roadways. Among the students are to be seen men of various ages, from the beardless youth of 16 to the man of 35 or 40 years. Hardly less varied are their nationalities. Here a group of Englishmen, conspicuous by costume, language, and physiognomy, is followed by another of Frenchmen, with their national dress and characteristics. Spaniards and Germans, Hungarians and Bohemians, not to mention natives of smaller European states, are discernible among the crowd. Occasionally a university professor passes in broad-sleeved gown and long train. All seem hastening in the same direction. Whither are they going? To the Palace of Reason to see the combat, a discussion between the renowned Accalini and young Pomponazzi on the profound and interesting question of the simplicity or multiplicity of the intellect. We enter with the crowd into the great hall, the enormous proportions of which still astonish the visitor to Padua. The hall, notwithstanding its size, is crowded with students and citizens, and the hubbub is almost deafening, arising mainly from vehement and voluble discussions as to the merits of the two professors, intermingled with somewhat free expression of opinion on current political events. Never could one have imagined that among such a crowd an interest so passionate could have been evoked by questions so speculative and metaphysical. The commotion is subdued by the entry of the rival champions, accompanied by the rector and a few of the officials of the university. This is the signal for an outburst of vociferous applause. Partisans on either side clamorously shout the name of their favorite. We turn our attention to the heroes of the fray, who are taking their assigned positions in the center of the hall. Accolini is a striking-looking man of about 30 years of age. He is rather tall and stout in proportion, though a student's stoop of the shoulders detracts somewhat from his height. He possesses an intellectual countenance, which in repose seems placid and reflective, with large dreamy-looking eyes. He walks to his desk with a careless, slouching gait. His professor's gown is torn in several places, and is remarkable by its narrow sleeves and general scanty proportions. Instead of forming a train behind him, it scarcely reaches below his knees. Evidently a man regardless of personal appearance. His adversary, on the other hand, is almost a dwarf, with a powerful-looking face, a broad forehead, a hooked nose, which imparts a somewhat Jewish cast to his features, small piercing black eyes, which, as he turns here and there, give him a peculiar expression of restless vivacity. His thin lips are almost continually curled into a satirical smile. He has scarce any hair on his face, so there is nothing to hide its sudden and perpetual change of expression. The preparations for the combat are characteristic of the man. Accolini has on the desk before him a row of ponderous folios, which an assistant, a favorite disciple, is marshalling in due order. Pomponazzi has nothing but a few papers, containing apparently references and notes. At last the moment arrives. An usher proclaims silence. The rector announces the subject to be debated, and the wordy battle begins. Accolini, with loud and rather coarse voice, but with great deliberation of manner, lays down in a short speech the proposition he intends to defend. The intellect is simple, uniform, indecomposable. This clearly is the opinion of Aristotle, as testified by Averroes, his greatest commentator. A storm of applause greets the speaker, but still greater cheering arises when Pomponazzi stands forward at his desk and throws his restless, eager glance over the noisy crowd. In a tone of voice, full, loud, and clear, which makes itself heard in every part of the hall, he takes exception to Accolini's argument. The intellect is not simple, but multiple, and this, he will prove, is Aristotle's real opinion, etc. Accolini is evidently a man of immense erudition, and he seeks to overwhelm his adversary with some formidable and crushing dictum, or to ensnare him in the meshes of an involved and insidious argument. He is utterly foiled by the caution and vigilance of his foe. Pomponazzi is too wary to be impaled on the horns of a dilemma, or caught in a dialectical trap. He is prompt to turn the tables on his powerful but somewhat unwieldy antagonist. Each of his witty sallies or comic arguments is hailed with boisterous laughter and applause, in which even Accolini's partisans are compelled to join. It is an unequal combat, like that between a whale and a swordfish, or between the ponderous Domine Samson and the facetious Pleydell. These literary duels of the century of Columbus are significant of the increasing divergence between ancient and modern thought. Accolini typifies scholasticism, formal, ponderous, elaborate, unelastic. Pomponazzi represents modern thought, keen, eager, restless, vivacious, caring little for the traditional authorities and much for the clear, simple dictates of unfettered human reason. The fact that such a debate as this was possible is a notable indication of the sweep of thought in Italy and throughout the world. A century later, Bruno engaged in debates of the same nature, and proved himself a formidable antagonist. Pomponazzi continued his professional labors until 1509. In that year, owing to the disasters which followed upon the League of Cambrai and the policy of Pope Julius II, the University of Padua was closed, and its professors and students scattered throughout Italy. Pomponazzi found a temporary refuge in Ferrara. From Ferrara in 1512 he moved to the University of Bologna, which was destined to become the seat of his greatest literary activity, as well as his abode during the remainder of his life. To the magistracy of Bologna and their sympathy for intellectual liberty and progress, Pomponazzi was indebted for much kindness and support during the most critical period of his life. In 1516 he published his famous treatise on the immortality of the soul, the foundation both of his character as a freethinker and his fame as a philosopher. In this work, says Fiorentino, he reveals himself as an original thinker. At this time, Aristotle was no longer outside the pale of Christianity. Tacitly and unofficially, he had been received into the Church. His works had been authoritatively reconciled with its dogmas. This had been effected by Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus, the most gigantic intellects among the schoolmen. Doubts about Aristotle, therefore, were closely akin to doubts about the Christian dogmas. Pomponazzi dared to doubt even Aristotle. The question of immortality was an all-important question. Rome had discovered that the future world was the most valuable appendage pertaining to the Church. It was, says the historian, the El Dorado whence it was enabled to draw the greater portion of its enormous revenues. Immortality, the reward or rather the necessary outcome of virtue and goodness, according to Christianity, had become a marketable commodity, to be sold on the one hand and bought on the other, on as favorable terms as buyer or seller could obtain. The rewards of the unseen world were treated just as a European government in our own day sells farms and settlements in a distant colony. This excessive and interested other-worldliness required, men thought, to have its foundations closely examined. Hence arose numberless inquiries as to the nature of the soul, its relation to the physical organization, what reasonable grounds existed for predicating its immortality, etc. For some time this formed the main topic of lectures in all the Italian universities. We are told that whenever a new professor at any of the seats of learning prepared to address his hearers for the first time, no matter what the topic which he had appointed for the purpose, he was met by the clamorous demand, "Tell us about the soul." On minds so excited, the treatise of Pomponazzi operated like a spark on a prepared train. Pomponazzi takes the ground almost of pure materialism. The dependence of the intellect upon matter was necessary, according to his philosophy, for 4 principal reasons. 1. Because matter undetermined and regarded as a potentiality is the genetic principle of all forms. 2. Because matter defined and determined as an organic body is the sine qua non of the existence of the soul as its true form. 3. Because there is no plurality of substantial forms in man, but a unity of form and nature. 4. Because the necessity of considering the universal in the particular, the idea in the imagined picture, the intelligible in the sensible, proves that the functions of the intellect, in themselves spiritual, cannot be exercised without the organization. It is obvious that this argument amounts to a denial of immortality as held by the Christian Church. That is, it is a denial of natural immortality. Pomponazzi, however, admits a possible immortality, dependent not upon man's nature, but upon circumstances. He opposes the pantheism of Averroes, but at the same time declares his belief in a divine or abstract intelligence, which has no need of organism or matter of any kind. In the human soul there is something of this abstract intelligence, and therefore, while the soul is inherently mortal, by peculiarity of function or circumstances, it might be immortal, for instance, by the miraculous resurrection of Jesus. The doctrine of Pomponazzi is somewhat akin to that of the modern Adventist. Man is not by nature immortal, but he may become immortal by an act of faith. On grounds of psychology, Pomponazzi absolutely denies immortality, which of course was a bold and daring affirmation, for the power of the Church is based on the natural immortality of man, not on his accidental immortality. The doctrine of Pomponazzi abolished at once hell and purgatory, and left only a possible paradise for an indefinite few. As the result of his materialistic philosophy, Pomponazzi is the first writer within the pale of the Church who maintains the principle of disinterested and unconditional morality. And in this lies the radical value of his work. In this he is a true freethinker. He says, "The essential reward of virtue is virtue itself. The punishment of the vicious is vice, than which nothing can be more wretched and unhappy. Whether the soul be mortal or immortal, death must be despised, and by no means must virtue be departed from, no matter what happens after death." Pomponazzi faced the portentous fact that the doctrine of immortality had not been a moral power in the world, that the future rewards and punishments of the Church had become utterly ineffectual as preservatives of, or stimulants to, morality among its chief ministers, as well as in the very citadel of Christendom itself. In 1520 he published a noteworthy treatise on the causes of marvelous effects in nature. He takes essentially the position of Hume. It would be ridiculous and absurd, he says, to despise what is visible and natural, in order to have recourse to an invisible cause, the reality of which is not guaranteed to us by any solid reality. He asserts the supremacy of reason. One cannot will his belief, and faith therefore is not a moral act. Given the premises, the consequence follows, and it is not in our power to dissent from the conclusion. We may do without reasoning altogether, but we cannot grant the antecedent and deny the consequent. He also asserts the doctrine of human liberty. He makes it the absolute source and condition of all morality. Pomponazzi was thoroughly sincere. He grappled with the problems of the universe with a zeal which was almost appalling. speaking of his attempts to reconcile God with human liberty and the evils of the world, he cries out, "These are the things which oppress and embarrass me, which take away my sleep and almost my senses, so that I am a true illustration of the fable of Prometheus, whom, for trying to steal secretly the fire from heaven, Jupiter bound to a Scythian rock, and his heart became food for a vulture which gnawed continually upon it. Prometheus is the true philosopher, who, because he will know the secrets of God, is devoured by perpetual cares and cogitations. He is incapacitated from thirst, hunger, sleep, or from satisfying the most ordinary needs of human life. He is derided by all, is regarded as a fool and heretic. He is persecuted by inquisitors. He becomes the laughing stock to the multitude. These, forsooth, are the gains of the philosophers. This is their wages." Pomponazzi's place in the Italian Renaissance, says Owen, is as an exponent of its profounder and more deeply seated forces. He represents the craving of the human mind for freedom. This is the phase of the Renaissance which gives it its permanent value, and which constitutes the main ground of its kinship with modern thought. In this respect, there is a considerable difference between Petrarch and Pomponazzi. Petrarch may be said to include every phase of the Renaissance, not only its free tendencies as a new effort of thought, but its highest expression as a yearning after ideal beauty. But we should not refuse to Pomponazzi his due share in the sum total of those forces which make up the composite whole which we call the Renaissance. While Pomponazzi was peacefully lecturing at Padua, Florence was under the vehement spell of Savonarola. Luther had already commenced his campaign against the papacy. Rumors and portents of imminent convulsions were everywhere prevalent. These nascent forces, destined to change the face of Europe, seemed to pass unheeded by Pomponazzi. His whole existence, says M. Frank, was taken up by his books, his teaching, and his studious contemplation, so that one might say of him, as of Spinoza, he was less a man than a thought. He died on the 18th of May, 1525. Professor Fiorentino draws a noble parallel, and thus describes the last hours of the philosopher. Socrates, on the approach of death, a martyr for the truth, did not flee from his fate. He did not wish to escape from the prison in which he was confined. Undisturbed and in all serenity, he fixed his attention on future life. A most beautiful woman appeared to him in a dream, and appointed him a place in one of the Fortunate Islands. "3 days hence, Socrates," she said to him, "you will arrive at fertile Phthia." Hence Socrates resisted all the entreaties of Crito, and contemplated with firmness the poisonous draught, and even death itself. And he talked with Phaedo, with Cebes, and with Simmias, as with men from whom he would be parted only a short time, and with whom there would afterwards be a common meeting in a place more beautiful and serene. The aureole of martyrdom, the anticipation of a blissful futurity, soothed the bitterness of parting, and gave the dying Socrates a foretaste of the felicity which he expected, the reward reserved for his constant virtue. Let us now look at another picture. Pomponazzi, worn out by years, harassed by sickness, extended on the bed of pain, without the splendor of martyrdom, fought out the battle with his enemy unseen, tardy, irresistible. Unsustained by the hope of the future, he placed before him only austere virtue, without reward and without hope, as the true and final end of the human race. Out of sympathy with the beliefs of his religion, and with the traditions of so many centuries, mocked by contemporaries and in danger of the stake, he had no future blessedness to which to turn. He was not cheered by the smile of the beautiful woman who invited Socrates to Phthia. He was soothed neither by Homeric fantasies nor by the more spiritual, but not less interested, promises of the Christian paradise. And notwithstanding all this, he was not disturbed by his imminent death. It behooved him, he said, to prefer duty to life. He sacrificed everything, affections, pleasure, knowledge, and the future, to rigid virtue. Was not this a magnanimous and sublime intellect? It may be wondered why so bold and radical a thinker escaped the Inquisition. He did so mainly by that intellectual maneuver termed the double truth, or twofold truth. This, at that time, was, perhaps, the only method of escape for the philosophers who dared to differ from the Christian dogmas. It was quite a popular method with those who wanted to think, and yet keep their heads upon their shoulders. And it is quite popular today with those who desire to hold liberal opinions, and, at the same time, enjoy fat salaries in the pulpit. It was a sort of necessary makeshift for Pomponazzi, Bruno, Galileo, and others, but today it is simply moral cowardice. The doctrine of the twofold truth is that there are two ways of finding the truth, faith and reason, emotion and intellect, theology and philosophy. These two ways may at times clash, they may even be contradictory, but nevertheless both are true. It is not in the province of the human mind to reconcile them, because of the littleness of human knowledge. But it is assumed that if human knowledge was sufficiently great, it could reconcile them however opposite they might seem to be. Under this assumption, one, as a theologian, might believe what, as a philosopher, he would be compelled to deny. So Pomponazzi said, "I do not deny immortality as a Christian, I only deny as a philosopher. What I think as a philosopher has nothing to do with my faith as a theologian." Theology and philosophy occupy two different spheres. They are different worlds to the human consciousness. They may agree or disagree. That has nothing to do with the truth or falsity of either. Philosophy is veritable on its own grounds, and so is theology on its grounds, and the conflict between them need not disturb one. There is no necessity for harmony, since truth is so infinite that both may be equally right. As a Christian, Pomponazzi professed to accept the miracles of Jesus, which as a philosopher he was compelled to reject. By this distinction between what one believes as a Christian and knows as a philosopher, many a radical thinker has escaped martyrdom. Let us not condemn Pomponazzi for intellectual dishonesty, for Galileo, Bruno, and Vanini availed themselves of the same distinction. Kant and Lessing also. John Stuart Mill even declared that, in another part of the universe, 2 and 2 might not make 4, and thus allows the foundation principle of the twofold truth, namely, that we really don't know anything, and therefore theology may be just as true as philosophy. Mansell, in his Bampton Lectures before a modern audience, affirmed that God's morality might be different from men's morality, and so our highest conceptions of virtue might not apply to God at all. And Faraday said, "I do not think it at all necessary to tie the study of the natural sciences and religion together. And so in my intercourse with my fellow creatures, that which is religion and that which is philosophy have ever been two distinct things." Of course, free thought and science absolutely repudiate twofold truth. Truth is one, man is one, and there is only one way to find out the truth, only one way to reach knowledge, and that is the scientific way. Faith, emotion, revelation, dogma have never given this world one particle of truth. We may forgive Pomponazzi, Bruno, Galileo, for resorting to this intellectual legerdemain, for they were compelled to by the fierce fanaticism of their time. And even these men, when the real issue came, abandoned the subterfuge and stood before the world simply as philosophers and suffered martyrdom. But I can scarcely in this century forgive a thinker who resorts to the twofold truth to save his salary or his popularity, or for the sake of mental ease. What a shame for Faraday to make such a declaration as he did! It is like the cowardice of a soldier in the front of battle. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Minor Philosophers. Pomponazzi.
Chapter 7, Part 2 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Chapter 7, Part 2, Minor Philosophers. Telesio, Campanella, Vanini. During the lifetime of Pomponazzi, Telesio was born 1509, and while we might say the former was the forerunner of Descartes, the latter was the forerunner of Bacon, he was hostile to both Plato and Aristotle, or rather to these as accepted by the schoolmen. He insisted upon nature rather than dialectics, upon observation, experiment, induction. He said, quote, "The construction of the world and the magnitude and nature of the bodies in it is not to be sought after by reasoning as men in former times have done, but to be perceived by sense and to be ascertained from the things themselves. We use our sense to follow nature, which is ever at harmony with herself and is ever the same in her operations." End quote. Telesio was mainly a natural philosopher and free thinker. He was opposed to dogmatic authority. He incurred the hatred of the monks and the theologians. He died in 1596. His works were placed on the Index Expurgatorius, an honor of which he is well deserving. He gave noble hints of modern science. Campanella. Campanella was born in 1568 at Stilto in Calabria. In his 15th year he entered the order of the Dominicans. He soon became desirous not only of reading Aristotle, but the Book of Nature. An accident drew his attention to the works of Telesio. He was delighted with its freedom of speech and appeal to reason and experience rather than authority. His first effort was a defense of Telesio in 1591. The boldness of his attacks brought him into disfavor with the clergy. He left Naples and proceeded to Rome. For 7 years he led a wandering life through Padua, Bologna, Venice, and other towns, everywhere attracting attention by the brilliancy of his talents. He returned to his native place in 1598. In the following year he was arrested and committed to prison. He had joined himself to those who desired to free Naples from Spanish tyranny, and had excited them by his fiery eloquence and independence of spirit. The unfortunate philosopher remained in captivity for 27 years. He composed sonnets and prepared a complete system of philosophy which was published at a later date. In 1626 he was set at liberty. He came to Paris in 1634. He died on May 26, 1639. The philosophy of Campanella was Cartesian and Baconian. He says, quote, "Our knowledge begins in doubt. We know neither the past nor the future. The first proposition is that I myself think the certainty of self-consciousness is the primary truth. The sciences are not to be constructed from definitions by deduction, but proceed by induction to definition." End quote. His view of God is somewhat like that of Bruno, pantheistic. God, he says, is the ultimate unit. His 3 manifestations may be called wisdom, power, and love. All things are of the same nature, otherwise there could be no mutual action. The soul of man is in nature corporeal, but is immortal, being endowed with a striving after happiness never attained in this life. In politics, Campanella was an extreme reformer. In his work, The City of the Sun, he sketches an ideal state in which the principles of communism are fully carried out. Campanella was a brave, restless, indomitable, and truth-seeking spirit, a lover of humanity, a defender of liberty, a student of nature, an honest man, a brilliant thinker, and an original philosopher. Vanini has won imperishable renown by his pathetic martyrdom at 34 years of age, and though he does not soar to the loftiest heights of the Empyrean with Bruno, he was one of the most fascinating, learned, eloquent, and gifted men of his time, and worthy of all honor for his splendid life and heroic death. Vanini was born at Torresano in the southeast extremity of Italy in 1585. He early manifested an extraordinary aptitude for study and investigation, which induced his father, on the completion of his elementary education, to send him to Naples to study theology and philosophy. Vanini attributes to the writings of Baconthorpe and Pomponazzi a principal share in the formation of his intellectual conclusions. He continued his studies until he graduated as doctor in 1606, when he was only 21 years of age. At some time or other he took the vows of a Carmelite friar, and in one place he describes himself as preaching as well as having taken priestly orders. He went from Naples to Padua. His passionate ardor for study, he says, rendered the privations of poverty and even the inclemency of weather comparatively unfelt. He devoted himself mainly to physical science and philosophy, and regarded the methods and teachings of the schoolmen with supreme contempt. From 1606 to 1615, when he published his first work, we have only incidental and scattered allusions as to the mode in which he passed his time. Conforming, like Bruno, to the custom of errant scholarship which then prevailed, he wandered from one country to another, taking up his abode for a longer or shorter period in most of the capitals and university towns of Europe. He spent 2 years in England and suffered imprisonment for the space of nearly 2 months. In 1615, at Lyon, he published The Amphitheatre. In 1616 was issued The Dialogues, after which he took his ill-fated journey to Toulouse. These are the only works of his now extant, out of many others. He was a very industrious writer, but his books, most of them, were utterly destroyed by order of the Church. Vanini was not an atheist, although he was condemned as one. His first work closes with the following ode of praise and aspiration. He addresses the Supreme Being as Bruno would. Quote, "Of all existing things thou art both source and ending. Of thyself art fountain, origin, commencement. Of thyself as well art end and termination, yet equally without both ending and beginning." End quote. It is by the Dialogues, however, that Vanini is judged by posterity and his real position as a philosopher ascertained, but it is pretty difficult, even in these Dialogues, to discover the actual opinions of the philosopher. As a matter of fact, the Dialogues were not written by Vanini himself, but by his disciples. They are a collection of discursive conversations embodying the master's opinions on those points of physical knowledge on which his disciples asked for information. They were probably written down from memory. Vanini gave his sanction to the transaction as the authors hoped he would, and thus approved the essential correctness of the record. In this book we have Vanini's most secret thoughts, what he poured forth to a few chosen disciples, but there is no systematic declaration of his philosophy, and only those fully cognizant of his general line of thought could clearly understand his discourse. While in his first work Vanini is a theologian, in the second and far greater work he is a student of medicine and of natural philosophy. He treats as of secondary importance all those questions which pertain to ecclesiastical dogmas. His aim is to unravel as far as he can the secrets of nature. He treats of the firmament and the atmosphere, of water and earth, of the generation of animals, and of the religion of the Gentiles. Vanini's idea seemed to be expressed in Bacon's words, quote, "Whatever deserved to exist deserved to be known," end quote. And some parts of his Dialogues today would be regarded as too obscene for publication. But Vanini, Telesio, and physicists of that age thought it not only right but useful to explore every department of nature. Vanini was one whose eager curiosity and passionate love of liberty made almost every kind of restraint intolerable. God and nature only now accepted, he acknowledged himself as subject to no law. As to Christianity, he avoids the issue by avowing what doctrines and opinions he would maintain if he were not a Christian. That is, he resorts to the twofold truth of Pomponazzi. Still, there was in Vanini an independence of character which made him regardless of popular opinion. The calmness with which he met his fate shows that he was not destitute of the solid qualities of intellectual manhood. He had no scruple in contradicting the authorities of the past, even Aristotle himself, when his dictum appeared opposed to reason and experience. In Vanini, as in Bruno, there was a genuine love of nature, of natural sights and sounds and scenery. It is a pure, spontaneous enjoyment. There is the freshness of the summer's morning, the music of the birds, the perfume of the roses, the fruit trees in the orchard, where master and pupil walk together, and groves and gardens overlooking the terraced streets of the town, while at the foot of the declivity and as far beyond as the eye can reach roll the blue waves of the Mediterranean. In 1617, Vanini went to Toulouse, where he enjoyed an undisturbed existence for 2 years. Toward the end of 1618, the storm began to gather about his path, which, in the following year, finally overwhelmed him in its mad fury. He was apprehended on the 2nd of August, 1618, and suffered on the 9th of February the following year. The process against him lasted 6 months. There are no details of the transaction. The chief evidence against him was oral. The dialogues were not put in evidence against him, except that in them he had imperiously dared to style nature as the queen of the universe. The historian gives the following picture of his trial. Quote, "The prisoner is brought in manacled and guarded by jailers. Vanini advances slowly to the bar. He is, in all respects, a striking-looking man, tall, rather thin, with a student stoop of the shoulders, a face of unusual intelligence, of which the most noticeable features are a long, slightly curved nose, and large, brilliant eyes, which he flashes around him with pretty much the expression of a caged lion. He has auburn hair, and the olive tint of his skin betrays his Spanish ancestry. Altogether a model of restless, vivacious intelligence, as his judges are of dogged, immobile stolidity." Vanini is questioned as to his belief in God. In reply, he picks up a piece of straw from the ground near him and exclaims, "This straw compels me to believe there is a God. Corn cast into the soil seems at first to languish and die. Presently, as if from corruption, it begins to whiten, then it becomes green and starts from the ground. It grows visibly, it is nourished with the morning dew, it is strengthened by the rain which it receives, it arms itself with pointed spinacle to keep away the birds, it grows in the form of a stalk and puts forth leaves. Presently it becomes yellow, droops its head, languishes, and dies. We thresh it, and the grain being separated from the straw, the former serves for the nourishment of the man, the latter for the nourishment of animals created for the use of man." End quote. Before these gloomy judges thus spoke a thinker of a new type, the augury of a future whose dawn was just becoming discernible on the horizon, a man who studied nature. Clearly the interval between the judges on the bench and the prisoner at the bar, though locally measurable by a few yards, was, in point of time, to be meted only by centuries. Vanini was condemned to die on the 9th of February, 1619, and the sentence was carried into execution the same day. Nothing, says Cousin, could save him, neither his youth, nor his learning, nor his eloquence. This unfortunate martyr to philosophy and free thought was drawn on a hurdle through the streets of Toulouse. His behavior, like that of Bruno, was marked to the utmost fortitude. On coming forth from prison, he exclaimed, "Let us go joyfully to die as becomes a philosopher." Vanini is bound securely to the stake. The executioner then requests him to put forth his tongue in order that the sentence of its amputation might be carried out. Vanini refuses, not perhaps that his human feeling shrank from the torture, though this surely would only be natural, but he would not by any act of his sanction the iniquitous proceedings of which he was made a victim. Alas! His refusal avails not. His mouth is forcibly wrenched open, the shrinking tongue is seized with iron pincers and drawn so far forward that the executioner's knife can do its work. The stream of blood which followed the brutal operation was accompanied by a loud and violent shriek of pain. After this, the poor martyr to free thought had not long to live. When he was dead by strangling, his body was consumed to ashes by the fire prepared for the purpose at the stake. "O tyranny at once both odious and impotent," cries Cousin, "do you think that it is with pincers you can tear the human mind from error? And do you not see that the flames which you set blazing by exciting the horror of all generous minds protect and propagate the doctrines you persecute?" Thus perished Vanini in the prime of youth and manly beauty, under circumstances of treachery and barbarity not easy to be paralleled. His enemies, who scattered his ashes to the wind, did their utmost to exterminate his writings, with such success that his works now have become exceedingly rare. Says Owen, quote, "The spirit of free thought of Bruno and Vanini rose like a phoenix from the embers of the murderous stake fires. Vanini was one of the last instances in modern Europe of a thinker of some note being put to death for free philosophical speculation. The sun of science was already above the horizon. While his disfigured and mangled corpse was being consumed at Toulouse, Bacon, in a freer atmosphere, had completed a new system of philosophy and natural inquiry, much of which coincides in form and substance with Vanini's dialogues. Galileo had set on foot a method of direct observation and experiment still more irreconcilable with the claims of ecclesiasticism, and Descartes was preparing the way for the skeptical philosophy which was destined, with that of Bacon and others, to revolutionize the thought of Europe. Henceforth, mental freedom of every kind began to flourish and increase. The memory of Vanini, like that of Bruno, is now being cherished by his countrymen. With the recovery of her long-lost liberty, Italy is turning her maternal regards and affectionate regrets to the memories of those noble sons, pioneers of European freethought, to whom she gave birth in the 14th and 2 following centuries, but who, as children of a slave mother, were driven from their homes and compelled to seek a precarious subsistence and often to find death in foreign lands. The attachment of these poor wanderers to their native country was second only to their passion for liberty and truth. Sometimes, as in the case of Bruno, it lured them like a wrecker's light to their destruction. Vanini dwells again and again in his writings on the beloved Tarasano of his birth. He recounts the incidents of his early childhood, the stories told him by his mother, the people and the events of his youthful and happier life, the woods and valleys of that fairest of all lands, that precious stone in the ring of the globe, as he enthusiastically calls his native province. And now the country he so fervently loved after 2 centuries and a half has begun to reciprocate that affection. On the 24th of September, 1868, a bust of Vanini was placed in the district hall of Lis, the chief town of Tarasano. The house in which he first saw the light is still carefully preserved, and now Tarasano has no higher boast and no more valued historical possession than that she was the birthplace of Julius Caesar Vanini. End quote. Of Bruno, of Vanini, we can say, as Tennyson sings of knowledge itself, quote, "She sets her forward countenance and leaps into the future chance." End quote. End of Chapter 7, Part 2, Minor Philosophers, Telesio, Campanella, Vanini.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2023. Chapter 8, Part 1. The Critical Philosophy, Descartes, Locke, and Hume. In the eyes of Bruno and Spinoza, the highest aim of philosophy was to discover unity, the one in all. Kant gives a different definition to philosophy, and I think a wiser one. The business of philosophy, says Kant, is to answer 3 questions. What can I know? What ought I to do? And for what may I hope? But it is pretty plain, says Huxley, that these 3 resolve themselves in the long run into the first. For rational expectation and moral action are alike based upon beliefs, and a belief is void of justification unless its subject matter lies within the boundaries of possible knowledge, and unless its evidence satisfies the conditions which experience imposes as the guarantee of credibility. End quote. What can we know, therefore, is the question of all questions, which philosophy sets itself to answer, and wherein philosophy is distinguished from science. In another place, Kant gives utterance to one of the wisest and most pregnant thoughts in regard to the true sphere of philosophy, and in which he expresses the spirit of free thought itself. Quote, "The greatest and perhaps the sole use of all philosophy of pure reason is, after all, merely negative, since it serves not as an organon for the enlargement of knowledge, but as a discipline for its delimitation, and instead of discovering truth, has only the modest merit of preventing error." End quote. When philosophy is thus modest, it is of real service and absolutely necessary to human progress. It is not the province of philosophy to soar beyond the stars, to discover the secret of all things, to unfold the absolute unity. but to sit in wise humility by the side of vigorous science and prevent her from falling into error, to define the limits of science so that human energy can be preeminently useful. Science attains truth, philosophy prevents error. I do not know of any better distinction between the two so far as intellectual progress is concerned. They, the sciences, says Huxley, furnish us with the results of the mental operations which constitute thinking, while philosophy, in the stricter sense of the term, inquires into the foundation of the first principles which these operations assume or imply." End quote. Such is the philosophy of Descartes and his successors as contrasted with the philosophy of Bruno and Spinoza. It is the all-triumphant philosophy of today, before which even the star of Hegel must pale its ineffectual fire. Descartes, 1596 through 1650. The object of Descartes was certainty. How can we be certain? That was the supreme question. In order to answer this question, in order to arrive at certainty, Descartes was the arch-infidel, the arch-doubter of the human race. He doubted until it was no longer possible to doubt. He could not doubt that he doubted. Thence he said, "I think, therefore I am." Doubt is the path to all knowledge, affirms Descartes. We must doubt in order to be sure of anything, for it is by doubt only that we can examine. We travel through doubt to certainty, and there is no other road. We must doubt even the truth in order to know the truth. This principle of doubt in science is directly opposite to the principle of religion. Religion says, believe, do not question, do not deny. To do so is a mortal sin. In announcing his method, therefore, Descartes announced opposition to the creeds of the past. There must be a re-examination, a sifting of all that the world had hitherto believed. In accepting the method of Descartes, we do not necessarily accept his results, although he added wonderfully to the treasures of human knowledge. For doubt is not a temporary expedient. It must be constantly applied. The truth of yesterday must be demonstrated anew today. There is no permanent stamp for truth. It must be continually fresh coined. Truth cannot be crystallized. It must be flowing. Truth is not to be gray-haired. It is to be ever young. No truth can be so old as to be accepted on faith. It must always give its credentials. It must always be ready for proof. It must eternally confront the interrogation point. The supreme question of philosophy, what can we know, can only be answered in the way that Descartes endeavored to answer it, by doubt. By doubt is not meant universal skepticism like that of Pyrrho, but what Hume termed mitigated skepticism, that is, skepticism with a well-defined purpose, skepticism as a means, not as an end. As we sail the pathless ocean in order to reach golden shores, so we enter upon the sea of doubt in order that every continent of truth may be discovered. This is the true Freethought philosophy, and it could not have had a more illustrious advocate than Descartes. Nor could anyone give a more brilliant example of its capabilities. The 4 following rules of Descartes are well worthy of consideration by every searcher after truth, and admirably state the essential features of his system of philosophy. 1. Never to accept anything as true but what is evidently so. To admit nothing but what so clearly and distinctly presents itself as true that there can be no reason to doubt it. 2. To divide every question into as many separate parts as possible, that each part being more easily conceived, the whole may be more intelligible. 3. To conduct the examination with order, beginning by that of objects the most simple, and therefore the easiest to be known, and ascending little by little up to knowledge the most complex. 4. To make such exact calculations and such circumspections as to be confident that nothing essential has been omitted. Buckle says of the merits of Descartes that he was the first who successfully applied algebra to geometry, that he pointed out the important law of the signs, that in an age in which optical instruments were extremely imperfect, he discovered the changes to which light is subjected in the eye by the crystalline lens, that he directed attention to the consequences resulting from the weight of the atmosphere, and that he detected the causes of the rainbow. Descartes, says Santes, throwing off the swaddling clothes of scholasticism, resolved to own to himself alone the acquisition of the truth which he so earnestly desired to possess. For what else is the methodical doubt which he established as the starting point of his philosophy than an energetic protest of the human mind against all external authority? Hegel describes Descartes as the founder of modern philosophy, whose influence upon his own age and modern times it is impossible to exaggerate. Bradlaugh writes of him, "It is certain that Descartes gave a sharp spur to European thought and mightily hastened the progress of heresy." Thomas Hobbes, 1588 through 1679. In the same line with Descartes was Thomas Hobbes, the subtlest dialectician of his time. He was one of the earliest English advocates of the materialistic limitation of the mind. He denies the possibility of any knowledge other than that resulting from sensation. Whatever we imagine, he says, is finite. Therefore, there is no idea, no conception of anything we call infinite. He professed, however, to admit the authority of the magistrate and the scriptures to override argument. Perhaps that was the reason why he was protected from his clerical antagonists by the favor of Charles II, who had a portrait of the philosopher hung on the walls of his private room at Whitehall. In this connection, it is worthy of note that Hobbes was the first to declare the doctrine of equal rights, which was so pregnantly emphasized in after times by the splendid eloquence of Rousseau. Hobbes was a free thinker, but he masked his batteries in such a way that the Church could not easily attack him. He evidently was not born to be a martyr. He wrote somewhat in cipher, but the Church felt and resented the keenness of his logic, and in his apparent submission to the powers that be, realized the iconoclastic blow of a determined thinker. Locke, 1632 through 1704. John Locke, born 1632, carried forward the skeptical philosophy of Descartes. It is an interesting fact that Spinoza was born the same year, almost the opposite of Locke in his philosophical purpose. Spinoza endeavored to transcend the limits of human knowledge by pure genius to build an intellectual temple far beyond the boundaries of experience, to solve the problem of the universe by a transcendent effort of the will, while the whole purpose of Locke was to emphasize the inability of man to do what Spinoza was gigantically laboring to do. The critical philosophy of Locke cannot be better stated than in his own words, and wiser words were never written. Quote, "If by this inquiry into the nature of the understanding I can discover the powers thereof, how far they reach, to what things they are in any degree proportionate, and where they fail us, I suppose it may be of use to prevail with the busy mind of man to be more cautious in meddling with those things exceeding its comprehension, to stop when it is at the utmost end of its tether, and to sit down in quiet ignorance of those things which, upon examination, prove to be beyond the reach of our capacities. We should not then be so forward, out of an affectation of universal knowledge, to raise questions and perplex ourselves and others with disputes about things to which our understandings are not suited, and of which we cannot frame in our minds any clear and distinct perception, or whereof, as it has perhaps too often happened, we have not any notion at all. Men may find matter sufficient to busy their hands with variety, delight, and satisfaction, if they will not boldly quarrel with their own constitution and throw away the blessings their hands are filled with, because they are not big enough to grasp everything." We shall not have much to complain of the narrowness of our minds if we will employ them about what may be of use to us, for of that they are very capable, and it will be an unpardonable as well as a childish peevishness if we undervalue the advantages of our knowledge and neglect to improve it to the ends for which it was given us, because there are some things that are out of the reach of it. It will be no excuse to an idle and untoward servant who would not attend to his business by candlelight to plead that he had not broad sunshine. The candle that is set up in us shines bright enough for all our purposes. Our business here is not to know all things, but those things which concern our conduct." End quote. No wonder that the clergymen were opposed to Locke. In this statement he undermines theology, for if the human mind is thus limited, it cannot affirm anything concerning God. Locke's argument against innate ideas is unanswerable, and the chief reliance of faith is overthrown. If the idea of God is not innate, how is it possible to discover him by experience, since experience is always limited? If all ideas originate in sensation and reflection, as Locke says, must not all those ideas be finite? The stream cannot rise higher than its source. Sensation and reflection cannot produce an infinite idea. As well say that the earth could produce a sun, that a part can equal the whole, or that 2 and 2 are more than 4. Locke did not see and acknowledge the full sweep of his philosophy, but in conjunction with Descartes, he made way for the keener insight of David Hume. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. The Critical Philosophy, Descartes, Hobbes, and Locke.
Chapter 8, Part 2 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Chapter 8, Part 2, The Critical Philosophy, Hume, Kant. Hume, 1711 to 1776. In Hume, we reach one of the loftiest intellectual heights of man, where there are no mists and fogs. Clear sunshine is all over the landscape. It is a pleasure to view human history from such an elevated and noble position. I do not know of anyone who has exercised a greater influence upon philosophy. Modern science is much more indebted to Hume than to Bacon. What we can know was more clearly answered by Hume than by any preceding writer. He studied nature and the human mind at first hand. He was an original investigator, and he was courageous. The only point on which he bowed to popular opinion was in the profession of a vague and faint deism. While he affirmed the impossibility of proving the existence of substantial mind, he did seem to affirm the validity of the argument from design. But this was simply a ripple. The overwhelming stream of his argument was to pure atheism, but he never admitted this logical result. But the value of Hume is not in the personal results of his philosophy, but in its direction. He did not map out the human mind with thorough accuracy, but he showed how it was to be done. He got rid of an immense amount of rubbish. He made a revolutionary statement as to the course of human inquiry. Having stated his principles, he says, quote, "When we run over our libraries, persuaded of these principles, what havoc must we make? If we take in our hand any volume of divinity or school of metaphysics, let us ask this question: does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity and number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matter of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion." End quote. What volumes, according to this, we have the blessed privilege of burning up? Volumes of theology, volumes of metaphysics that do the world no particle of good. What a clearing away there is to the pathway of human knowledge. How much time is saved, how much vexation and weariness of spirit. Hume's argument against miracles has been so thoroughly triumphant that we might say that from his day miracles have been practically abandoned. The original definition of a miracle is a violation of the fixed laws of nature in order to prove a divine revelation. But Hume has demonstrated beyond question that there cannot be a violation of the laws of nature so far as human experience is concerned, that it is impossible to demonstrate such a violation, for the fixed laws of nature are declared by universal human experience itself. It is impossible for a violation of the law to have such experimental evidence, and as we must judge by evidence, we must necessarily reject the miracle, for the weight of evidence is always enormously against it. If, in favor of the miracle, you have the universal testimony of mankind, then the miracle is no longer a miracle, according to the definition, but a fixed law of nature. The very evidence that might prove the miracle must destroy its miraculous quality. Universality of evidence, which would be necessary to prove the actual occurrence of a miracle, would at the same time prove that the miracle was a part of the course of nature itself. Huxley on this point says, quote, "The definition of a miracle as a violation of the laws of nature is in reality an employment of language which on the face of the matter cannot be justified. For nature means neither more nor less than that which is, the sum of the phenomena presented to our experience, the totality of events past, present, and to come. Every event must be taken as a part of nature until proof to the contrary is supplied, and such proof is from the nature of the case impossible." End quote. The old definition of a miracle, therefore, has been abandoned. No theologian today calls a miracle a violation of the laws of nature. A miracle nowadays is an extremely wonderful event. Extremely wonderful as an event may be, it is still a part of nature, and therefore cannot demonstrate a divine revelation. Its validity as proof is gone, for it remains that the miracle, whatever it is the result of previous natural conditions. It might be true, as Huxley says, that 5,000 might be fed with 5 loaves and a few small fishes, and 12 baskets full be left. If we grant that, whatever is distinctly conceivable by the human mind is possible. But what would be the result? It would not prove the divinity of Jesus, that he was a God or supernatural being. It would only show that he had a peculiar knowledge of the laws of nature. It would prove no more than a sleight-of-hand trick. It might amaze the multitude, but scientifically it would only show that there were more possibilities in nature than our experience has hitherto justified. The performance would not prove the truth of a single saying of Jesus, or justify his claim to the Messiahship. It would not prove that Jesus was a wise or learned man on any other point than that particular event. If a scientific man, like Huxley or Tyndall, were present on such an occasion, he would simply, quote, set to work to investigate the conditions under which so highly unexpected an occurrence took place, and thereby enlarge his experience and modify his hitherto unduly narrow conceptions of nature, end quote. But he would not think for a moment of ascribing divinity to Jesus any more than to Herman or Edison. If the old definition is retained, it is impossible to prove a miracle. If the new definition is admitted, then the miracle loses all logical value to the theologian, for it proves nothing on his side of the question. Every way, therefore, Hume has demolished the argument from miracles. He has conferred an inestimable service upon humanity and scored a permanent victory for Freethought. Of course, if a miracle is an extremely wonderful event, it must have a vast amount of evidence in its support. On this point, Hume says, quote, "There is not to be found in all history any miracle attested by a sufficient number of men of such unquestioned goodness, education, and learning as to secure us against all delusion in themselves, of such undoubted integrity as to place them beyond all suspicion of any design to deceive others, of such credit and reputation in the eyes of mankind as to have a great deal to lose in case of their being detected in any falsehood, and at the same time attesting facts performed in such a public manner and in so celebrated a part of the world as to render the detection unavoidable, all of which circumstances are requisite to give us a full assurance of the testimony of men." End quote. In his Natural History of Religion, Hume takes the ground that religion and theology do not originate from man's intellectual nature, but from his hopes and fears, and therefore religion is not universal and necessary, but arises out of the sentimental conditions of humanity. He says, quote, "The first ideas of religion arose not from a contemplation of the works of nature, but from a concern with regard to the events of life, and from the incessant hopes and fears which actuate the human mind. In order to carry men's attention beyond the present course of things, or lead them into any inference concerning invisible intelligent powers, they must be actuated by some passion which prompts their thought and reflection, some motive which urges their first inquiry. But what passion shall we have recourse to for explaining an effect of such mighty consequence? Not speculative curiosity merely, or the pure love of truth. That motive would be too refined for such gross natures, a subject too large and comprehensive for their narrow capacities. No passions, therefore, can be supposed to work on such barbarians, but the ordinary affections of human life, the anxious concern for happiness, etc. Agitated by hopes and fears of this nature, men scrutinize with a trembling curiosity the course of future causes, and examine the various and contrary events of human life. And in this disordered scene, with eyes still more disordered and astonished, they see the first obscure traces of divinity. Never was the history of religion so clearly and truthfully stated. It originates with man's hopes and fears, and not from his desire for truth. Man believes in God for the preservation of his happiness, and not from any intellectual demand. And those who think that high and refined theism has no such origin, that it has nothing to do with these primitive barbaric feelings, will find that monotheism and the sublimest qualities ascribed to God are not the result of pure intellectual processes, but really an evolution through the hopes and fears of men from the first obscure traces of divinity, and theism, therefore, is tainted with the original disease. In fact, monotheism, instead of being the result of man's mental advance, is but the logic of his most slavish propensities. The more perfection we ascribe to deity, the more he becomes the expression of intense selfishness. Hume's masterly reasoning must make the theist squirm. He says, quote, "It may readily happen in an idolatrous nation that though men admit the existence of several limited deities, yet there is some one God whom in a particular manner they make the object of their worship and adoration. They may either suppose that, in the distribution of power and territory among the gods, their nation was subjected to the jurisdiction of that particular deity, or, reducing heavenly objects to the model of things below, they may represent one God as the prince or supreme magistrate of the rest, who, though of the same nature, rules them with an authority like that which an earthly sovereign exerts over his subjects and vassals. Whether this God, therefore, be considered as their peculiar patron or as the general sovereign of heaven, his votaries will endeavor by every art to insinuate themselves into his favor, and supposing him to be pleased like themselves with praise and flattery, there is no eulogy or exaggeration which will be spared in their addresses to him. In proportion as men's fears or distresses become more urgent, they still invent new strains of adulation, and even he who outdoes his predecessor in swelling the titles of his divinity is sure to be outdone by his successor in newer and more pompous epithets of praise. Thus they proceed till at last they arrive at infinity itself, beyond which there is no further progress. They are guided to this notion not by reason, but by the adulation and fears of the most vulgar superstitions." End quote. The highest attributes of deity are the result of base human flattery. The tribal god becomes the universal god, not by the enlightened intellect of his subjects, but by their subserviency. Monotheism is simply the art of the courtier, and not the flower of philosophy. Those who read the history of the Jews in the light of modern scholarship will see an illustration of this, and the Psalms will not be regarded as the expression of mental elevation, but the eloquence of an obsequious royalist. Hume accepted and rigorously applied the idealism of Berkeley, and demonstrated that if we cannot prove the existence of matter, neither can we prove the existence of mind or soul. The reasoning is unanswerable. We only know physical phenomena. We do not know the substratum of the phenomena. No more do we know the substratum of mental phenomena. One good thing Berkeley did under the sharp guidance of Hume: if he knocked out matter, he also knocked out soul. Matter may recover from the blow. It has considerable persistence, in spite of metaphysics, but the soul is permanently demolished so far as science is concerned. The conclusion of the whole question is that physical phenomena constitute matter and mental phenomena constitute mind. Hume's reasoning was fully adopted by Kant, that, quote, "in the case of the soul, as in that of the body, the idea of substance is a mere fiction of the imagination." End quote. Says Kant, quote, "Our internal intuition shows no permanent existence, for the ego is only the consciousness of my thinking." End quote. Hume, every way, is one of the most interesting characters in modern times. He is almost an ideal philosopher. His temper, says Adam Smith, quote, "seemed to be more happily balanced than that, perhaps, of any other man I have ever known. The extreme gentleness of his nature never weakened either the firmness of his mind or the steadiness of his resolution. Gaiety of temper, so agreeable in society, was in him certainly attended with the most severe application, the most extensive learning, the greatest depth of thought, and a capacity in every respect the most comprehensive. Upon the whole, I have always considered him in his lifetime and since his death as approaching as nearly to the idea of a perfectly wise and virtuous man as perhaps the nature of human frailty will permit." End quote. I cannot help quoting from one of Hume's letters. It gives such a charming and beautiful picture of the home life of the philosopher, so iconoclastic, so terrible, destroying time-honored theories, and yet so delightfully contented. Quote, "I shall exult and triumph to you a little that I have now at last, being turned off 40, to my own honor, to that of learning, and to that of the present age, arrived at the dignity of being a householder. About 7 months ago, I got a house of my own, and completed a regular family, consisting of a head, viz. Myself, and 2 inferior members, a maid and a cat. My sister has since joined me and keeps me company. With frugality, I can reach, I find, cleanliness, warmth, light, plenty, and contentment. What would you have more? Independence? I have it in a supreme degree. Honor? That is not altogether wanting. Grace? That will come in time. A wife? That is none of the indispensable requisites of life. Books? That is one of them, and I have more than I can use. In short, I cannot find any pleasure of consequence which I am not possessed of in a greater or less degree, and without any great effort of philosophy, I may be easy and satisfied." End quote. Kant, 1724 to 1804. Kant, the great successor of Hume in the brilliant line of the critical and really constructive philosophy, was peculiarly devoted to his work. He lived to a great age, says Madame de Staël, quote, and never once quitted the snows of murky Königsberg. There he passed a calm and happy existence, meditating, professing, and writing. He had mastered all the sciences. He had studied languages and cultivated literature. He lived and died the type of the German professor. He rose, smoked, drank his coffee, wrote, lectured, took his daily walk, always at precisely the same hour. The cathedral clock, it is said, was not more punctual in its movements than Immanuel Kant. He never, in the course of his long life, traveled above 7 miles from his native city. End quote. In his Critique of Pure Reason, Kant developed, in his own original way, the skeptical philosophy of Descartes, Locke, and Hume. In answering the question, what can we know, he added greatly to the answer given by Hume. In the simple, undecomposable materials of thought, Hume included only impressions and ideas, copies of impressions by memory. Kant adds to these relations, so that in the original contents of the mind are impressions, ideas, and relations. And thus, as Huxley remarks, Kant has made one of the greatest advances ever effected in philosophy. But the basis of Kant's philosophy is exactly the same as that of Hume. Quote, if the details of Kant's criticism differ from those of Hume, they coincide with them in their main result, which is the limitation of all knowledge of reality to the world of phenomena revealed to us by experience. End quote. The ultimates of human thought are matter, force, and relation. Relation is neither matter nor force, and yet it is as much of a reality as either of these. There is no matter or force without relation. Relation is as fundamental as sensation, not inferred from sensation, but immediately known with sensation. Kant swept God and immortality forever from the domain of human knowledge. He says, quote, after we have satisfied ourselves of the vanity of all the ambitious attempts of reason to fly beyond the bounds of experience, enough remains of practical value to content us. It is true that no one knows that God and a future life exist, for if he possesses such knowledge, he is just the man for whom I have long been seeking. All knowledge, touching an object of mere reason, can be communicated, and therefore I might hope to see my own knowledge increased to this prodigious extent by his instruction. End quote. Further on, Kant says that philosophy and common sense are one. Quote, I will not here speak of the service which philosophy has rendered to human reason by the laborious efforts of its criticism, but do you ask that the knowledge which interests all men shall transcend the common understanding and be discovered for you only by philosophers? The very thing which you make a reproach is the best confirmation of the justice of previous conclusions, since it shows that which could not at first have been anticipated, namely, that in those matters which concern all men alike, nature is not guilty of distributing her gifts with partiality, and that the highest of philosophy, in dealing with the most important concerns of humanity, is able to take us no further than the guidance which she affords to the commonest understanding. End quote. It is a great gain to know that the highest philosophy, after all, is but systematized common sense. Of course, Kant is compelled, in order to mollify the orthodox party, to make God and immortality moral certainties, while they are no longer intellectual certainties, not objective moral certainties, however, but subjective moral certainties. For Kant confesses naively, I must not even say it is morally certain that there is a God, and so on, but I am morally certain, and so on. End quote. What Kant means is this: though you cannot prove the existence of God or the immortality of the soul, yet, as the belief in these is very useful for moral purposes, you may assume, that is, for moral purposes you may, nay, should believe that fiction of the imagination is true. Kant did not show much common sense in this. Certainly, if morality must be founded on an assumption, it must be a very poor thing. If Kant had seen more of the world, if he had traveled more than 7 miles from Königsberg and studied human nature, he would have discovered that man's morality is not founded upon an assumed belief, but upon real knowledge. According to Kant, we must lie in order to be true. We must be hypocrites in order to be just. We must cheat ourselves in order to be honest with others. We must play fast and loose with reason in order to enforce the moral law upon ourselves. Kant is an intellectual giant, but he shows what a fool the greatest man may be when he undertakes to compromise with orthodoxy. I think, after all, that Hume's idea of morality is much better than that of Kant. Hume dismisses entirely the belief in God and immortality and says, quote, "Virtue is an end, and is desirable on its own account, without fee or reward," end quote. And then, in one of his most eloquent passages, he declares, quote, "What philosophical truths can be more advantageous to society than these here delivered, which represent virtue in all her genuine and most engaging charms, and make us approach her with ease, familiarity, and affection. The dismal dress falls off, with which many divines and some philosophers have covered her, and nothing appears but gentleness, humanity, beneficence, affability. Nay, even at proper intervals, play, frolic, and gaiety. She talks not of useless austerities and rigors, suffering and self-denial. She declares that her sole purpose is to make her votaries and all mankind, during every period of their existence, if possible, cheerful and happy. Nor does she ever willingly part with any pleasure, but in the hopes of ample compensation in some other period of their lives. The sole trouble, she demands, is that of just calculation and a steady preference of the greater happiness. And if any austere pretenders approach her, enemies to joy and pleasure, she either rejects them as hypocrites or deceivers, or, if she admits them to her train, they are ranked, however, among the least favored of her votaries." End quote. Kant certainly did not improve upon genial David Hume as a moral teacher. Even the Presbyterian Scotch named a street after him, St. David's Street, and this is one of the best saints in all the calendar. End of Chapter 8, Part 2, The Critical Philosophy, Hume, Kant. Chapter 8, Part 3, of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Critical Philosophy, Hamilton. The clouds were not altogether swept away by Kant's incisive logic, since he allowed the moral dispositions to somewhat mar his judgment. It required the brilliant metaphysics of Hamilton to clear the atmosphere entirely. I do not know anyone who has done a finer service to freethought than this great writer, although he was an orthodox believer and has been a master influence in modern religious thought. Nothing has so troubled and perplexed the human mind as the words infinite and absolute. It has been supposed that they contained some meaning, though nobody knew what. Hamilton has demonstrated, beyond question, that they simply mean nothing. They are the negations of thought, that is, no thought. Everything in the sphere of thought must be finite, limited, and conditioned. It is impossible to conceive anything else, or anything beyond. We talk of infinite space and infinite time as if they were real conceptions, but they are not. As before shown, if we conceive, think, imagine, or picture space, it must be finite space. If time, it must be finite time. There is no such thing to the human mind as infinite space or infinite time. Let one try to think these, and he cannot do it. Now, if according to Descartes there can be no truth to the human mind except what is distinctly conceivable, then infinite space and infinite time are not truths, for they are not distinctly conceivable. If all knowledge arises from experience, there can be no possible knowledge of the infinite, for it cannot be experienced. We cannot experience the infinite in part, for the infinite cannot be divided into parts. It is an absolute unity. That which is divisible is finite. The relativity of knowledge, as affirmed and demonstrated by Hamilton, is one of the most fruitful postulates of modern science. It takes a great fog from the human mind. The whole history of philosophy is a history of the havoc made by these two terms, infinite and absolute. They have ruled with a rod of iron. None dared to deny. It was an enthronement of words without ideas. Descartes, Locke, Hume, and Kant submitted, to a certain extent, to the tyranny of the word God. They allowed there might be something in it. Indeed, Descartes built up an elaborate argument for the existence of God on the basis of the idea of infinite perfection, which, he says, is in the mind of man. As infinite perfection cannot be infinite perfection without existence, therefore this idea of infinite perfection must represent reality. However, there is no idea of infinite perfection in the mind, and Descartes' argument is worthless. Every philosophy which is based on any affirmation of the actual presence in the human mind of ideas corresponding to the words infinite and absolute is a false philosophy. All such philosophies have come and gone like mists in the sky. They have expanded until they have covered the whole heavens with glorious colors, but they have faded away. Hegel made the last and most alluring attempt to build these magnificent castles in the air, and for a while he commanded Europe and exercised a wonderful influence. He has done more than any other to preserve a religion for thinkers. He certainly has constructed a palatial philosophy. It opens into enchanting, luminous, and faraway perspectives. The mind can wander in it and find no end to the dazzling scenarios. If it were only built upon fact, what a preeminent structure it would be. How the imagination could revel in it, and winged hope never cease its flight, and the heart be filled with the divine fervor of a Bruno or Spinoza. But the system of Hegel is not built on fact. It does not originate with fact, but with pure thought itself. Thought is the beginning and the end, and the universe is the ever-becoming God, of which humanity is the noblest consciousness. The secret of Hegel is not worth striving after, for when discovered, it will not add one iota to human knowledge. Alexander Smith sings the master strain of Hegelianism when the poet declares that he will begin his mighty theme, quote, "Far in God, when all the ages and all suns and worlds and souls of men and angels lay in him like unborn forests in an acorn cup, with the soliloquy with which God broke the silence of the dead eternities, at which most ancient words, O beautiful, with showery tresses like a child from sleep, uprose the splendid moon and jeweled night," end quote, and close the measureless epic, quote, "With God and silence, when this great universe subsides in God, even as a moment's foam subsides again upon the wave that bears it," end quote. The philosophy of the conditioned is the true philosophy of modern days. We no longer consider the infinite. We are no longer baffled by mysteries, for we no longer consider mysteries but facts. Why trouble about mysteries? Whatever is experienced is not a mystery, it is a fact. Hamilton, in the following, clearly states the philosophy of the infinite, which he himself so thoroughly repudiated, and which science itself must repudiate, although such glorious names are its sponsors. Quote, "Kant pronounced the philosophy of rationalism, that is, ideal rationalism, exercise of the reason simply, without the union of reason with experience, which latter is scientific rationalism, to be a mere fabric of delusion. He declared that a science of existence was beyond the compass of our faculties, that pure reason, as purely subjective and conscious of nothing but itself, was, therefore, unable to evince the truth of aught beyond the phenomena of its personal modifications. But scarcely had Kant accomplished the recognition of this important principle than from the very disciples of his school there arose philosophers who, despising the contracted limits and humble results of observation, re-established a bolder and more uncompromising rationalism than any that had ever previously obtained for their country the character of philosophic visionaries. Quote, minds mad with reasoning and on fancies fed, end quote. Founded by Fichte, but evolved by Schelling, this doctrine regards experience as unworthy of the name of science, because, as only of the phenomenal, the transitory, the dependent, it is only that which, having no reality in itself, cannot be established as a valid basis of certainty and knowledge. Philosophy, therefore, must either be abandoned, or we must be able to seize the one, the absolute, the unconditioned, immediately and in itself. And this they profess to do by a kind of intellectual vision. In this act, reason, soaring not only above the world of sense, but beyond the sphere of personal consciousness, boldly places itself at the very center of absolute being, with which it claims to be, in fact, identified, and thence surveying existence in itself and in its relations, unveils to us the nature of the deity, and explains, from first to last, the derivation of all created things. End quote. The following is a luminous statement, as far as it is possible to give one, of this transcendental philosophy, which, happily, today, is fast disappearing from even the German mind. Quote, in every act of consciousness we distinguish a self, or ego, and something different from self, a non-ego, each limited and modified by the other. These together constitute the finite element. But at the same instant, when we are conscious of these existences, plural, relative, and contingent, we are conscious likewise of a superior unity in which they are contained and by which they are explained, a unity absolute as they are conditioned, substantive as they are phenomenal, and an infinite cause as they are finite causes. This unity is God. The fact of consciousness is thus a complex phenomenon, comprehending three several terms. First, the idea of the ego and non-ego is finite. Second, the idea of something else is infinite. Third, the idea of the relation of the finite element to the infinite. These elements are revealed in themselves and in their mutual connection in every act of primitive or spontaneous consciousness. End quote. The essential spirit of intolerance and persecution, which is in every religious philosophy, and which will result in horror and bloodshed, is also stated by Hamilton as existing in this philosophy thus, quote, as in this spontaneous intuition of reason, there is nothing voluntary, and therefore nothing personal, and as the truths which intelligence here discovers come not from ourselves, we are entitled, up to a certain point, to impose these truths on others as revelations from on high. End quote. It will thus be seen that the sword, the fire, and faggot are in this transcendental philosophy the ideal rationalism, which so disdainfully avoids the ground of common experience and soars to God. It is a fact that Cousin, the last great representative of this school, formulated into ecclesiasticism, endeavored to justify, partially, the execution of Vanini on the ground that he was an atheist and an immoral man. He labored to blacken the reputation of the martyr in order to save the defenders of God. Hamilton compactly states the issue. Quote, philosophical opinions may be reduced to four. First, the unconditioned is incognizable and inconceivable. its notion being only negative of the conditioned, which last can only be positively known as conceived. Second, it, the infinite, is not an object of knowledge, but its notion as a regulative, moral principle of the mind itself is more than a mere negation of the conditioned. Third, it, the infinite, is cognizable but not conceivable. It can be known by a sinking back into identity with the infinite absolute, but it is incomprehensible by consciousness and reflection, which are only of the relative and different. Fourth, it is cognizable and conceivable by consciousness and reflection, which are under relation, difference, and plurality. The first of these opinions, says Hamilton, we regard as true, the second is held by Kant, the third by Schelling, and the last by Cousin. In our opinion, says Hamilton, the mind can conceive and consequently can know only the limited and the conditionally limited. The unconditionally unlimited, or the infinite, the unconditionally limited, or the absolute, cannot possibly be construed to the mind. They can be conceived only by a thinking away from, or abstraction of, those very conditions under which thought itself is realized. Consequently, the notion of the unconditioned is only negative of the conceivable itself. For example, on the one hand, we can positively conceive neither an absolute whole, that is, a whole so great that we cannot conceive it as a relative part of a still greater whole, nor an absolute part, that is, a part so small that we cannot also conceive it as a relative whole divisible into smaller parts. On the other hand, we cannot positively represent or realize or construe to the mind an infinite whole, for this could only be done by the infinite synthesis and thought of finite wholes, which would itself require an infinite time for its accomplishment. Nor for the same reason can we follow out in thought an infinite divisibility of parts. The result is the same, whether we apply the process to limitation in space, in time, or in degree. The infinite, the absolute, are thus equally inconceivable to us. Thought necessarily supposes condition. To think is to condition. For as the greyhound cannot outstrip its shadow, nor the eagle outsoar the atmosphere in which he floats and by which alone he is supported, so the mind cannot transcend that sphere of limitation within and through which exclusively the possibility of thought is realized. All that we know is only known as one from the void and formless infinite. Thought cannot transcend consciousness. Consciousness is only possible under the antithesis of a subject and object of thought, known only in correlation and mutually limiting each other, while independently of this, all that we know either of subject or object, either of mind or matter, is only a knowledge in each of the particular or phenomenal. We admit that the consequence of this doctrine is that philosophy, if viewed as more than a science of the conditioned, is impossible. Departing from the particular, we admit that we can never, in our highest generalizations, rise above the finite. Time is only the image, or concept, of a certain correlation of existences, of existence, therefore, as conditioned. It is thus itself only a form of the conditioned. Is the absolute conceivable in time? We can easily represent to ourselves time under any relative limitation of commencement and termination, but we are conscious to ourselves of nothing more clearly than that it would be equally possible to think without thought, as to construe to the mind an absolute commencement or an absolute termination of time, that is, a beginning and an end, beyond which time is conceived as not existent. Goad imagination to the utmost, it still sinks paralyzed within the bounds of time, and time survives as the condition of the thought itself in which we annihilate the universe. Is the infinite more comprehensible? Can we imagine time as unconditionally unlimited? We cannot conceive the infinite regress of time, for such a notion could only be realized by the infinite addition in thought of finite times, and such an addition would itself require an eternity for its accomplishment. If we dream of effecting this, we only deceive ourselves by substituting the indefinite for the infinite, than which no two notions can be more opposed. The negation of the commencement of time involves, likewise, the affirmation that an infinite time has at every moment already run. That is, it implies the contradiction that an infinite has been completed. For the same reason, we are unable to conceive an infinite progress of time, while the infinite regress and infinite progress, taken together, involve the triple contradiction of an infinite concluded, of an infinite commencing, and of two infinites not exclusive of each other. Space, like time, is only the intuition or the concept of a certain correlation of existence therefore as conditioned. It is thus itself only a form of the conditioned, but apart from this, thought is equally powerless in realizing a notion, either of the absolute totality or of the infinite immensity of space. And while space and time, as wholes, can thus neither be conceived as absolutely limited nor as infinitely unlimited, so their parts can be represented to the human mind neither as absolutely indivisible nor as divisible to infinity. The universe cannot be imagined as a whole which may not also be imagined as a part, nor an atom be imagined as a part which may not also be imagined as a whole. The unconditioned, therefore, is not a positive concept, nor has it ever a real or intrinsic unity, for it only combines the absolute and the infinite, and themselves contradictory of each other, into a unity relative to us by the negative bond of their inconceivability. End quote. Stephen Pearl Andrews, one of the keenest metaphysicians of modern times, has made a distinction which is quite helpful between the absolute infinite and the relative infinite. The relative infinite is a kind of contradiction in terms, yet still it conveys something to the human mind. The absolute infinite is that which is so great that it cannot be made greater. That is the use of the term as applied to God. But the moment we try to think God, we must think of him as less than infinite, for we cannot think of any being so great but that we must still think of a greater. Suppose, for instance, we say that the universe is infinite, that is, that the number of worlds is so great that the number cannot be increased. If you say the number of worlds can be increased, that number must be finite. Grant the number to be absolutely infinite. It must then be admitted that every world is composed of billions of particles, and the number of particles, of course, must be infinite. We are at once confronted by the absurdity of one infinite number being a billion times greater than another infinite number, and yet by the assumption both numbers are so great that they cannot be increased. We can only escape the absurdity by saying that the number of worlds is relatively infinite, that is, so great that we cannot count them. Time and space are relatively infinite in the sense that we cannot conceive the beginning or the ending of either. But in this case, it is not the strength of thought, but its impotence that is manifest. It is a confession of inability to think, not an affirmation of positive knowledge. In this sense, the word infinite is applied to time, space, and the universe, but it will be easily seen this use of the word expresses the want of a conception, not the presence of it. Infinite and absolute in the theological sense are therefore entirely without meaning and must be forever abandoned by science. Kant threw the words God and immortality into the limbo of faith, and Hamilton has tumbled the words infinite and absolute after them, and there they lie in undistinguished confusion. They are not even ghosts or shadows. They are simply nothing. End of Chapter 8, Part 3, The Critical Philosophy, Hamilton.
Chapter 8, Part 4 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8, Part 4. The critical philosophy, Comte. So the way is made for positive philosophy, which is the true and final answer to the question, what can we know? We can know phenomena only, and the correlations of phenomena. The universe is simply the known and the unknown. The unknown is simply unknown. We cannot describe it in any way, and, as Frederick Harrison says, we do not even begin it with a capital. The boundaries of the known continually advance, but the unknown is always the unknown. We cannot name it God, immortality, thing in itself, nomenon, substratum, soul, the infinite, the absolute, or even the unknowable. The known is only phenomena, but real phenomena, and the manifestation of the universe as it is. I accept positive philosophy not as a philosophy founded by Kant, but as the grand result of the labors of Descartes, Locke, Hume, Kant, and Hamilton in their endeavors to define human knowledge. The words positive philosophy express that result better than any others, and why not accept them, even though we do not accept altogether the conclusions of Kant himself? This philosopher has exerted a profound and mighty influence upon his age. He was a thinker of extraordinary ability and magnificent enthusiasm. Certainly no one has better stated the boundaries of human knowledge. His philosophy will suffer many modifications in the onward march of science. But in that march theology and metaphysics will be forever discarded. Science will deal with what is positive and not with dreams or fancies, and that is a splendid triumph for free thought. Comte's attempt to establish a religion of humanity, a religion minus theology, with the regalia and ceremonies of the papal church, was a colossal blunder. It is a dismal failure. You cannot build religion on reason, common sense, or any intellectual or moral grounds, as Hume has clearly shown. One of the founders of a new religion, Theophilanthropy, the religion which Paine professed, complained to Talleyrand that it made but little headway among the people. Talleyrand replied, "It is no easy matter to introduce a new religion, but there is one thing I would advise you to do, and then perhaps you might succeed. Go and be crucified, then be buried, and then rise again on the third day, and then work miracles, raise the dead, heal all manner of disease, and cast out devils, and then it is possible you may accomplish your end." This was Talleyrand's shrewd way of saying that religion was a humbug, that it must be founded on a lie. The conflict between science and religion always has existed and always will exist. Comte should have banished religion equally with theology and metaphysics. It is folly to talk about worshipping humanity or anything else. We should not cultivate a feeling of worship. We should not bow or pray. Self-respect forbids this. Recognize everyone as your equal. Honor the truly great, but don't make them gods, for the best of them are no better than they should be. Comte's grand man is simply a fiction of the imagination. It does not exist. There is some analogy between society and the human body, but that is all. Humanity is not like a vast organism. We are not like cells in a stupendous body. We are individuals and supreme in our individuality, and as individuals we possess rights. There is no higher existence and quality than individual existence. We are not to be absorbed in a figment called humanity, any more than in a figment called God. All the millions of human beings massed together cannot make an existence superior in kind to individual existence, and it often happens that one man is wiser than all the rest of the world put together. Comte's grand man seems a pure metaphysical conception, like the entities of the schoolmen. Humanity is a combination of individuals, but that combination does not create a supreme being. Comte's abolition of rights and substitution of duties as fundamental is not for morality or for liberty. Rights are fundamental, and duties are based upon our rights. And if we have no rights, then we have no duties. The sentiment of self is as original as the sentiment of humanity. We are not to be altogether altruistic. We must be egoistic. Live for others is not the true maxim, but live for all being, yourself included. The sentiment of humanity should not displace the sentiment of self, any more than the sentiment of self should displace the sentiment of humanity. I've thus noted the mistakes and failures of Comte, which have lessened the value of his work, but what he has done still remains among the greatest achievements of the century. He has been a prodigious power, and the old superstitions have received no deadlier blow than from this brave thinker. It must be admitted that there is a unity and correlation of the sciences, a true order, and though Kant may not have succeeded in stating the true order, yet his efforts to do so, and his affirmation of the unity, have been of great service. Mr. Lewis eloquently says, "It constructs a series which makes all the separate sciences organic parts of one science, and it enables the several philosophies to yield a doctrine, which is what no other doctrine has ever been, coextensive with human knowledge and homogeneous throughout its whole extent." This, then, is the positive philosophy, the extension to all investigation of those methods which have been proved successful in the physical sciences. The limitations of human knowledge may be irksome to some impatient spirits, but philosophy pretending to no wider sweep than that of human faculty, and contented with the certainties of experience, declares the search after first and final causes to be a profitless pursuit. In directing attention to sociology and to the laws of human progress, in declaring that there are such laws, and that there is a science of society, Kant has pushed forward human investigation in a most noble and beneficial direction. Kant's great fundamental law of human intelligence, the law of the three stages, is certainly a very illuminating criticism of human history. It is in the main correct, though by no means applicable to the growth of all the sciences. But mankind, in the search after truth, has really passed through these three stages, though I do not see that in the nature of things it should always be in this fashion. It has been so as a matter of fact, and Kant's law is a statement of history, but not a fundamental law of perpetual operation, like the law of evolution as given by Herbert Spencer. The law of the three stages is thus stated by Kant. Each of our leading conceptions, each branch of our knowledge, passes successfully through three different theoretical conditions: the theological, or fictitious, the metaphysical, or abstract, and the scientific or positive. In the theological, men suppose all phenomena to be produced by the immediate action of supernatural beings, and the perfection of this stage is reached when all these supposed beings are merged into one, that is, monotheism. In the metaphysical stage, the mind substitutes for personal beings, abstract forces, or laws, which are part of the entity or nature of matter. And this stage is matured when mankind have substituted one final entity, nature, for the various minor entities at first supposed. In the final, the positive stage, the mind has given over the vain search after absolute notions, the origin and destination of the universe, and the causes of phenomena, and applies itself to the study of their laws, that is, their invariable relations of succession and resemblance. Reasoning and observation, duly combined, are the means of this knowledge. What is now understood when we speak of an explanation of facts is simply the establishment of a connection between a single phenomenon and some general, unreduced facts, the number of which continually diminishes with the progress of science. The ultimate perfection of the positive system would be, if such perfection could be hoped for, to represent all phenomena as particular aspects of a single general fact. This is a luminous philosophy of history. It is an admirable explanation of the way things have been and of the goal to be reached. No doubt Kant will be vastly modified by such thinkers as Spencer, Mill, and Huxley. For instance, Kant has overlooked too much the value of psychology, and, as Mill says, it should be classified as an independent abstract science. It appears that Kant, in his opposition to metaphysics, did not sufficiently distinguish between true and false metaphysics. If we take the word metaphysics in its original sense, then all metaphysics is false, but historically the word has been used in two senses. Used in the sense that there can be knowledge without experience, that is, without physical sensation, that we can start from ideas and not from facts, that from notions in the mind we can deduce truth without consultation with the material world around us, that we can phenomena altogether, and study pure being through intuition. Metaphysics in this sense, the metaphysics of the schoolman, is entirely false and unworthy of the attention of science. The metaphysical stage, equally with the theological age, is unscientific, and entities are as much to be abolished as the gods. But it must be conceded that there are mental phenomena apart from physical phenomena, and the physical phenomena do not altogether explain mental phenomena. As Huxley states it, I cannot conceive how the phenomena of consciousness, as such and apart from the physical process by which they are called into existence, are to be brought within the bounds of physical science. Let us suppose the process of physical analysis pushed so far that one could view the last links of the chain of molecules, watch their movements as if they were billiard balls, weigh them, measure them, and know all that is physically knowable about them. Well, even in this case, we should be just as far from being able to include the resulting phenomena of consciousness within the bounds of physical science as we are at present. It will remain as unlike the phenomena we know under the names of matter and motion as it is now. The correlation of mental phenomena, therefore, could not come under the name physics. It has come under the name metaphysics, and is certainly a true science as much as the correlation of physical phenomena. In this sense, Hume and Kant and Hamilton are among the greatest metaphysicians, and as metaphysicians they have added incalculably to the stores of human knowledge. Kant himself was a metaphysician in this sense, for it must be admitted that his statement of positive philosophy is a mental conclusion and not a physical phenomenon. However, mental phenomena must be studied in connection with the physical world. A true psychology must be based upon a true physiology. We cannot understand the action of the mind unless we understand the action of the brain. To study the mind apart from its physical surroundings is again a false metaphysics. This, no doubt, is what Kant meant, since Lewis declares that the science of psychology is included in biology. In a certain sense it is, and in a certain sense it is not. As Huxley again says, with scientific exactness, I doubt not our poor, long-armed and short-legged friend, the orang, as he sits meditatively munching his durian fruit, has something behind that sad Socratic face of his which is utterly beyond the bounds of physical science. Physical science may know all about his clutching the fruit and munching it and digesting it, and how the physical titillation of his palate is transmitted to some microscopic cells of the grey matter of his brain. But the feelings of sweetness and satisfaction, which for a moment hang out their signal lights in his melancholy eyes, are as utterly outside the bounds of physics as is the fine frenzy of a human rhapsodist. It is evident that Kant would have been more correct in his classification if he had included psychology and logic also in the independent abstract sciences. While the grand man and humanity as an organism must be entirely rejected, Yet the true value of humanity as a mediator between man, the individual, and nature must not be overlooked. And while in form we deny Kant, in spirit we accept him, as he has been unfolded in a very able manner by T.B. Wakeman, who, I think, has given a better interpretation to Kant than any other writer. He has certainly stripped Kant's religion of its provincial and imperial elements, and made it, as far as possible, cosmopolitan and democratic. No man, however great his genius, can understand nature by the solitary exercise of his faculties. Cooperation is as necessary in the intellectual world as in the industrial. It is not through man, as a single being, but through humanity, the universal being, not organism, that the greatness of nature is revealed, and that we know and use her power. Generations have toiled for us. The whole human race is constantly endowing us with truth. Millions are helping to build the cosmos in which we dwell. Civilization is the result of immense combinations all over the world. It is not the individual alone, but the individual plus humanity, the one through the many, that jams the earth with harvest fields, chains the lightning, and counts the multitude of stars. In this sense, humanity is an amazing power, and with this interpretation, there is something most nobly inspiring in Kant's conception, as described by John Stuart Mill. Humanity ascends into the unknown recesses of the past, embraces the manifold present, and descends into the indefinite and unforeseeable future, forming a collective existence without assignable beginning or end, appealing to that feeling of the infinite which is deeply rooted in human nature and which seems necessary to the imposingness of all our highest conceptions. Kant, by his magnificent ideas, has created what has been called the enthusiasm of humanity, through which human progress is ennobled with music, art, and poetry. Kant endeavored to cultivate majestic and enduring sentiments along with clear scientific advancement, and in this he has labored in the true direction, although his religion and its methods may forever disappear. He has been a great intellectual agitator. As Van Buren Danslow says, his work created a consternation akin to the handwriting on the wall at Belshazzar's feast, for he said to theologians and metaphysicians alike, Mene, mene, tekel, eupharsin. It said to all priesthoods and spiritual ministers, your occupation was necessary for a time, as was slavery, but the time will come when it will be equally necessary to abolish it. The clergy were better prepared for argument than for this outlawry. They did not relish being told that to account for things supernaturally was an inseparable attribute of the infantile stage of the human mind, and therein all theologies, like all fetish workshops of which they are in fact a part, like all mythologies, like all scandals, and indeed, like all dogs, must have their day and perish. The clergy had pretty nearly made man a product of theology. They were startled to find theology a parasite creeping precariously under the outer skull of man. They had placed God in the center of the intellectual system, and bid all souls derive from it their light. Kant asserted that no light emanated from this so-called God, except by reflection from the larger numinary, humanity. We have thus traced the philosophical progress of man since the days of Columbus, Bruno and Spinoza in the line of transcendental philosophy, with the advocates of man's freedom and nobility, with the splendor of genius unsurpassed. But the true father of modern philosophy is Descartes, and from him flows the brilliant line of Locke, Hume, Kant, Hamilton, and Comte. What an illustrious pathway this has been! What wealth of thought has been expended in order to answer the simple question, what can we know? It took from Descartes 1596 to Comte 1857 to fully and satisfactorily answer that question. It has been answered, and accepting positive philosophy, not as what Kant was the first to create, but as the result of the labors of his great predecessors, of which himself is the interpreter and advancer, and whose statements will still undergo many and important modifications, we can say, with Lewis, Mr. Spencer is unequivocally a positive philosopher. However, he may repudiate being considered a disciple of Kant. His object is that of the positive philosophy, namely the organization into a harmonious doctrine of all the highest generalities of science, by the application of the positive method and the complete displacement of theology and metaphysics. The peculiar character he impresses on it by his thorough working out in detail of the law of evolution gives a special value to his system. But the positive philosophy will absorb all his discoveries, as it will absorb all future discoveries made on its method and in its spirit, rejecting certain a priori and teleological tendencies which he sometimes manifests, and disregarding his failures as it disregards the failures of Kant and every other seeker. End of Chapter 8, Part 4. The Critical Philosophy, Kant. Read by Tessa Adler, Singapore, December 2023.
Chapter 9 of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 9. The Final Scientific Answer. Monism. The last remaining cloud to be swept from the pathway of modern science is Spencer's doctrine of the unknowable. This doctrine is simply a revival of the old dualistic and theological conception of the universe, and is opposed to the scientific and monistic conception. If science today and philosophy affirm anything, it is the oneness of existence. As Comte says, this is the goal of science, to explain the multitude of facts by one general fact. It is the object of science to correlate all phenomena, to bind them into unity. If we divide existence into two kinds, one knowable and the other unknowable, this is dualism. It absolutely splits the universe asunder. There is an impassable chasm between existences, and the inevitable result is the old dualism again: reason and revelation, science and faith, science for the knowable and faith for the unknowable. Here is the twofold truth of Pomponazzi and the old philosophers in modern thought. No wonder that theologians have welcomed Spencer's doctrine of the unknowable. It saves them. It gives a refuge for all their fallacies, a boundless domain for the exercise of credulity. Since reason cannot penetrate it, inspiration from God must come to man's aid and supplement science. The monistic philosophy, which is the grand result of the critical and positive philosophy, must repudiate the unknowable. So far as science is concerned, all existence is identical, and therefore all existence is knowable, that is, intelligible. If not, why not? Is there any part of nature unintelligible? If a part of universal being is unknowable, how does Spencer or anybody else know it? When we assert that fundamental existence is unknowable, do we not in that very affirmation declare that we do know something about it, that is, we know that it is unknowable, a most tremendous assumption of knowledge? This doctrine of the unknowable explains nothing, any more than the doctrine of God explains and therefore is unscientific. It only makes a muddle. Spencer frankly says, I hold at the outset, and continue to hold, that the inscrutable existence stands towards our general conceptions of things in substantially the same relation as does the creative power asserted by theology. And when theology has dropped the last of the anthropomorphic traits ascribed, the foundation beliefs of the two must become identical. Says Frederick Harrison, to invoke the unknowable is to reopen the whole range of metaphysics, and the entire apparatus of theology will follow through the breach. Even the Christian world declares that the words of Spencer might have been used by Butler or Paley, and are the fitting and natural introduction to inspiration. Spencer affirms that the unknowable is the infinite and eternal energy from which all things proceed. It is the ultimate, the all-being. If it is the unknowable, how does Spencer know that it is infinite and eternal, or that it is an energy, or that anything proceeds from it, or that it is ultimate? How does he even know that it is a reality? Mr. Wakeman says Spencer's system, by his doctrine of the unknowable, becomes a duality which denies that the ego is a correlate of the known and knowable world. His philosophy, therefore, leaves the backbone of the world of causal sequence broken at the vital point where the objective and the subjective unite in humanity, but not in any unknowable. That is, he assumes that everything is only a symbol of reality, that every phenomenon is related to a noumenon, and that the consciousness of man is not a correlate of nerve and world changes. And so between the world and man lies an unaccountable gulf, with an open gateway through which the clerical and spiritual mediums have brought back the whole ghostly tribe of entities and spirits, and gods and devils, to torture and rob the human race again. The trouble is that Mr. Spencer, in assuming an infinite and eternal energy, back of all things, an absolutely unknowable, inscrutable, unhuman noumenon, has lost his grip on the infinite and eternal causal concatenation of things. He has run science ashore on the old sand and fog bank of superstition. There is nothing to do but to pull off and to change our course under the true lights and verifiable methods of the correlation of all things. The definition given by Spencer to agnosticism cannot be accepted by science. The power which the universe manifests to us is utterly inscrutable. Science will not affirm that anything is inscrutable. To do so is suicidal. Science will never give up the eternal struggle to know. To know what? A part of things? No, but all things. That is the goal. And nothing else will satisfy the scientific mind. It is theology that talks of the inscrutable, but not science. Theology puts up the bars of ignorance, but not a true philosophy. Philosophy nor free thought ever says, "Thus far shalt thou go, and no farther." Science has conquered 1,000 inscrutables along the path of progress, and it will not be daunted by even the inscrutable of Herbert Spencer. The true agnostic will never be so gnostic as to assert that anything in this universe is inscrutable. Huxley gives the right definition of agnosticism. Agnosticism is of the essence of science, whether ancient or modern. It simply means that a man shall not say he knows or believes that which he has no scientific grounds for professing to know or believe. What are the scientific grounds for knowing or believing that anything is inscrutable? Nature is not a duality. It is, as Humboldt says, a living whole. And if intelligible at any point, why not intelligible throughout? Understand, science does not reject a relative inscrutable. For instance, it may be impossible for human reason and experience ever to decide the question, are other worlds inhabited? This is unknowable, but not in the Spencerian sense, for it is granted that if human experience could reach these other worlds, then the human reason could decide the question. It is the limitation of experience that makes unknowableness, not the limitation of reason itself. It is because we have not the facts, and perhaps may never obtain the facts, that makes life on other planets and on the distant stars inscrutable to us. It is relatively inscrutable, not absolutely. And there are thousands of like questions we cannot decide, simply because we cannot get at the facts. But this is not what Spencer means. He affirms that no amount of fact or intelligence can give any knowledge of the inscrutable. It is the external reality about us that we cannot discover. We cannot truly know it. We are always wrapped in ignorance. A million facts would not lessen our intellectual darkness. Not one ray of light will ever penetrate our benighted minds. Says one of his disciples, our entire world is the product of two factors, our consciousness and an objective reality, which in itself is inscrutable. We may, from the connection of sensations and ideas within us, infer a connection of things outside of us, but we cannot logically infer any resemblance between the internal and external orders. As Spencer says, the utmost possibility for us is an interpretation of the process of things as it presents itself to our limited consciousness. But how this process is related to the actual process we are unable to conceive, much less to know. And Dr. Maudsley says, after all, the world which we apprehend when we are awake may have as little resemblance or relation to the external world, of which we can have no manner of apprehension through our senses, as the dream world has to the world with which our senses make us acquainted. Nay, perhaps less, since there is some resemblance in the latter case, and there may be none whatever in the former. The external world, as it is in itself, may not be in the least what we conceive it through our form of perception and models of thought. Such, of course, is the logic of the unknowable. We are such stuff as dreams are made of. Is it possible that any such profound and eternal ignorance must be admitted by science? All that we know is phenomena, subjective and objective. This is admitted by all. But to assert, as Kant and Spencer do, that these phenomena are merely the appearances of things, symbols of the reality, but not the reality itself, is simply to drive one into the limbo of theology. The phenomena we experience are real phenomena. They give us a real knowledge. They are nature itself, not appearances of nature that might be true or false, as Berkeley's idealism asserts. According to him, we do not know whether we know anything or not. Our knowledge, it is granted, may go but a little way. But so far as it does go, it gives us the universe as it is, and not otherwise. The issue is plain. Either phenomena give us the universe as it is, or they give us the universe as it is not. But what an absurdity to say that the phenomena we and the race constantly experience, and which experience we constantly act upon, and find our judgment correct in millions of instances, so that we can actually predict and produce phenomena, and discover their laws and use them. What an absurdity to say that phenomena give us the universe as it is not! We are therefore compelled to assert the only other alternative, that phenomena give us the universe as it is. And if we were swept out of existence, the universe as we know it would remain with the same qualities. And if any mind came into existence again, that mind would see the universe as we see it, and not differently. There would not be another universe with another mind, but the same objective universe as now. Draper says that the criterion of truth is not and cannot be attained by any one man, but by the combined experience of millions of men and many generations. If I were absolutely solitary, I admit that I could not prove the objective reality of the universe, or even the existence of myself, and I might then accept the transcendentalism of Kant, and admit that I was surrounded by appearances. But fortunately I can consult the experiences of thousands of other people, and the experiences of the race itself, and I can collate and compare these experiences, and thus discover beyond question that I am in a real universe, surrounded by real people, and that I do not see things simply as they appear, but as they are. Draper has given a splendid hint as to the pathway of truth, that it is not by individual cogitation simply, but by the combined thinking of many minds, and thus the objective reality of the universe is demonstrated in and through our associations with others. We interpret our minds through the minds of others, and as we must recognize that these minds are objective realities and not modes of our own consciousness, so we must recognize the universe as an objective reality, and the veracity of the phenomena which we perceive. This is common sense, and the vast problems of existence cannot be solved in any other way. They must be solved by universal experience, and not by isolated individual experiences only. What is knowledge is differently answered by idealism and science. According to idealism, all we know are our thoughts, our modes of consciousness, which are the beginning and the end of the universe to us. Therefore, to think is to know, and ignorance is simply not thinking. But science, which affirms that we observe not ourselves only, but an external universe, and that in knowing ourselves we know the not ourselves likewise, science affirms that knowledge is right thinking, and ignorance is wrong thinking, and therefore our thoughts are valueless unless they discover and arrange real facts. And with self-observation there must be world observation, and the ego must be correlated with the outward realities, or else there is not valid attainment. Science affirms reality, that the phenomena within and without are not symbols of some unknown and unknowable existence from which we are forever excluded by an impassable chasm, but phenomena are facts, events, changes, processes, realities, and are veritable revealers of the world in which we live. There is no need of substratum to phenomena, or thing in itself, or noumenon. If there is anything in these terms that the human mind can cognize, then they are in the phenomena and not outside or beneath them. The whole idealistic philosophy vanishes away like a dream, and we tread the firm ground and are not lost. Dr. Abbott states the case clearly between idealism and science. Since no form of philosophy has ever maintained that the individual does not know his own conscious states, it is as clear as day that the only distinctive principle of idealism is a merely negative one, and lies nowhere but in its absolute assertion that the individual can never know an external world. Further, since self-consciousness or self-knowledge is simply self-observation, and since therefore observation alone is knowledge, as distinguished from inference, assumption, postulation, deduction, or faith, it follows that the whole essence of idealism is summed up in the short but perfectly intelligible statement: the individual can never observe an external world. The whole activity of idealism has been an attempt, forever hopeless as it is, to reconcile this statement with universal human knowledge. For it is precisely at this point that idealism comes into deadly collision with science and the scientific method. The whole essence of science is summed up in this equally short and intelligible statement: man, both individual and generic, can and does observe an external world. Idealism declares that such observation is impossible, and therefore cannot be actual. Science declares that such observation is actual, and therefore must be possible. Idealism, culminating in the Kantian theory of knowledge, declares that man has no faculty by which he can observe an external world, and therefore knows none. Science, culminating in the scientific method, declares that man already knows an external world, and therefore must have some faculty by which he can observe it. This is the exact issue between the two, and it turns on the essential nature of knowledge and ignorance. Is knowledge nothing but thought, consciousness, self-observation? Is ignorance nothing but a mere ceasing to think? Or is it ceasing to think according to known facts and laws of a known real universe? If phenomena were disconnected, arbitrary, uncorrelated, then it might be affirmed that phenomena are only appearances and not realities, and in that case truth would be impossible to the human mind. But the sublime result of modern philosophy and science in the doctrine of monism gives through phenomena a compact body of knowledge. Phenomena are unified, reality is attained, and true knowledge, that is, right thinking, established. Monism is the necessary outcome of the critical and positive philosophy, and the last answer to "What can we know?" Knowledge, we might say, is impossible without correlation. If I see things, but do not see the relations of things, then I do not see the reality of things. Bradlaugh says, "Nature is with me the same as universe, the same as existence. I mean by it the totality of all phenomena, and of all that has been, is, or may be necessary for the happening of each and every phenomenon. It is, from the very terms of the definition, self-existent. I cannot think of nature's commencement, discontinuity, or creation. I am unable to think backward to the possibility of existence not having been. I cannot think forward to the possibility of existence ceasing to be. Origin of the universe is, to me, absolutely unthinkable. Sir William Hamilton affirms that when aware of a new appearance, we are utterly unable to conceive there has originated any new existence, that we are utterly unable to think that the complement of existence has ever been either increased or diminished, that we can neither conceive nothing becoming something, or something becoming nothing. As an atheist, I affirm one existence, and deny the possibility of more than one existence. This existence I know in its modes, each mode being distinguished in thought by its qualities. By mode, I mean each cognized condition, that is, each phenomenon or aggregation of phenomena. By quality, I mean each characteristic, by which, in the act of thinking, I distinguish. With the unknowable conceded, all scientific teaching would be illusive. Every scientist teaches without reference to the unknowable. God and the unknowable are equally opposed to the affirmations of atheism. To me, any pretense of theism seems impossible if monism be true, for theism affirms at least two existences, that is, the theos and that which the theos has created and rules. I rest content, therefore, in affirming one existence. If monism be true, and atheism be monism, then atheism is necessarily the true theory of the universe. I submit that there cannot be more than one ultimate explanation of the universe, that any tracing back to two or more existences is illogical, and that as it is only by reaching unity that we can have a reasonable conclusion, it is necessary that every form of dualism should be rejected as a theory of the universe. If every form of dualism be rejected, monism, that is, atheism, alone remains, and is therefore the true and only doctrine of the universe. Dr. Louis Buchner says, I should like best to designate the philosophy of materialism as monistic philosophy, or philosophy of unity, and the cosmology founded upon it as monism, in accordance with the suggestion of Professor Haeckel. But I should not like to call our monistic philosophy a system, since this word always suggests the idea of something finished, concluded, permanently established, while the realistic philosophy can and must change constantly in accordance with the changing progress of science and the better insight into facts. For that reason, I should raise my voice of warning against any attempt to have this new philosophy made a new idol. Only the monistic principle should be firmly adhered to, while the rest, for the present, should be only provisionally accepted as truth, and to be held as such only as long as progressing science does not teach anything better or different. Mr. Wakeman says, let us be thankful, then, that there is one complete evolutionist, Haeckel, who knows that there is a causal sequence of phenomena from the farthest star up to and including the mind of man, and that phenomena are not metaphysical appearances or symbols, but facts, events, changes, processes, realities. This avowal of the universality of the law of equivalence and correlation in the works of Professor Haeckel renders them epoch-making books in philosophy as well as science. According to that law which has no limit, no exception, the world is one. All its changes are held together by this law from our mind that thinks ever on in boundless space and time. Says Dr. Abbott, the present age has witnessed the establishment of two great principles in scientific investigation. The principle that whenever force disappears in one form, its reappearance must be looked for in some other form, and the principle that, no matter what changes or events or determinations take place in the universe, their causes must be sought within nature, and not outside or above it. The first of these great principles is implied in the great discovery of the conservation and correlation of forces. Through the labors of Rumford, Grove, Joule, Mayer, Helmholtz, Tyndall, Carpenter, and other powerful minds, whose combined genius has brought to light this grandest of all known laws of nature, the great truth, long held by philosophy as a speculation, has been inductively established by science as a fact. Various as may be its manifestations, there is but one power in nature, incapable of augmentation or diminution, appearing and disappearing and reappearing, the one in the many. The other great principle is implied in the law of evolution. The luminous vindication of the universality of natural law, which science owes to the labors of Darwin, has been the heaviest blow struck of late years at the effete theologies of the past. Thus the history of the universe becomes a connected whole. It will thus be seen that monism is the natural outcome of modern philosophy, whether one is atheist, materialist, agnostic, as Huxley defines the word, or positivist. It is the result of the critical and skeptical philosophy. It is by doubting that man has reached this sublimity of knowledge. All forms of theism are dualistic, and therefore must be rejected. Pantheism is monistic, but it asserts infinite attributes to existence, which is contrary to the agnostic and scientific principles laid down by Huxley. There is not a particle of proof that existence has infinite attributes. As Bradlaugh states it, we only cognize modes of existence and distinguish these modes by qualities, but modes and qualities must be finite. Therefore, modern scientific monism differs from that of Bruno and Spinoza in that it is not pantheistic. What can we know? The problem has been solved. The career of science hereafter is open and brilliant. The darkness of the past has fled, and the bats and owls that haunted and made it hideous. Superstition has received its death wound. Theology and the metaphysics of the schools must vanish. The foundations of the Church are destroyed. Faith is overthrown. Facts and not fictions will hereafter sway the mind of man. A noble conclusion to the immense and magnificent labors of human genius. Philosophy, beginning in humble doubt, has achieved a most glorious triumph. Through honest disbelief, man has entered upon a shining and progressive way. What can we know? Only phenomena, and only through reason and experience. All else is nothing. God, immortality, the infinite, the absolute, the unknowable, all these are swept forever from the human mind. Phenomena only can we observe, but phenomena subjective and objective that are real manifestations of a real world, that give the universe as it is. Not disconnected phenomena, but phenomena correlated into a living whole, so that we can understand their laws and use them for human progress. Thus science builds a cosmos. Every new fact becomes related to known facts, and falls into line and aids in the discovery of some other fact. It is not phenomena only, but the unity of phenomena that becomes a part of human knowledge. Mind and matter are not separated by an impassable chasm, but are correlated in one existence. Thus, by the very limitation affirmed of human knowledge, has human knowledge been increased, and power attained, and enthusiasm and hope for the future. By induction, by facts, by verification, by laborious toil, the sublime conclusions of Bruno and Spinoza have been reached, not by a leap of imagination, but by patient observation and experiment. But the universe of science, though one, is by no means the universe of these God-intoxicated philosophers, for the gods in every shape have disappeared. There is no particular nor universal God. There is simply life, overflowing life, potent, wonderful, luminous, ever-changing, throbbing in the tiny amoeba, and then resplendent in the brain of man, the same life and not different. How beautiful nature is when we realize our identity with her, and that in sea and sky, forest and mountain, insect and bird, star and flower, vibrates the same universal movement. Go where we will, backward to the immeasurable fire mist, forward to the constellated glory of the cosmos, upward and onward until we have passed 1,000,000 flaming orbs, deep down into the central darkness and illuminated chambers. We are not a separate, strange, and unrelated being. We are not outside anywhere, a stranger asking for admittance. We are ever within, ever on the tide, ever in juxtaposition with kindred being, sweeping to the same music of the unbeginning and unending rhythm. A glorious, a marvelous world is thus revealed to us by the stepping stones of simple facts, and all the flights of imagination or splendors of poetic intuition have not equaled this array of correlated phenomena, with its magnificence of light and color, its grandeurs of form, its exquisite harmonies, its delightful movements, its gigantic forces, its boundless realm of sun and stars. What self-sacrifice there has been, what martyrdom, what surrender of cherished opinions, what toils in darkness and isolation, what anguish of mind, as some dear faith has passed for ever away, that we now might look upon the fair face of nature and enjoy the opulent fruits of science. It has been a painful journey through the centuries, a journey of blood and torture, through the dungeon, the path of fire, beneath the heel of despot and thunders of the church. But how sweet and noble is the flower of these bitter years! How precious is the knowledge we have attained, and with what unconquerable mind we can enter upon the boundless future. End of Chapter 9. The final scientific answer. Monism.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kari Burns. Education and Ethics. Bacon, 1561 to 1626. The Baconian method is supposed to be a radically revolutionary method in the attainment of human knowledge, when, as a matter of fact, this method was in existence 2,000 years before Bacon was born. In theory, it was the method of Aristotle and other Greek philosophers. It was insisted upon by Roger Bacon, Da Vinci, and Telesio as vigorously as by Francis Bacon himself. In fact, it is the universal method of human reasoning and has been pursued by every great discoverer. It is the inductive method that is reasoning from facts to ideas. It is observation of facts, rigid experiments with facts, and a reaching of conclusion from facts. It is opposed to the theologic or Platonic method, which reasons from ideas to facts, which would make facts conform to ideas and not ideas to facts, which makes an idea born of the inner consciousness the supreme thing, and facts are only corroborative witnesses. Theology or Platonism begins with a preconceived notion of just how the universe ought to be, and then the theologian or philosopher, like a lawyer defending his case, seeks for facts to support his theory, and facts are accepted only as they support the theory. If the facts do not support the theory, so much the worse for the facts. This method, it may be said, results only in barren speculations in dreamland. If the mind of Plato ruled Europe for 2,000 years, that period included the Dark Ages, when there was scarcely any discovery or any invention, and one of the great problems discussed was how many angels might dance on the point of a needle. It was against this that Bacon contended with all the batteries of his wit. He riddled theology with many a sparkling epigram. The scientific method is exactly the opposite of the theologic method. It begins with observation and not with imagination. The first thing the man of science does is to open his eyes and look around. See all that he possibly can see. Gather facts, whether ugly or beautiful, whether agreeable or disagreeable, and then by classification of these facts, by understanding their relations one with the other, and by theories and hypotheses, he travels to a demonstration and thus reaches valid ideas and indisputable truth. And this is the only possible way to attain knowledge. The Platonic method is absolutely valueless. It gives no gifts. It unfolds only a world of fiction. As against this, the Baconian method is supreme. It is the only method of attaining knowledge and the only method of human progress. But why call it the Baconian method? It is equally the Aristotelian method. It is the Cartesian method. If we call it the Baconian, Why not go back to Roger Bacon, who illuminated the world in the 14th century with rays as great as ever flashed from the brain of Lord Verulam, and who died a martyr to his scientific devotion? The later Bacon was a splendid rhetorician, a man of the world, a brilliant lawyer who knew how to win his case. And having adopted the scientific method, he defended it with eclat and made it the popular method as against theology and metaphysics. But to say that he originated this method is a falsification of scientific history. He simply endorsed it and illustrated its merits with surpassing literary power. Bacon is not supreme in philosophy like Descartes and Hume. He is not a man of science like Roger Bacon or Galileo or Newton or Darwin. In the application, even of the inductive method, he was at fault. With the audacity of ignorance, and with superb conceit, as Draper remarks, he thus disparaged the great Copernicus. Bacon says, "In the system of Copernicus, there are many and grave difficulties, for the threefold motion with which he encumbers the earth is a serious inconvenience, and the separation of the sun from the planets with which he has so many affections in common is likewise a harsh step, and the introduction of so many immovable bodies in nature, as when he makes the sun and stars immovable, the bodies which are peculiarly lucid and radiant, and is making the moon adhere to the earth in a sort of epicycle, and some other things which he assumes are proceedings which mark a man who thinks nothing of introducing fictions of any kind into nature, provided his calculations turn out well." Bacon also opposed the physiology of Harvey. He was ignorant of mathematics and presumed that they were useless in science. Bacon's chief admirers, declares Draper, have been persons of a literary turn. Bacon never produced any practical result himself. No great physicist has ever made any use of his method. Of all important physical discoveries, there is not one which shows that its author made it by the Baconian instrument. Newton never seems to be aware that he was under any obligations to Bacon. Archimedes and the Alexandrians and the Arabians and Leonardo da Vinci did very well before he was born. The discovery of America by Columbus and the circumnavigation of the globe by Magellan can hardly be attributed to him, and yet they were the result of a truly philosophical reasoning. Huxley also says, "The attempt of Bacon was just such a magnificent failure as might have been expected from a man of great endowments, who was so singularly devoid of scientific insight that he could not understand the value of the work already achieved by the true instigators of physical science." It is not easy to discover satisfactory evidence that the Novum Organon had any direct beneficial influence on the advancement of natural knowledge. As a matter of fact, Bacon's Via has proved to be hopelessly impracticable. That transcendental alchemy, the superinducement of new forms on matter, which Bacon declares to be the supreme aim of science, has been wholly ignored by those who have created the physical knowledge of the present day. It will thus be seen that Bacon is not the founder of a new philosophy, and we might inquire why he is sometimes called the father of the new age. Wendell Phillips says, "The world and affairs have shown me that one half of history is loose conjecture, and much of the rest is the writer's opinion. We can only hope to discover the great currents and massive forces which have shaped our lives. All else is trying to solve a problem of whose elements we know nothing." This might apply to Bacon's case, to what he is popularly thought to have done, and what he really did. Bacon was a brilliant genius, and he seems to have suffered the fate of a brilliant genius. There seems to be no clear idea of what he really was or what he really accomplished. Not in the domain of science and philosophy shall we find the supreme work of Francis Bacon, but in the domain of education. His true successors are not Hume and Kant and Comte, not Newton and Darwin, but Comenius, Froebel, and Herbert Spencer. It is not so much the method of the attainment of human knowledge that Bacon expended his genius upon as the application of knowledge. He did not answer the first question of philosophy as propounded by Kant, what can we know? But the second question, what ought we to do? It is in the marriage of thought with action that Bacon has magnificently benefited the world, and wherein we might say he is at the beginning of a new era. Mere knowledge is not, after all, the main thing, but life is the main thing, as Emerson says. We must know in order to do. It was not knowledge simply as knowledge that Bacon aimed for, but a certain kind of knowledge that is fruitful knowledge, knowledge available for human earthly purposes, immediate, practical benefit. That is what Bacon was aiming for. Good to man's estate, the gathering of fruits. The word fruit, says Huxley, is what potentially expresses the matter of Bacon's philosophy. It was to train man for action, to equip him for the conquest of nature, so that he might be lord of this world. Bacon did not care for truth in the abstract. He wanted truth productive, by which he could build houses, sow the seed and reap the harvest, and live in comfort. Bacon not only excluded theology and metaphysics, but mathematics and astronomy. He went to extremes, but what he did with such learning and eloquence was of incalculable advantage to modern education. The direction of knowledge, as well as its attainment, is of the first importance. Macaulay thus describes the ancient philosophy. The ancient philosophy disdained to be useful and was content to be stationary. It dealt largely in theories of moral perfection, which were so sublime that they never could be more than theories, in attempts to solve insoluble enigmas, in exhortations to the attainment of unattainable frames of mind. It could not condescend to the humble office of ministering to the comfort of human beings. All the schools condemned that as degrading, some censured it as immoral. Once, indeed, Posidonius, a distinguished writer of the age of Cicero and Caesar, so far forgot himself as to enumerate among the humbler blessings which mankind owed to philosophy the discovery of the principle of the arch and the introduction of the use of metals. This eulogy was considered as an affront and was taken up with proper spirit. Seneca vehemently disclaims these insulting compliments. Philosophy, according to him, has nothing to do with teaching men to rear arched roofs over their heads. The true philosopher does not care whether he has an arched roof or any roof. Philosophy has nothing to do with teaching men the use of metals. She teaches us to be independent of all material substances, of all mechanical contrivances. The wise man lives according to nature. Instead of attempting to add to the physical comforts of his species, he regrets that his lot was not cast in that golden age when the human race had no protection against the cold but the skins of wild beasts, no screen from the sun but a cavern. To impute to such a man any share in the invention or improvement of a plow, a ship, or a mill is an insult. In my own time, says Seneca, there have been inventions of this sort, transparent windows, tubes for diffusing warmth equally through all parts of a building, shorthand which has been carried to such perfection that a writer can keep pace with the most rapid speaker. But the invention of such things is drudgery for the lowest slaves. Philosophy lies deeper. It is not her office to teach men how to use their hands. The object of her lessons is to form the soul. We shall next be told, Seneca exclaims, that the first shoemaker was a philosopher. For our own part, if we were forced to make our choice between the first shoemaker and the author of the 3 books on anger, we pronounce for the shoemaker. It may be worse to be angry than to be wet, but shoes have kept millions from being wet, and we doubt if Seneca ever kept anybody from being angry. Assuredly, if the tree planted by Socrates and watered by Plato is to be judged by its flowers and leaves, it is the noblest of trees. But if we take the homely test of Bacon, if we judge of a tree by its fruits, our opinion of it may perhaps be less favorable. When we sum up all the useful truths which we owe to that philosophy, to what do they amount? We find indeed abundant proofs that some of those who cultivated it were men of the first order of intellect. We find among their writings incomparable specimens both of dialectical and rhetorical art. We have no doubt that the ancient controversies were of use in so far as they served to exercise the faculties of the disputants. For there is no controversy so idle that it may not be of use in this way. But when we look for something more, for something which adds to the comforts or alleviates the calamities of the human race, we are forced to own ourselves disappointed. We are forced to say, with Bacon, that this celebrated philosophy ended in nothing but disputation, that it was neither a vineyard nor an olive ground, but an intricate wood of briars and thistles from which those who lost themselves in it brought back many scratches and no food. To sum up the whole, we should say that the aim of the Platonic philosophy was to exalt man into a god. The aim of the Baconian philosophy was to provide man with what he requires while he continues to be a man. The aim of the Platonic philosophy was to raise us far above vulgar wants. The aim of Baconian philosophy was to supply our vulgar wants. Plato drew a good bow, but he aimed at the stars. His arrow was indeed followed by a track of dazzling radiance, but it struck nothing. Bacon fixed his eye on a mark which was placed on the earth and hit it in the white. The philosophy of Plato began in words and ended in words. The philosophy of Bacon began in observation and ended in arts. The true education of man is one of the greatest problems of civilization, and to this problem Bacon devoted the energies of his extraordinary genius. Before the time of Bacon, there was not much education. It was mainly instruction, not a development of faculty, but rather a repression. It was a putting on of harness and not an exercise of native genius. The colleges and universities were training schools for idiots rather than for men. What is education, says Wendell Phillips? Of course it is not book learning. Book learning does not make 5% of the common sense that runs the world, transacts its business, secures its progress, trebles its power over nature, works out in the long run a rough average justice, wears away the world's restraints, and lifts off its burdens. The ideal Yankee who has more brains in his hand than others have in their skulls is not a scholar. And 2/3 of the inventions that enable France to double the world's sunshine and make old and New England the workshops of the world did not come from colleges or from minds trained in the schools of science, but struggled up, forcing their way against giant obstacles from the irrepressible instinct of untrained natural power. Her workshops, and not her colleges, made England for a while the mistress of the world, and the hardest job her workmen had was to make Oxford willing he should work his wonders. It was this kind of education that Bacon emphasized, the education that is for human improvement, an education gotten from life, from affairs, from earning one's bread, from necessity, the mother of invention, and from responsibility, which teaches prudence and a respect for right. The condition of the scholarly and learned world is pretty well indicated by Jeremy Taylor, who writes, "I cannot but think, as Aristotle did of Thales and Anaxagoras, that they may be learned but not wise, or wise but not prudent, when they are ignorant of such things as are profitable to them. For suppose they know the wonders of nature and the subtleties of metaphysics and operations mathematical, yet they cannot be prudent who spend themselves wholly upon unprofitable and ineffective contemplation." Of course, there is another side to the matter, and Bacon was not thoroughly comprehensive. He would exclude Newton's Principia and Darwin's Origin of Species from his system of education. For what is the use of these, he would say? Truth must oftentimes be pursued for its own sake, and no more. Its benefits are not appreciable. Its glory alone is attractive. To quote from Huxley, "The middle of the 18th century is illustrated by a host of great names in science, English, French, German, and Italian, especially in the fields of chemistry, geology, and biology. But the deepening and broadening of natural knowledge produced next to no immediate practical benefits. Even if at this time Francis Bacon could have returned to the scene of his greatness, he must have regarded the philosophic world, which praised and disregarded his precepts, with great disfavor. If ghosts are consistent, he would have said, 'These people are all wasting their time, just as Gilbert and Kepler and Galileo and my worthy physician Harvey did in my day. Where are the fruits of the restoration of science, which I promised? This accumulation of bare knowledge is all very well, but what good? Not one of these people is doing what I specially told him to do, and seeking that secret of the cause of forms which will enable men to deal at will with nature and superinduce new natures upon old foundations." And Huxley eloquently continues, "The history of physical science teaches that the practical advantages attainable through its agency never have been, and never will be, sufficiently attractive to men inspired with the inborn genius of the interpreter of nature to give them courage to undergo the toils and make the sacrifices which that calling requires from its votaries. That which stirs their pulses is the love of knowledge, and the joy of discovery of the causes of things sung by the old poets. The supreme delight of extending the realm of law and order ever farther toward the unattainable goals of the infinitely great and the infinitely small, between which our little race of life is run. In the course of this work, the physical philosopher sometimes intentionally, much more often unintentionally, lights upon something which proves to be of practical value. Great is the rejoicing of those who are benefited thereby, and for the moment science is the Diana of all the craftsmen. But even while the cries of jubilation resound, and this flotsam and jetsam of the tide of investigation is being turned into the wages of workmen and the wealth of the capitalist, the crest of the wave of scientific investigation is far away on its course over the illimitable ocean of the unknown. On the other hand, to note the influence of common life, the life of the unlearned people, the life of action upon the pure, scholarly, and scientific life, read the magnificent words of Wendell Phillips. Anacharsis went into the Archon's court at Athens, heard a case argued by the great men of that city, and saw the vote by 500 men. Walking in the streets, someone asked him, "What do you think of Athenian liberty?" "I think," said he, "wise men argue cases and fools decide them." Just what that timid scholar said 2,000 years ago in the streets of Athens, that which calls itself scholarship here today, says of popular agitation that it lets wise men argue questions and fools decide them. But that same Athens, where fools decided the gravest questions of policy and of right and wrong, where property you had wearily gathered today might be wrung from you by the caprice of the mob tomorrow, that very Athens probably secured for its era the greatest amount of human happiness and nobleness, invented art, and sounded for us the depths of philosophy. It flashes today the torch that gilds yet the mountain peaks of the old world, while Egypt, the hunker conservative of antiquity, where nobody dared differ from the priest or to be wiser than his grandfather, where men pretended to be alive though swaddled in the grave clothes of creed and custom, as close as their mummies were in linen, that Egypt is hidden in the tomb it inhabited, and the intellect Athens has trained for us digs today those ashes to find out how dead and buried hunkerism lived and acted. And Huxley also confesses, if science has rendered the colossal development of modern industry possible, beyond a doubt industry has done no less for modern science. The demand for technical education is reacting upon science in a manner which will assuredly stimulate its future growth to an incalculable extent. It has become obvious that the interests of science and of industry are identical, that science cannot make a step forward without sooner or later opening up new channels for industry, and on the other hand, that every advance of industry facilitates those experimental investigations upon which the growth of science depends. We may hope that at last the weary misunderstanding between the practical men who profess to despise science and the high and dry philosophers who profess to despise practical results is at an end. It was the high and dry philosophers that Bacon did despise, and it was industry that he was in favor of. Practical result, food, shelter, and clothing, dwellings, harvest fields, easy means of conveyance, wealth and comfort, in fact, utilitarianism, and in this he did, indeed, inaugurate a new and splendid era of human improvement. When we rightly understand Bacon, he is worthy of all the praise that is showered upon him. But his real point of departure was not in the acquisition of knowledge, but in the uses of knowledge. The tree of knowledge may be in itself a very good thing, but the fruits of the tree of knowledge are much better. Bacon did plant the tree, but he did tell us how to gather the fruits and to increase the fruits. Macaulay well illustrates the position of Bacon in history, likening him to the prophet who, from his lonely elevation, looks on an infinite expanse, behind him a wilderness of dreary sands and bitter waters in which successive generations have sojourned, always moving, yet never advancing, reaping no harvest and building no abiding city. Before him a goodly land, a land of promise, a land flowing with milk and honey. While the multitude below see only the flat, sterile desert in which they had so long wandered, bounded on every side by a near horizon, or diversified only by some deceitful mirage. He was gazing from a far higher stand on a far lovelier country, following with his eye the long course of fertilizing rivers through ample pastures and under the bridges of great capitals, measuring the distances and portioning out these wealthy regions for man's benefit. In the following extract, the genius, literary excellence, and philosophic insight of Bacon are exhibited. It shows the man. It is an index of the whole scope of his work. Crafty men contemn studies, simple men admire them, and wise men use them, for they teach not their own use. That is a wisdom without them, and won by observation. Read not to contradict or to believe, but to weigh and consider. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and a few to be chewed and digested. Reading maketh a full man, conference a ready man, and writing an exact man. And therefore, if a man write little, he need have a great memory. If he confer little, have a present wit. And if he read little, have much cunning to seem to know what he doth not. Histories make men wise, poets witty, the mathematics subtle, natural philosophy deep, morals grave, logic and rhetoric able to contend. It is seldom that so much good sense is crammed into so few sentences for the guidance of life and the attainment of real happiness. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Education and Ethics, Bacon.
Chapter 10, Part 2 of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Education and Ethics. Comenius, Pestalozzi. Comenius, 1592 to 1671. Comenius seemed to be the first great original mind who caught the real fire of Bacon's genius and flung it over Europe with the intensity of an enthusiast. Comenius desired an entirely new intellectual era. He proposed to revolutionize all knowledge, to make complete wisdom accessible to all. Language was to be an instrument, not an end in itself, and many living languages instead of one dead language of the old school. A knowledge of things instead of words, the free use of our eyes and ears upon the nature that surrounds us, intelligent apprehension instead of loading the memory. All the doctrines now, the doctrines of rational reform, were first promulgated over Europe by numerous pamphlets, about 90 in all, of this Slavonic reformer, Comenius of Bohemia. Bohemia might be said, in the time of Comenius, to be the center of literary activity, although Comenius himself was an exile almost all his life from that fair land. certainly in Bohemia, first flamed the learning of modern times. A university was established at Prague, the capital of Bohemia, in 1348. From 10 to 15,000 students attended it from all parts of Europe, including England and France. It was here that Copernicus and Tycho Brahe located. The history of Bohemia in the Middle Ages is full of illustrious names and deeds. The period from 1526 to 1620 is regarded as the golden age of its literature. At that time, the Bohemian language and arts reached a high point of cultivation through the discovery of valuable remnants of old literature. The history of this beautiful land, where the resources of nature have been made the most of by the skill and industry of the people for centuries, this history has been one of great struggle. Almost every field has been a scene of conflict. For more than 10 centuries it has been the battleground of the nations of Europe. Out of this land came one of the greatest philosophers of the world, a practical philosopher who, 300 years ago, declared the foundation principles of the education of today. For nearly 200 years his name sank into obscurity, but now his memory is being celebrated on 2 continents, and his glorious and indomitable genius recognized. If anyone is a benefactor to mankind, it is he who tells us how to rightly train the human faculties, especially in childhood's pregnant hour, in which are enfolded so much of the destinies of the man. Says Comenius, "Do we not dwell in the Garden of Eden as well as our predecessors? Should we not use our eyes and ears and noses as well as they? And why need we other teachers than these in learning to know the works of nature? Why should we not, instead of these dead books, open to the children the living book of nature? Why not open their understanding to the things themselves, so that from them, as from living springs, may streamlets flow? The object of study must be a real, true, useful thing, capable of making an impression upon the senses and the apprehension. This is necessary that it may be brought into communication with the senses. If visible, with the eyes; if audible, with the ears; if odorous, with the nose; if sapid, with the taste; if tangible, with the touch. The beginning of knowledge must be with the senses. Youth has been occupied for years with prolix and confused grammatical rules, and at the same time crammed with the names of things without knowing the things themselves. The studies of a lifetime must be so ordered that they may form a single whole, in which everything has sprung from a single root. Comenius, among the very first, and against the theology of the churches, advocated the higher education, as well as elementary training for women. These are somewhat remarkable words for 300 years ago. Why, indeed, should women be excluded from the study of wisdom, whether in the Latin tongue or in German translations? For they are equally created in the image of God, equally endowed with an active recipient spirit, often even more highly endowed than our own sex. Why then should we admit them to the ABC, and afterward refuse them access to books? Let no one say, how would it be, if mechanics, peasants, laboring men, women, and maid-servants were learned and initiated into philosophy? I say that we would all have cause to rejoice at it. The old theological dictum declared that woman was a monstrosity and really had no soul, that she was not capable of education, and must be a household drudge. The imperfection of the fair sex was extended even to nature. Bruno puts the following into the mouth of one of his peripatetic pedants: that nature's imperfect is doubtful to no man. The reason is clear: she is only a woman. Comenius was greatly in advance of his age. He believed in woman's equality as well as man's. Comenius insisted upon a physical education. A sound mind in a sound body was one of his favorite maxims. He advised running, jumping, wrestling, ball, ninepins, long walks, and other amusements. During the waking hours, he said, some portion of the time should be spent in music, plays, humorous conversation, and whatever is easy and agreeable to the mind. Comenius was a great lover of children, and anticipated Froebel by publishing the first picture book for children. This famous book, the first effort in fact to teach children by means of pictures, is the progenitor of a long line of varied and illustrated textbooks in our own day. In a letter to his publisher, Comenius says, "It may be observed that many of our children grow weary of their books, because these are overfilled with things which have to be explained by the help of words, things which the boys have never seen, and of which the teachers know nothing." The nobility of the motive which actuated Comenius is thus declared in one of his books. By the same right that one member of a family comes to another for help, ought we to be helpful to our fellow men. Socrates died rather than not teach goodness, and Seneca says that, if wisdom were to be given him for himself only, and he not communicate it to others, he would rather not have it. It is curious to note that the ideas of Comenius found fruitful soil in the youthful mind of Milton, to whom the Bohemian philosopher was made known by Samuel Hartlib, the champion of school reform in England. Milton himself wrote an essay entitled Of Education, strongly marked with the poet's individuality. He denounces the system of Cambridge and the many mistakes which have made learning generally so unpleasing and so unsuccessful. The alumni of the universities, he says, carry away with them a hatred and contempt of learning, and sink into ignorantly zealous clergymen or mercenary lawyers, while the men of fortune betake themselves to feasts and jollity. This is Milton's definition of education. I call a complete and generous education that which fits a man to perform justly, skillfully, and magnanimously all the offices, both public and private, of peace and war. And again he breaks out, though a linguist should pride himself to have all the tongues that Babel cleft the world into, yet if he had not studied the solid things in them, as well as the words and lexicons, he were nothing so much to be esteemed a learned man as any yeoman competently wise in his mother dialect only. Again Milton says, I will point you out the right path of a noble and virtuous education, laborious indeed at first ascent, but else so smooth and green, and full of goodly prospects, and melodious sounds on every side, that the harp of Orpheus is not more charming. There must be outdoor training. The poet-philosopher continues, in those vernal seasons of the year, when the air is calm and pleasant, it were an injury and a sullenness against nature not to go out and see her riches, and partake in her rejoicing with heaven and earth. I should not be a persuader to them of studying much then, after 2 or 3 years, that they have well laid their grounds, but to ride out in companies to all quarters of the land. I cannot praise a fugitive and cloistered virtue, unexercised and unbreathed, that never sallies out and seeks her adversary, but sulks out of the race, where that immortal garland is to be run for, not without dust and heat. In 1762 was published the Emile of Rousseau, which has had more influence on education than any other book of later times. The burden of Rousseau's message was nature. He revolted against the false civilization he saw around him, the shams of government and society. He laid great stress on the earliest education. The first year of life is in every respect the most important. The naughtiness of children comes from weakness. Make the child strong, and he will be good. Children's destructiveness is a form of activity. Do not insist so much on the duty of obedience as on the necessity of submission to natural laws. The chief moral principle is to do no one harm. One must be taught by the real things of life, by observation and experience. We must first make one a man, and that chiefly by athletic exercise. Educate the child's sight to measure, count, and weigh accurately. Teach him to draw. Tune his ear to time and harmony. Give him simple food, but let him eat as much of it as he desires. Teach some handicraft. Teach history, the machinery of society, the world as it is, and as it might be. Let useless and burdensome knowledge be avoided. Much of the heroism of the French Revolution was due to these noble ideals flashed forth by Rousseau. Pestalozzi, 1746 to 1827. Pestalozzi was born at Zurich in 1746. His earliest years were spent in schemes for improving the condition of the people. Afterwards he left politics and devoted himself entirely to education. His masterpiece is Leonard and Gertrude, where a whole community is gradually reformed by the efforts of a good and devoted woman. The French invasion of Switzerland in 1798 brought forth his truly heroic character and the splendid principles of his philosophy. A number of children were left on the shores of Lake Lucerne without parents, home, food, or shelter. Pestalozzi collected them into a deserted convent and formed a school. I was, he says, from morning till evening almost alone in their midst. Everything which was done for their body or mind proceeded from my hand. My hand lay in their hand. My eye rested on their eye. My tears flowed with theirs, and my laughter accompanied theirs. They were out of the world with me, and I was with them. Their soup was mine, their drink was mine. I had no housekeeper, no friend, no servants around me. I had them alone. Were they well, I stood in their midst. Were they ill, I was at their side. I was the last who went to bed at night, and the first who rose in the morning. Pestalozzi's method was to begin with observation, to pass from observation to consciousness, from consciousness to speech. Then came measuring, drawing, writing, numbers, and so reckoning. Among his pupils was Froebel. He adopted the principles of Comenius and Rousseau. He has exerted a wide influence upon educational methods. Herbert Spencer has amplified and illustrated his philosophy. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Education and Ethics. Comenius, Pestalozzi.
Chapter 10, Part 3 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. Education and Ethics. Froebel and Combe. Froebel, 1782 to 1852. Comenius, as already noted, published the first picture book for children, and here we have the beginning of the beautiful philosophy of Froebel. And surely no one has so benefited the human race as this wonderful genius, who, animated by the sublime ideas of Bruno, would express the life of humanity in correspondence with the universal life, would, by a natural education, unfold the unity of man and of nature. Not only childhood, but manhood and old age should be a garden to be cultivated, not by external forces, but by that which is within. For, as Bruno says, matter or nature is not the mere naked, empty capacity which philosophers have pictured her to be, but the universal mother who brings forth all things as the fruit of her own womb." End quote. This was the animating doctrine of Froebel as he wandered amidst the Thuringian forest and from stone and leaf, cobweb and insect sought the secret of man's intellectual development, for the same radiant law could be everywhere observed. As Wordsworth says, "And I have felt a presence that disturbs me with the joy of elevated thoughts, a sense sublime, of something far more deeply interfused, whose dwelling is the light of setting suns, and the round ocean, and the living air, and the blue sky, and in the mind of man, a motion and a spirit that impels all thinking things, all objects of all thought, and rolls through all things. Therefore am I still, a lover of the meadows and the woods and mountains." End quote. Froebel rounds out, makes deeper and broader the philosophy of Bacon. Without Froebel, the philosophy of Bacon would become as dry and cold as the school metaphysics. We should be nothing but gad-grinds, and beauty would vanish. Bacon said, "Educate in order to do." Froebel said, "Do in order to educate." Bacon said, "Train for action." Froebel said, "Train through action." Bacon said, "Fruits." Froebel would say, "Fruits and flowers." Bacon was right, but Froebel was more so. As Goethe says of beauty, "It is truth and something more." With Bacon it was simply usefulness. With Froebel it was the joy of usefulness. It was not mere work, but the delight of work. Bacon was a man of the world. Froebel was a mystic, and through the two, with the inexhaustible energy of Comenius, there is given to the world the grandest philosophy of education, without which a permanent civilization is impossible. To develop the man through the child, to recognize the child nature, to behold in the child the man that is to be, and to see in the very sports of childhood the creative faculties of the larger life, which battles and wins, this was indeed a magnificent discovery, surpassing, we might say, the discovery of Columbus. For hitherto, as the New World had been separated from the Old World, so childhood was separated from manhood. It was a forgotten and faded thing. But Friedel linked the glorious poetry of childhood to the stern realities of manhood. Childhood is not to be forgotten. Its sports are not to be despised. Its hopes and dreams are not useless. We need to preserve childhood as long as we live, to keep glowing its beautiful impulses, to labor even as our children play, and so cease from drudgery and attain the greatest wisdom and power. The play impulse, says Schiller, is the divinest impulse of humanity. Says Froebel, it is the creative impulse. How different this from the old theologies, the mere Manichaean religions of the past, in which the child and the woman had no part. How miserable childhood was under the ancient systems, how neglected, how contorted, how repressed, and the child was supposed to be totally depraved, and its natural inclinations, therefore, must be crushed. There was nothing good in it, and therefore it must not be educated. It must be instructed. It must be put in harness. To unfold the child's nature, to lead forth what was within, to teach it to express itself, to bloom like a flower, why, this was all wrong. The child must be made into a Christian, into a theologian, into a saint, into an angel. It must be made abnormal, unnatural, artificial, but it must not be a child, a playful child, a natural human child. St. Paul said, "I put away childish things." Poor St. Paul, how much he missed of human life. No wonder he has cursed the world with a gloomy theology. The wiser and the gentler Jesus said, according to the record, "Suffer little children to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." To interpret this by Froebel's philosophy is to say that the highest development of the child's life is necessary to the highest development of the man's life, that the child must be a child and act the child before it can act the man, and the child and the man are to be made harmonious, and he who has no sympathy with the child's life, with its toys and joys and pleasures and plays, is not the fully and splendidly developed man. He is only half a man. He who keeps his childhood always with him is the one who grows old gracefully, who retains his faculties and makes the best of them always. To avoid the imbecilities of second childhood, let the first childhood be perfectly natural and a delightful influence and presence throughout mature life. Let the child garden bloom perennially. Goethe has beautifully pictured the child growth in the following. When eagerly a child looks round, in his father's house his shelter is found, his ear, beginning to understand, imbibes the speech of his native land. Whatever his own experiences are, he hears of other things afar. Example affects him. He grows strong and steady, yet finds the world complete and ready. This is prized, and that praised with much ado. He wishes to be somebody too. How can he work and woo, how fight and frown? For everything has been written down. Nay, worse, it has appeared in print. The youth is baffled, but takes the hint. It dawns on him now more and more, he is what others have been before. End quote. The function of education, says Froebel, is to develop the faculties by arousing voluntary activity. Again, he says, the starting point of all that appears, of all that exists, and therefore of all intellectual conception, is action. From the act, from action, must therefore start true human education, the developing education of the man. In action, in acting, it must be rooted, and it must spring up. Living, acting, conceiving, these must form a triple chord within every child of man, though the sound now of this string, now of that, may preponderate, and then again of two together. End quote. Froebel affirmed that education should begin with earliest infancy, with birth itself, but as pointed out by Dr. E.B. Foote and others who have deeply studied into the laws of heredity, it begins even before birth. The child is educated in the mother's womb. Through the mother's eyes and heart and healthful body, surrounded with beautiful and noble objects, sweet influences can come to the softly beating life. Victor Hugo wittily says, "If you want to reform a man, you must begin with his grandmother." Goethe expresses it, "Stature from father and the mood, stern views of life compelling. From mother I take the joyous heart and the love of storytelling. Grandfather's passion was for the fair. What if I still reveal it? Grandmother's pomp and gold and show, and in my bones I feel it." And Whitman says, "There was a child went forth every day, and the first object he looked upon, that object he became, and that object became part of him for the day or a part of the day, or for many years, or stretching cycles of years. The early lilacs became part of the child. The family usages, the language, the furniture, the yearning and swelling heart, affection that will not be gainsayed, the sense of what is real, the thought that if, after all, it should prove unreal, the doubts of daytime, the doubts of nighttime, the curious whether and how, whether that which appears so is so, or is it all flashes and specks, men and women crowding fast in the streets. If they are not flashes and specks, what are they? The horizon's edge, the flying sea crow, the fragrance of salt marsh and shore mud, these became part of that child who went forth every day, and who now goes and will always go forth every day." End of quote. This was the direction of Froebel's work. The unity of man with nature is also the unity of man with man, past and present, and so one generation educates that which comes after it, and this education must become a science. It must not be haphazard and incidental, left to chance, but philosophic and continuous, wisely directed, and universally applied. Froebel devoted himself to the instruction of mothers, and certainly there must be education in motherhood. To give birth to a child is the greatest act of a human being. Maternity is the crown of humanity. To be a mother is to be a queen indeed. To ennoble the mother is to ennoble the child. The birth of every child should be a royal event, and wise men must bring gifts to the helpless king of the world's expanding future. Make the mother's life beautiful, and a beautiful child will be born. And Froebel says, if the infant is what he should be as an infant, and the child as a child, he will be what he should be as a boy and as a man, just as naturally as new shoots spring from the healthy plant. Every stage must be cared for and tended in such a way that it attains its own perfection. Give children employment in agreement with their whole nature, to strengthen their bodies, to exercise their senses, to engage their awakening mind, and through their senses to bring them acquainted with nature and their fellow beings, especially guide aright the heart and the affections, and lead them to the original ground of all life, to unity with themselves." End quote. Combe, 1788 to 1858. Combe has exerted quite a remarkable influence in educational theories and practice, especially by means of his great work, The Constitution of Man in Relation to External Objects. In a fragment of his autobiography, written a short time before his death, he complains of the irksomeness of the Sunday observances and tasks imposed on his father's household. They rendered the church, Sunday, and catechism sources of weariness and terror to him. His mind became largely occupied with the current theological theories, and in time with doubts of their truth. Proceeding to investigate phrenology, after 2 years of study and investigation, he became satisfied that the fundamental principles were true, namely, that the brain is the organ of the mind, that the brain is an aggregate of several parts, each subserving a distinct mental faculty, and that the size of the cerebral organ is, other things being equal, an index of power or energy of function. His essays gave an extraordinary impulse to the new science. The principles announced in The Constitution of Man were like those of Comenius and Froebel, namely, that all the laws of nature are in harmony with one another, and that man will attain the greatest happiness by discovering and obeying them. He believed that this supplied a philosophical basis to religion. When, however, the book was published, 1828, he was charged by the church party with being a materialist and atheist. He gave time, labor, and money to help educate the people. He established the first infant school in Edinburgh and originated a series of evening lectures on chemistry, physiology, history, and moral philosophy, the lectures on the latter subject being given by himself. He studied the criminal classes and the problem how to reform as well as to punish them, and he strove to introduce into lunatic asylums a humane system of treatment. No less than 500,000 copies of The Constitution of Man have been sold. It has been translated into several languages. As an exponent of the universality of law and the fallacies of special providence and the efficacy of prayer, it is a most excellent and stimulating book. His ideas of education are thoroughly in harmony with those of Herbert Spencer, with a different method of illustration and scientific results. The harmony of man with nature and the art of man through nature is the meaning of his message, as of all great educators since Bacon. Shakespeare expresses it, "Nature is made better by no mean, but nature makes that mean. So o'er that art, which you say adds to nature, is an art that nature makes." End quote. End of Chapter 10, Part 3, Education and Ethics, Froebel and Combe. Chapter 10, Part 4 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Education and Ethics, Herbert Spencer and Huxley. Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1893. After Froebel, no man has exerted a vaster influence in the domain of education than Herbert Spencer. Ranked as the greatest of philosophers, he is certainly one of the noblest teachers of humanity. A braver searcher after truth never lived. A better equipped writer there is not in the English language. As an organizer of human knowledge, perhaps there is not his equal. His classification of facts, especially in descriptive sociology, is one of the greatest contributions to human science and to education. Sylvain Drey has clearly stated the relation of religion to morality from the Spencerian point of view. He says, "From Spencer's point of view, it is obvious that religion and morality are quite distinct in their nature and purpose. Religion aims at keeping alive sentiments of awe and reverence for that incomprehensible power which everywhere manifests itself through the working of the universe. Morality, on the other hand, has solely to do with the conduct of men. It has for its object to determine what courses of action are most conducive to personal and social well-being. Goodness derives its inestimable value from its intrinsic worth, not for the purpose of gaining the goodwill of the unknown cause of things, not for the purpose of being rewarded in a possible life to come, but because the welfare of all is dependent upon the moral behavior of each. We know nothing indicative of any relation between morality and the inscrutable source of things. Whether wickedness can, in any way, affect the higher power, or whether we are punished after death for sins committed in this life, are questions about which we are superlatively ignorant. But we are absolutely sure that wrongdoing causes sorrow and pain in this world, and that the wrongdoer himself often suffers untold pangs on account of his transgressions. Spencer himself says, "I am not concerned to show what effect religious sentiment as hereafter thus modified will have as a moral agent. Discarding, therefore, the doctrine of the unknowable and the ghost of a religion for which Mr. Spencer has received so many encomiums from the Christian world, small favors thankfully received, when once the theologians would have burned him, we take up the truly valuable work of this great philosopher, working along the line of Bacon, Comenius, Milton, Pestalozzi, and Froebel. In this regard, two worlds combine to honor the name of Herbert Spencer, because they find in his works a really unequaled grasp in the coordination of ideas, a positive method which rarely stumbles, a vast fertility of illustration, and a supreme gift for perceiving the harmonies between nature and society. He has given this age a mass of philosophic suggestion," says Frederick Harrison. In grappling with the great problem of the future education of humanity, Mr. Spencer says, "How to live, that is the essential question for us. Not how to live in the mere material sense only, but in the widest sense. The general problem, which comprehends every special problem, is the right ruling of conduct in all directions under all circumstances. In what way to treat the body? In what way to treat the mind? In what way to manage our affairs? In what way to bring up a family? In what way to behave as a citizen? In what way to utilize all those sources of happiness which nature supplies? How to use all our faculties to the greatest advantage of ourselves and others? How to live completely? And this being the great needful thing for us to learn, is, by consequence, the great thing which education has to teach. To prepare us for complete living is the function which education has to discharge, and the only rational mode to judge of any educational course is to judge in what degree it discharges such function. Before there can be a rational curriculum, we must settle which things it most concerns us to know, or, to use a word of Bacon's, we must determine the relative values of knowledges. Had we time to master all subjects, we need not be particular. To quote the old song, "Could a man be secure that his days would endure, as of old 1,000 years, what things might he know, what deeds might he do, and all without hurry or care? But we that have but span long lives must ever bear in mind our limited time for acquisition." End quote. It is plain to any wise man that, in the selection of knowledge, we must take it in the order of usefulness. We must learn, first, self-preservation, secondly, the means of living, thirdly, the duties of parentage, fourthly, the duties of citizenship, and lastly, means for the gratification of the tastes and feelings. This is the order which, according to Spencer, should constitute the new education of the race and fit it for complete life. Not exhaustive cultivation in anyone, says Spencer, but attention to all, greatest where the value is greatest, less where the value is less, and least where the value is least. And here we see distinctly the vice of our educational system. It neglects the plant for the sake of the flower. In anxiety for elegance, it forgets substance. While it gives no knowledge conducive to self-preservation, while of knowledge that facilitates gaining a livelihood, it gives but the rudiments and leaves the greater part to be picked up anyhow in afterlife. While for the discharge of parental functions, it makes not the slightest provision, and while for the duties of citizenship, it prepares by imparting a mass of facts, most of which are irrelevant, and the rest without a key. It is diligent in everything that adds to refinement, polish, éclat. End quote. What a drudgery the attainment of knowledge was in the old orthodox ways. The child had no choice. It must take what was given it, good, bad, and indifferent, and stumble along the best way he could. There was an iron system to which everyone must submit. There was no recognition of the nature of the learner. The more the scholar disliked his task, the better it was supposed to be for him. The pursuit of knowledge was indeed a thorny path. New and wiser ideas now prevail. Of all the changes taking place, says Spencer, the most significant is the growing desire to make the acquirement of knowledge pleasurable rather than painful, a desire based on the more or less distinct perception that, at each age, the intellectual action, which a child likes, is a healthful one for it, and conversely, there is a spreading opinion that the rise of an appetite for any kind of knowledge implies that the unfolding mind has become fit to assimilate it and needs it for the purpose of growth, and that, on the other hand, the disgust felt toward any kind of knowledge is a sign either that it is prematurely presented or that it is presented in an indigestible form. Hence the efforts to make early education amusing and all education interesting. Hence the lectures on the value of play. Asceticism is disappearing out of education as out of life, and the usual test of political education, its tendency to promote happiness, is beginning to be, in a great degree, the test of legislation for the school and nursery. Self-development should be encouraged to the fullest extent. Children should be led to make their own investigations and draw their own inferences. They should be told as little as possible and induced to discover as much as possible. Who, indeed, can watch the ceaseless observation and inquiry and inference going on in a child's mind, or listen to its acute remarks on matters within the range of its faculties, without perceiving that these powers which it manifests, if brought to bear systematically upon any studies within the same range, would readily master them without help? The need of perpetual telling is the result of our stupidity, not the child's. We drag it away from facts in which it is interested, and we put before it facts far too complex for it to understand. We thrust them into its mind by threats and punishment, cramming it with knowledge and producing a morbid state of its faculties. Whoever sees this will see that we may safely follow the method of nature throughout and make the mind always self-developing, and that only by doing this can we produce the highest power and activity. End quote. In All Sorts and Conditions of Men, Walter Besant has pictured the beautiful ideal world which will bloom amidst the fields of labor itself when Froebel and Spencer's noble system of education shall prevail, a system which recognizes the worth of joy as a vast and radiant element of human progress. Says the novelist philosopher, Life is full, overflowing with all kinds of delights. It is a mistake to suppose only rich people can enjoy these things. They may buy them, but everybody may create them. They cost nothing. You shall learn music, and forthwith all the world shall be transformed for you. You shall learn to paint, to carve, to model, to design, and the day shall be too short to contain the happiness you will get out of it. You shall learn to dance and know the rapture of the waltz. You shall learn the greater art of acting, and give each other the pleasure which rich men buy. You shall even learn the great art of writing, and learn the magic of a charmed phrase. All these things which make the life of rich people happy shall be yours, and they shall cost you nothing. What the heart of man can desire shall be yours, and for nothing. I will give you a house to shelter you, and rooms in which to play. You have only to find the rest. Enter in, my friends. Forget the squalid past. Here are great halls and lovely corridors. They are yours. Fill them with sweet echoes of dropping music. Let the walls be covered with your works of art. Let the girls laugh and the boys be happy within these walls. I give you the shell. Fill it with a spirit of content and happiness. End quote. Huxley on education. Quote, education is the greatest work of all those which lie ready to a man's hand just at present. Suppose it were perfectly certain that the life and fortune of every one of us would, one day or other, depend upon his winning or losing a game at chess. Do you not think that we should all consider it to be a primary duty to learn at least the names and the moves of the pieces, to have a notion of a gambit, and a keen eye for all the means of giving and getting out of check? Do you not think that we should look with a disapprobation amounting to scorn upon the father who allowed his son, or the state which allowed its members, to grow up without knowing a pawn from a knight? Yet it is a very plain and elementary truth that the life, the fortune, and the happiness of every one of us, and more or less of those who are connected with us, do depend upon our knowing something of the rules of a game infinitely more difficult and complicated than chess. It is a game which has been played for untold ages, every man and woman of us being one of the two players in a game of his or her own. The chessboard is the world. The pieces are the phenomena of the universe. The rules of the game are what we call the laws of nature. The player on the other side is hidden from us. We know that his play is always fair, just, and patient, but also we know, to our cost, that he never overlooks a mistake or makes the smallest allowance for ignorance. To the man who plays well, the highest stakes are paid, with that sort of overflowing generosity with which the strong shows delight in strength, and one who plays ill is checkmated, without haste, but without remorse. My metaphor will remind some of you of the famous picture in which Wretch has depicted Satan playing at chess with man for his soul. Substitute for the mocking fiend in that picture a calm, strong angel who is playing for love, as we say, and would rather lose than win, and I should accept it as an image of human life. Quote, well, what I mean by education is learning the rules of this mighty game. In other words, education is the instruction of the intellect in the laws of nature, under which name I include not merely things and their forces, but men and their ways, and the fashioning of the affections and of the will into an earnest and loving desire to move in harmony with those laws. For me, education means neither more nor less than this. Anything which professes to call itself education must be tried by this standard, and if it fails to stand the test, I will not call it education, whatever may be the force of authority or of numbers upon the other side. That man, I think, has had a liberal education, who has been so trained in youth that his body is the ready servant of his will, and does with ease and pleasure all the work that, as a mechanism, it is capable of, whose intellect is a clear, cold, logic engine, with all its parts of equal strength and in smooth working order, ready, like a steam engine, to be turned to any kind of work and spin the gossamers as well as forge the anchors of the mind, whose mind is stored with a knowledge of the great and fundamental truths of nature and of the laws of her operations, one who, no stunted ascetic, is full of life and fire, but whose passions are trained to come to heel by a vigorous will, the servant of a tender conscience, who has learned to love all beauty, whether of nature or of art, to hate all vileness, and to respect others as himself. In an ideal university, as I conceive it, a man should be able to obtain instruction in all forms of knowledge, and discipline in the use of all the methods by which knowledge is obtained. In such a university, the force of living example should fire the student with a noble ambition to emulate the learning of learned men, and to follow in the footsteps of the explorers of new fields of knowledge. And the very air he breathes should be charged with that enthusiasm for truth, that fanaticism of veracity, which is a greater possession than much learning, a nobler gift than the power of increasing knowledge, by so much greater and nobler than these, as the moral nature of man is greater than the intellectual, for veracity is the heart of morality. But the man who is all morality and intellect, although he may be good and even great, is, after all, only half a man. There is beauty in the moral world and in the intellectual world, but there is also a beauty which is neither moral or intellectual, the beauty of the world of art. There are men who are devoid of the power of seeing it, as there are men who are born deaf and blind, and the loss of those, as of these, is simply infinite. There are others in whom it is an overpowering passion. Happy men, born with the productive, or at lowest, the appreciative genius of the artist. But in the mass of mankind, the aesthetic faculty, like the reasoning power and the moral sense, needs to be roused, directed, and cultivated. And I know not why the development of that side of his nature, through which man has access to a perennial spring of ennobling pleasure, should be omitted from any comprehensive scheme of university education. I am ashamed to repeat here what I have said elsewhere, in season and out of season, respecting the value of science as knowledge and discipline. But the other day I met with some passages in the address to another Scottish university of a great thinker, John Stuart Mill, recently lost to us, which expressed so fully and yet so tersely the truth in this matter that I am fain to quote them. To question all things, never to turn away from any difficulty, to accept no doctrine either from ourselves or from other people without a rigid scrutiny by negative criticism, letting no fallacy or incoherence or confusion of thought step by unperceived. Above all, to insist upon having the meaning of a word clearly understood before using it, and the meaning of a proposition before assenting to it. These are the lessons we learn from workers in science. With all this vigorous management of the negative element, they inspire no skepticism about the reality of truth or indifference to its pursuit. The noblest enthusiasm, both for the search after truth and for applying it to its highest uses, pervades those writers. In cultivating, therefore, science as an essential ingredient in education, we are all the while laying an admirable foundation for ethical and philosophical culture. The passages I have quoted were uttered by John Stuart Mill. Institutions do not make men, any more than organization makes life, and even the ideal university we have been dreaming about will be but a superior piece of mechanism unless each student strive after the ideal of the scholar. And that ideal, it seems to me, has never been better embodied than by the great poet who, though lapped in luxury, the favorite of a court, and the idol of his countrymen, remained through all the length of his honored years a scholar in art, in science, and in life. Quote, "Wouldst shape a noble life? Then cast no backward glances toward the past, and though somewhat be lost and gone, yet do thou act as one newborn. What each day needs, that shalt thou ask. Each day will set its proper task. Give others work, just share of praise, not of thine own the merits raise. Beware no fellow man thou hate, and so in God's hands leave thy fate. Goethe's idea of God was thus expressed in his own words. Quote, what were a God who sat outside to scan the spheres that neath his finger circling ran? God dwells in all, and moves the world, and molds himself and nature in one form enfolds. End quote. End of Chapter 10, Part 4, Education and Ethics, Herbert Spencer and Huxley.
Chapter 10, Part 5 of 400 Years of Free Thought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Education and Ethics. Holyoake. George Jacob Holyoake, 1817. George Jacob Holyoake, more distinctively than anyone else, has gathered into Freethought principles the philosophy of modern education, announced from Bacon to Spencer, that is, an education for life, for practical purposes, for fruit, for the good of man's estate. Mr. Holyoake has been an able, industrious, and devoted exponent of secularism. In secularism is found the educational science of free thought. Free thought is a method of finding out the truth. Secularism is a method of applying the truth. It is free thought made purposeful in lines of human action. Secularism abandons theology and everything above and beyond man as sources of moral motives. In man and his surroundings exist these motives. Morality is natural and not supernatural. It needs no God, no heaven, and no hell. It needs no church, no Bible, and no priest. It needs simply that man shall know himself and his environments. Mr. Holyoake originated the name secularism, and he thus defines it in his admirable work, The Trial of Theism. Secularism is a recognition of causation in nature, in science, in mind, morals, and manners. In electing its own sphere, however, it will combat without condemning others. It may also omit much that it respects, as well as that which it rejects. But to omit is not to ignore. The solution of the problem of union can only be effected by narrowing the ground of profession and widening that of action. It requires to collect sympathies without dictating modes of manifestation. Secularism teaches the good of this life to be a rightful object of primary pursuit, inculcates the practical sufficiency of natural morality apart from atheism, theism, or the Bible, and selects as its method of procedure the promotion of human improvement by material means. Secularism holds that the Protestant right of private judgment includes the moral innocency of that judgment, whether for or against received opinion, provided it be conscientiously arrived at, that the honest conclusion is without guilt, that, though all sincere opinion is not equally true, nor equally useful, it is yet equally without sin, that it is not sameness of belief, but sincerity of belief, which justifies conduct, whether regard be had to the esteem of men or the approval of God. With respect to the service of humanity, deliverance from sorrow or injustice is before consolation. Doing well is doing higher than meaning well. Work is worship to those who accept theism, and duty to those who do not. As security that the principles of nature and the habit of reason may prevail, Secularism uses itself and maintains for others these rights of reason. The free search for truth, without which it is impossible. The free utterance of the result, without which the increase of truth is limited. The free criticism of alleged truth, without which conscience will be impotent on practice. A secularist sees clearly upon what he relies as a secularist. To him the teaching of nature is as clear as the teaching of the Bible, and since, if God exists, nature is certainly his work, while it is not so clear that the Bible is, the teaching of nature will be preferred and followed where the teaching of the Bible appears to conflict with it. All pursuit of good objects with pure intent is religiousness in the best sense, in which this term appears to be used. The distinctive peculiarity of the secularist is that he seeks that good which is dictated by nature, which is attainable by material means, and which is of immediate service to humanity, a religiousness to which the idea of God is not essential, nor the denial of the idea necessary. Going to a distant town to mitigate some calamity there will illustrate the principle of action prescribed by secularism. One man will go on this errand from pure sympathy with the unfortunate. This is goodness. Another goes because his priest bids him. This is obedience. Another goes because the 25th chapter of Matthew tells him that all such persons will pass to the right hand of the Father. This is calculation. Another goes because he believes God commands him. This is piety. Another goes because he perceives that the neglect of suffering will not answer. This is utilitarianism. But another goes on the errand of mercy because it is an errand of mercy, because it is an immediate service to humanity, and he goes with a view to attempt material amelioration rather than spiritual consolation. This is secularism, which teaches that goodness is sanctity, that nature is guidance, that reason is authority, that service is duty, that materialism is help. Speaking mainly on the part of secularists, it is sufficient to observe man does not live by egotisms, hopes, and comforts, but rather by self-renunciation, by service and endurance. It is asked, will secularism meet all the wants of human nature? To this we reply, every system meets the wants of those who believe it, else it would never exist. We desire to know, and not to hope. We have no wants, and wish to have none, which truth will not satisfy. We would realize this life, we would also deserve another, but without the selfishness which craves it, or the presumption which expects it, or the discontent which demands it. Mr. Charles Watts, who adopts the principles of secularism as expounded by Holyoake, thus defines its morality. Secular morality is based upon the principle that happiness is the chief end and aim of mankind, and although there are doubtless persons who would warmly dispute this fundamental principle, it is very questionable whether their objection is not more verbal than anything else. That all men desire happiness is certain. The doctrine enunciated in the well-known line of Pope is frequently quoted, and generally with approval. O happiness, our being's end and aim. When we meet with persons who profess to despise this aspiration, it will be generally found that it is only some popular conception of happiness of which they are careless, while they really pursue a happiness of their own, in their own way, with no less ardor than other people. A definition of happiness itself is not easy to give. Each person would, were he asked to define it, in all probability furnish a somewhat different explanation, but the true meaning of all would be very much the same. To refer again to Pope, What truth there is in the following couplet: who can define it, say they more or less than this, that happiness is happiness. With one, it is the culture of the intellect; with another, the exercise of the emotions; with a third, the practice of deeds of philanthropy and charity; and with yet another, we regret to say, the gratification of the lower propensities. In each case, it is the following of the pursuit which most accords with the disposition of the individual. And wherever this course does not interfere with the happiness of others, and is not more than counterbalanced by any results that may arise from it afterwards, it is not only legitimate, but moral. Broadly, then, secular efforts for the attainment of happiness may be said to consist in endeavoring to perform those actions which entail no ill effects upon general society, and leave no injurious effects upon the actors. Such conduct as is here intimated involves the practice of truth, self-discipline, fidelity to conviction, and the avoidance of knowingly acting unjustly to others. Secularism adopts utilitarianism as the foundation of morals, and is thus defined by John Stuart Mill: the creed which accepts as the foundation of morals utility, or the greatest happiness principle, holds that actions are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness, wrong as they tend to produce the reverse of happiness. By happiness is intended pleasure and the absence of pain; by unhappiness, pain and the privation of pleasure. To give a clear view of the moral standard set up by this theory, much more requires to be said. In particular, what things it includes in the ideas of pain and pleasure, and to what extent this is left an open question. But these supplementary explanations do not affect the theory of life, upon which this theory of morality is grounded, namely, that pleasure and freedom from pain are the only things desirable as ends, and that all desirable things, which are as numerous in the utilitarian as in any other scheme, are desirable either for the pleasure inherent in themselves, or as a means to the promotion of pleasure and the prevention of pain. Mr. Mill points out, and herein he differs from Bentham, that not only must the quantity of the pleasure of happiness be taken into consideration, but the quality likewise. He remarks, "It would be absurd that while, in estimating all other things, quality is considered as well as quantity, the estimation of pleasure should be disposed to depend on quantity alone." Ingersoll also thus defines secularism: "Secularism has no mysteries, no mummeries, no priests, no ceremonies, no falsehoods, no miracles, and no persecutions. It is a protest against theological oppression, against theological tyranny, against being the serf, subject, or slave of any phantom, or the priest of any phantom. It is a protest against wasting this life for the sake of one we know not of. It proposes to let the gods take care of themselves. It means the destruction of the business of those who trade in fear. It proposes to give serenity and content to the human soul. It will put out the fires of eternal pain. It is striving to do away with violence and vice, with ignorance, poverty, and disease. It lives for the ever-present today and the ever-coming tomorrow. It does not believe in praying and receiving, but in earning and deserving. It regards work as worship, labor as prayer, and wisdom as the savior of mankind. It is for this wise, attainable morality, through which only is there any real advancement for man, whether sought consciously or unconsciously, for many of the old-time saints were at heart secularists, in spite of their theology. It is for this that Mr. Holyoake has labored in a busy and widely influential career. He was born at Birmingham in 1817. He worked for 13 years in an iron foundry in that town with his father, and the impressions he there received of the petty tyranny of masters and the apathy and helplessness of workmen played no small part in shaping his career. On reaching manhood, he abandoned the evangelical views under which he had been brought up for the theories of Robert Owen, and thereafter devoted himself to secularism and industrial cooperation. He was imprisoned for 6 months in Gloucester jail as an atheist. His straightforward conduct on this occasion gave a stimulus to the free expression of honest conviction. After his release, he came to London. His publishing office on Fleet Street was a meeting place for advanced thinkers and liberal politicians. As editor of the Reasoner, he did much to promote freedom and open-mindedness and toleration of all opinions. He was a personal friend of Mazzini and Garibaldi. He gave his ardent support to the Italian struggle. He took a warm interest in the exiled Hungarian patriots and the Republicans who were driven from France on the establishment of the Third Empire. Robert G. Ingersoll has given the following tribute to Holyoake. There is not in this world a nobler, braver man. In England he has done as much for the great cause of intellectual liberty as any other man of this generation. He has done as much for the poor, for the children of toil, for the homeless and wretched, as any other living man. He has attacked all abuses, all tyranny, and all forms of hypocrisy. His weapons have been reason, logic, facts, kindness, and above all, example. He has lived his creed. He has won the admiration and respect of his bitterest antagonists. He has the simplicity of childhood, the enthusiasm of youth, and the wisdom of age. He is not abusive, but he is clear and conclusive. He is intense without violence, firm without anger. He has the strength of perfect kindness. He does not hate, he pities. He does not attack men and women, but dogmas and creeds. And he does not attack them to get the better of people, but to enable people to get the better of them. He gives the light he has. He shares his intellectual wealth with the orthodox poor. He assists without insulting, guides without arrogance, and enlightens without outrage. Besides, he is eminent for the exercise of plain common sense. He knows that there are wrongs besides those born of superstition, that people are not necessarily happy because they have renounced the 39 Articles, and that the priest is not the only enemy of mankind. He has for 40 years been preaching and practicing industry, economy, self-reliance, and kindness. He has done all within his power to give the working man a better home, better food, better wages, and better opportunities for the education of his children. He has demonstrated the success of cooperation, of intelligent combination for the common good. As a rule, his methods have been perfectly legal. In some instances, he has knowingly violated the law, and did so with the intention to take the consequences. He would neither ask nor accept a pardon, because to receive a pardon carries with it the implied promise to keep the law, and an admission that you were in the wrong. He would not agree to desist from doing what he believed ought to be done. Neither would he stain his past to brighten his future, nor imprison his soul to free his body. He has that happy mingling of gentleness and firmness found only in the highest type of moral heroes. He is an absolutely just man, and will never do an act that he would condemn in another. He admits that the most bigoted churchman has a perfect right to express his opinions, not only, but that he must be met with argument, couched in kind and candid terms. Mr. Holyoake is not only the enemy of a theological hierarchy, but he is also opposed to mental mobs. He will not use the bludgeon of epithet. Whoever is opposed to mental bondage, to the shackles wrought by cruelty and worn by fear, should be the friend of this heroic and unselfish man. Industrial emancipation and industrial cooperation are necessary to the complete education of the race, and therefore it was but logical, as the advocate of secularism and utilitarianism, that Mr. Holyoake should devote himself to the welfare of the working people, for in their happiness and improvement lies the true glory of the world's progress. From Robert Owen, Holyoake learned the doctrine that men are what they are by virtue of their surroundings, and that the improvement of these is the only possible means of raising the individual. In one important point he differs from his predecessor. Mr. Holyoake is no believer in paternal government. He holds that the true method of bettering the condition of the working man is to put him in the way of helping himself. This idea lies at the root of Mr. Holyoake's scheme of cooperation, in which both production and distribution are carried on in self-supporting industrial cities, where mutual help and joint responsibility take the place of rivalry and competition. End of Chapter 10, Part 5. Education and Ethics. Holyoake.
Chapter 10, Part 6 of 400 Years of Freethought by Samuel P. Putnam. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. Chapter 10, Part 6, Education and Ethics, Owen and Haeckel. Robert Owen, 1771 to 1858. And this brings us to the educational and ethical value of Robert Owen's noteworthy reform. For education, as Comenius pointed out, must not be aristocratic, but democratic, and must not be an education from work, but in work. Modern education recognizes the value of work, that the true man or woman is a worker, and must be a worker. The gospel of doing something, so brilliantly proclaimed by Carlyle, is the gospel of education. Work is not a curse, but a means of growth and happiness. Everybody must be a worker in some way, and in work he and she must find the real delight of life, the noblest development, the most splendid faculties. The paradise of the future is not the paradise of priest or king, but the paradise of working people, whose labor is not drudgery, but poetry, art, and romance. This is the golden, beautiful future of humanity, when the harvests shine for everyone, when every fireside shall gleam with loveliness, and on every table shall glow the fruits of toil. And industry itself is to be the sublimest education of the race. Through the hand itself, trained and supple, the brain shall attain its most magnificent ardors. Not the brain alone, as hitherto, the intellect flashing over solitary wastes, but the intellect and the brawny muscle cooperating, blending, giving and taking, and so building, creating, adorning, removing both palace and hut, and flowering forth a home for all. Toward this happy consummation, who has labored more splendidly, more generously than Robert Owen, an extraordinary man, not to be forgotten, for if he failed like a glorious star that illuminates the night. He failed like a brimming fountain that sinks into the sand, but makes the flowers to grow thereafter, and the fruits to glisten. We will hold this man in memory, for with a noble recklessness he labored for others and not himself. He presided over 4,000 operatives in his employ with patriarchal care and benevolence. He built schools and dwellings. His management of the mill and farm, the school and the ballroom of his successive establishments in Scotland, England, and America display his rare economic and administrative faculties. The Lanark Mills were set up in 1784 by Arkwright when Owen was a boy. 10 years after he became the manager of them, and while all the world was expecting his ruin from newfangled schemes, he bought out his partner for £84,000. During the next 4 years, he realized £150,000. In spite of his notorious infidelity, statesmen, prelates, and clergymen, dissenters, and bigots came to inspect his schools. Territories were freely offered him in various parts of the world in which to try his scheme on a large scale. He was brought into terms of intimacy with all the European celebrities of his time. In 1823, he came to the United States, where he purchased a large tract of land in Indiana on the banks of the Wabash and founded a community called by him New Harmony, where he carried the cooperative theory into effect. On the 4th of July, 1826, he delivered his celebrated Declaration of Independence. Quote, "I now declare to you and to the world that man, up to this hour, has been, in all parts of the earth, a slave to a trinity of the most monstrous evils that could be combined to inflict mental and physical evil upon his whole race. I refer to private or individual property, absurd and irrational systems of religion, and marriage founded on individual property, combined with some of these irrational systems of religion." End quote. Mr. Holyoake thus pathetically describes his last hours. He wanted to go to his native place, he said. "I will lay my bones whence I derived them." Quote, "When he came to the border line which separates England from Wales, he knew it again. It was more than 70 years since he had passed over it. He raised himself up in his carriage and gave a cheer. He was in his own native land once more. It was the last cheer the old man ever gave. With brightened eyes, the aged wanderer looked around. The old mountains stood there in their ancient grandeur. The grand old trees, under whose shadow he passed his youth, waved their branches in welcome. What scenes the wanderer had passed through since last he gazed upon them! Manufacturing days, crowning success, philanthropic experiments, continental travel, interviews with kings, Mississippi valleys, Indiana forests, journeys, labors, agitations, honors, calumnies, hope and toil, never resting. What a world, what an age had intervened since last he passed his native border. It was about 7 a.m, as his son held his hand and a friend stood near him, that he said, 'Relief has come. I am easy and comfortable,' and he passed away. Death, which commonly beautifies the features, reprinted his perennial smile upon his face. His lips appeared as though parting to speak, and he slept the sleep of death like one whose life had been a victory." End quote. Haeckel, 1834. The first impression might be that Haeckel should be ranked in the world of science rather than in that of education and ethics, but Haeckel is preeminently a teacher of humanity, and his vast scientific equipments and brilliant discoveries only fit him to be a nobler teacher. Darwin is a purely scientific man. He discovers without any regard to consequences. There is no purpose in his work except simply to reach the truth. Truth, good or bad, that is the supreme spirit of science. And surely there can be nothing greater than this. It is the noblest kind of moral action, although there is no kind of conscious moral purpose in it. To make truth subservient to morality is the most rotten kind of immorality. To refuse to accept any truth or any evidence of a truth on account of some supposed immoral tendency is simply treason to the truth and treason to humanity. Had Darwin looked to moral consequences and been guided by that, he certainly never would have made the magnificent and epoch-creating discoveries that he did. What a shock it was to the moral sensibilities of the civilized man to be told that he descended from an ape. What an awfully degrading and immoral idea. But the only question with Darwin was, is it true? And he did not try to shirk the ape in favor of morality. He accepted the ape, whatever the consequences. It needed just such a man as Darwin to make the doctrine of evolution what it is. It needed a man to whom truth was all in all, who allowed no ethical impulse whatsoever to deter or sway him, who did not ask, "What good will this do?" but "What is the evidence of its reality?" Darwin was terribly in earnest. He moved, we might say, with the massive coldness of an iceberg to his conclusions. Gentle and brave and beautiful in his character, his brain was as stern as a rock, set to the truth and nothing but the truth, even if morality was overthrown. What a martyrdom that was for the truth's sake when the divine and golden dreams of humanity, the source of poetry and romance, must be swept away forever. Darwin could have been no other than he was, had he not, like nature and Shakespeare, been thoroughly impartial as to morality, simply ignoring morality, for as the great poet sought only life in every form with no ethical desire, so the naturalist sought only to find the truth, even if that truth destroyed the noblest aspirations of mankind. He who seeks for truth in morality rather than for morality in truth is a traitor to science. Morality cannot be greater than the truth. It must be evermore bound by the truth and have no other basis but the truth. Darwin, therefore, is deserving of the supremest laurels in that he sought for the truth with unflinching allegiance. It is after the truth is actually discovered that the ethical purpose comes in, and in this lies the grandeur of Haeckel's work. Accepting the truth as demonstrated by Darwin and modern science, he stands by it without reserve, and asserts that because it is the truth, it is of moral value to mankind. Haeckel would tell the truth and shame the devil of orthodoxy, even if it was clothed in the garb of heaven. That was a noble combat, when virtue flung down the gauntlet and would have falsehood taught in our schools rather than science, because the falsehood was popular and supposed to be moral, while science was shaking the foundations of virtue. With what splendid courage Haeckel accepted the issue and said to the cowardly virtue, "Teach the truth, teach science, teach that man did come from the ape, for there is no doubt that he did so originate, as Darwin declares." Haeckel accepts the facts without prevarication and asserts that facts and not fictions contain the true moral impulse. If we did descend from the ape, that makes us no worse, nor diminishes the value of life, or the splendor of virtue, or the glory of heroism. Haeckel thus brings evolution into the domain of education and ethics, where, entirely abolishing the old theology and teleology, it will give to man a greater moral power than ever. Haeckel makes it a religion. The word itself may not be acceptable, but all that is meant in that word by Haeckel and Wakeman and Karras is acceptable. But the word itself is so saturated with ancient superstitions and falsehoods that it is best to reject it in behalf of morality. All that the word religion can mean at the best is morality or right conduct, and why not use the words that to the common mind make no confusion of thought? The religion of humanity, as defined by Harrison, is simply morality fused with social devotion and enlightened by sound philosophy. That is right, but why call it religion when this word has been used and is used today by millions of the human race to denote something entirely different? What is the need of this word? Matthew Arnold says that morality, touched by emotion, is religion. But why label this religion? Why not use the words morality touched by emotion, which all can understand, and not befog it with a word as to whose origin and meaning there is no agreement even among philosophers and scholars? To get at the real meaning of Haeckel's religion of monism, which is indeed a most noble and splendid conception, let us simply look at morality in its threefold motive and expression. There is, first of all, plain, simple morality, individual morality, which is cool judgment and conduct followed simply because it is the best, because it is common sense, and makes happiness to ourselves and others. This certainly is the gist of all right conduct, which fundamentally must be a judgment and not an emotion, a matter of reason and not a matter of sentiment. A large part of human conduct is of this sort. There is no emotion about it. It is simply reasonable conduct, as a man pays his debts. There is no emotion, no poetry about that. Nevertheless, the paying of debts is moral conduct, and that clear judgment in the dry light of reason is what is at the basis of moral conduct. But secondly, there is morality touched by emotion, in which love of father and mother, brother and sister, and child and friend flows with the action and beautifies but does not change its nature. But the affection extends no farther than to the individual, to the associates of daily life. It is intense but not broad and high. So thirdly, there is philosophical morality, that morality which is infused with the sublime and beautiful conceptions that glow in the enlightened mind in consideration of all truth attainable. When one reads the history of man, of the planet, when the treasures of science are revealed in earth and heaven, when the million stars flash upon the view, not separate, but linked with our own burning heart and brain, when the distant ages are connected with our own age, when we see that generations have toiled for us and given their fruit to us, and that we ourselves are not isolated, but are bound with the grandeurs of the human race and partakers of its glory, and can contribute to its advancement in the endless future, that our little stream of life mingles with countless other streams, which do not run to waste and water but the desert, but flow into the magnificence of universal progress, then plain, simple, everyday morality becomes wonderfully illuminated. Then it is touched by an emotion which makes duty joy indeed, and the hard paths of labor become radiant with hopes and ineffable dreams. Then the horizon broadens. The moment of today mingles with the illimitable past and the glorious future. The might and wonder of the universe jewels each fleeting hour, and home itself becomes a shining spot in the infinite palace of nature. This is what Goethe, Haeckel, and others mean by the word religion, but why not use the word morality with philosophy and science? Then there is no confusion, no darkness visible. Then we are entirely separate from the errors of the past and can walk along the luminous paths of truth with a lofty and clear vision. Do we not, however, accept the ideas of Haeckel and the ethical value which he gives to the truths of evolution, and while he stands head in front in the realms of science a great discoverer, is he not also a teacher? Does he not give the literature of inspiration, and not only the literature of knowledge? Does he not add to our motive power, as well as to our understanding? Does he not give a new and radiant impulse to our judgment? Does he not lift life from the level of commonplace, without ignoring a single fact, into the vastness and ravishing beauty of the whole? Truth is great. Truth and beauty are greater still. But truth, beauty, and action are greatest of all. In these unfolds our complete humanity, and for these Haeckel has given the best word of modern science and the noblest wisdom of philosophy. We walk on solid ground, but the heights are one upon which no theologian or prophet of the past has ever stood. The priest vanishes, but the teacher stands in his place. The schoolhouse obliterates the church. Industry shines where barren learning toiled, and in the place of words, things correlated and serviceable gave man a world of beauty and delight, the conquest of nature, the luster of art, cities and harvest fields, the obedient lightning, the thunder of the locomotive, and the ship majestically plowing 1,000 leagues of sea. And Emerson sings the song, not of God, but of man, in his rhythmical prose. Quote, "The fossil strata show us that nature began with rudimental forms and rose to the more complex as fast as the earth was fit for their dwelling place, and that the lower perish as the higher appear. Very few of our race can be said to be finished men. We still carry sticking to us some remains of the preceding inferior quadruped organization. The age of the quadruped is to go out. The age of the brain and of the heart is to come in. And if one shall read the future of the race hinted in the organic effort of nature to mount and meliorate, and the corresponding impulse to the better in the human being, we shall dare affirm that there is nothing he will not overcome and convert, until at last culture shall absorb the chaos and Gehenna. He will convert the Furies into muses, and the hells into benefit." End quote. And Goethe joins the anthem, quote, "The future hides in it, gladness and sorrow we press still thorough, naught that abides in it, daunting us onward. And solemn before us, veiled the dark portal, goal of all mortal, stars silent rest o'er us, graves under us silent. But heard are the voices, heard are the sages, the worlds and the ages. Choose well, your choice is brief and yet endless. Your eyes do regard you. In eternity's stillness, here is all fullness. Ye brave, to reward you. Work and despair not." End quote. And where more fittingly, in the interest of free thought, can we place the hymn of George Eliot, quote, "Oh, may I join the choir invisible of those immortal dead who live again, in minds made better by their presence, live in pulses stirred to generosity, in deeds of daring rectitude, in scorn for miserable aims that end with self, in thoughts sublime that pierce the night like stars, and with their mild persistence urge man's search to vaster issues. So to live is heaven, to make undying music in the world, breathing a beauteous order that controls with growing sway the growing life of man. So we inherit that sweet purity for which we struggled, failed, and agonized, with widening retrospect that bred despair, rebellious flesh that would not be subdued, a vicious parent shaming still its child. Poor anxious penitence is quickly dissolved, its discords, quenched by meeting harmonies, die in the large and charitable air, and all our rarer, better, truer self that sobbed religiously in yearning song, that watched to ease the burden of the world, laboriously tracing what must be and what may yet be better, saw within a worthier image for the sanctuary, and shaped it forth before the multitude, divinely human, raising worship so to higher reverence more mixed with love, that better self shall live till human time shall fold its eyelids, and the human sky be gathered like a scroll within the tomb, unread forever. This is the life to come, which martyred men have made more glorious for us who strive to follow. May I reach that purest heaven, be to other souls the cup of strength in some great agony, enkindle generous ardor, feed pure love, beget the smiles that have no cruelty, be the sweet presence of a good diffused, and in diffusion ever more intense. So shall I join the choir invisible, whose music is the gladness of the world." End quote. Is it not wonderful what man has attained through simple devotion to the truth, through the facts of nature itself that at first seem so meaningless and disconnected? Beginning with humblest observation, seeking the attainable and the useful, studying the rock, the insect, the worm, the dust, linking man with the beasts of the field and with lowliest life in the depths of the sea, disdaining nothing, combining all. What a marvelous result, and what may we not hope for in the future? There is no backward step. We have begun right, and the way is onward. Thus the labors of Haeckel complete the vast and splendid labors of the world's illustrious educators. Bacon, Comenius, Milton, Rousseau, Pestalozzi, Froebel, Combe, Spencer, Holyoake, Owen, and 10,000 others, noblemen and women, schoolmasters of the race, to whom all honor is due. For what is knowledge unless it can be translated into action, unless thought can become a deed? The mind of man, of the child, must be trained in truth, for the truth and for work and character and the noblest enjoyment. The two great questions, the fundamental questions of free thought, of humanity, have thus been answered, and not answered until within the last 4 centuries, and answered wisely, fearlessly, successfully. What can we know? What ought we to do? What a victory has been obtained over ignorance, false science, false philosophy, barbaric theology, a cruel church, and a desperate priesthood. End of chapter 10, part 6, Education and Ethics.